you should not feel shame for who you are. Anyway, rest in peace. Rest in peace to Anthony Stewart Head. We will miss you so much. And thank you for everything that you've left behind. Coconut, thank you for the gifted. Chozo, thank you for the bits. Coconut, thank you for another gifted. Ah, boy. You know, it's funny because there are obviously like big cultural figures who pass, and I will talk about them, and of course there's pieces of their work that were important to me, but then there are ones like Anthony Stewart Head was not a global icon. One of those like if you know you know, but his role as Giles was so important to me, and his career, what he did on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, it was very important, and I will always hold it in my heart. Really mattered to the people that knew. Yeah. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 5 gifteds. It's truly iconic in that role. Yeah. Okay, so last thing that I want to just touch base on here before we get into Legos Part 2 is to take a quick peek
everything's about these Legos. God damn! Fucking
take a quick peek at the California
I'm gonna stop listening to everybody.
Now, we don't have a major update because it's still going to take a while for the votes to be trickling in. The biggest thing is that Javier Becerra has advanced to the November runoff. Boo, hiss. Boo, hiss.
My opinion,
Mr. Sonic Jen, good night. Boo, hiss, but that is that's the big announcement here. And then the other one is that Nithya Raman has continued to close the gap on Mr. Hills, on Spencer Pratt. So it's looking less and less good for him and looking better and better for Nithya Raman, which have my issues with Nithya, but that is excellent news because I fucking despise Spencer Pratt. All right, let's take a look here. Kornacki going over the latest numbers. This is from yesterday, but
in California we've been covering all week long. Ballots still being counted with Spencer Pratt's political future hanging in the balance. Steve Kornacki has been at the big board since Tuesday night. He's still watching the votes coming in. Steve.
Caroline, I'm so sad. It's the same reason why Will is happy. One person's happiness can be another person's sadness, and in this case, if you are a Spurs fan, you are feeling very sad, and if you are a Knicks fan, you are feeling very happy.
Let's talk about that mayoral race. NBC News has already projected Karen Bass will move forward. We were just talking during that last story. You have a bit of an update here. And this.
When did y'all watch TV Go? I want to say over a month ago.
Next batch
no
of
win
votes
with
we're
the
getting
Filios, right? Should we double check?
Yeah, I mean, look, you see some gap here. Remember, top 2 advancing to the general election. Bass is through. You see a gap between Pratt and Raman, but
I don't know. Time doesn't really exist.
What they're counting up now in LA and in California is the late arriving vote by mail. The stuff that could arrive on election day and later. It can come in for up to a week after.
Or do we want to
and
just
that
go
vote, at least initially, what's been counted of it has been a lot more friendly.
Okay, so this is from yesterday. The latest
out of all of these, who was
update
the one that needed
has
the most work with?
okay, let's see. The latest batch update broke 38.57% for Nithya, 34% for Karen Bass, 17% for Spencer Pratt, which is not good for Pratt. So in these batches that keep coming in, Raman is significantly outperforming Pratt, which is why his
copying
lead
everybody,
is being cut down. So as the votes keep coming in, there's still like 30-something%.
Vigar, One Trick,
The idea being that that gap continues to
and
close.
Zoe,
and less friendly to Pratt than what you see here. So it raises the possibility, and this is going to come into...
Let's work on this. This Fortnite.
We were torn apart at birth.
That's
That
dramatic.
wasn't?
This is the story of the best part of the sandwich and his crust. So irresistible. Irresistible? Is that what people are saying?
That's it.
Ugh, irresistible.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich.
Road trip, here we come.
Now streaming on Hallmark Plus.
Have no fear, Mark and Mabel are here.
Who's Mabel?
The big blue van.
Oh.
Life is full of detours,
What are you doing?
World's largest ball of twine.
More like world's most invisible.
but love can show you the way.
It's the friends, it's the family. That is what you're going to carry with you for the rest of your life.
Yes.
I'll Be Seeing You. Now streaming on Hallmark Plus.
You gotta get me back in the game.
A fresh cut doesn't just change how you look, it changes how you show up.
Sport clips. Show up with style.
Download the app and check in online today.
Then it's essentially the
These are dumb
left
chromas.
left versus the liberal machine here.
Could be 250,000 votes, 200,000 votes, you know, and part of it is you don't know because the votes are still coming in.
Oh, it's the, like,
you know, up until a week after the
emerald
polls
thingy,
closed,
right?
if the ballot was postmarked, they still count it. So, you know,
It looks, what I will say is, it looks better for Nithya than it does for Steyer. Here's an update on governor's race. At this point, I view Steve Hilton to be clearly favored. The cleanest way to frame the race is this: if VoteHub's current turnout estimates are right, and if late mail in every county keeps breaking the way it has so far, Steyer would win the remaining ballots by 4.2 points. This would leave Hilton still winning by 2 points with a roughly 192,000 vote margin. Yeah, that's because there were like
I'm not even playing
60
any new
fucking people
games
in
here.
the
Of
race.
course I'm not
I was
doing
looking at all the vote
fun
totals.
and
I'm like, you know, this is a joke. All right, this is a joke, but there were 60 people in
And
this
how much
race.
can you assume
The fact that
of
Eric
somebody that's
Swalwell,
doing
last
that?
I had checked,
Do you
still
assume that they need
had
to get out and do
some
something,
tens of
or
thousands
do you
of votes.
assume
Katie Porter
that
staying in,
you
yeah.
have yet to put the right tool in their hand?
This is a situation that ranked choice voting would have helped.
It's not a matter
Absolutely.
of tools. No, you're
So
right, you're right.
Steyer needs to win the
Wheelchairs are
remaining
totally
trail by
not a thing that was
11.1 points to
helpful in
catch
any
him.
way
There are reasons to
whatsoever
think the
to
trail
get
could keep improving for
people
Steyer.
productivity
In major
up.
counties with at least 20,000 mail ballots
Oh, it did
counted,
other
his
things,
day-to-day
right? Yeah,
improvement
yeah.
against
Tools
Holmes
in
generally
hand
moved left.
are only
And
used for
here's just a bunch of
productivity.
numbers here. So yes, the trail is
Yeah, just
generally getting better for
actually
Steyer, but
really
it's not
point
getting
blank, 'cause
better
how do you make
fast
those
enough in the major
tools
counties to make
to
it
be
easy to believe the
productive
remaining vote
without
will be
making
7 points
tools to be
bluer than what we've
productive,
seen over the
without
last few
making tools
days.
to be productive?
Our current fairway estimate does assume some continued leftward movement, even then Steyer wins the rest of the trail by about 6.7 points, which will still leave Hilton ahead by 1.4. So how did Steyer get into this position? He's doing well in the trail in San Diego, Los Angeles County, and the Bay Area, but he's struggling most everywhere else. The biggest weakness for Democrats, including Steyer, has been in the Central Valley and Inland Empire. This was somewhat expected in the early vote, given that these are heavily Hispanic areas where Biden performed well in 2020, but where Democrats slipped in 2024. The late mail trail has also been weaker than Democrats needed, and when it's improved, much of the gain has gone to Becerra rather
Even
than
like
Steyer,
critical
which
thoughts
is
and average motivations of people.
Steyer is getting what he needed from his strongest regions, with the Bay Area and Los Angeles moving even further in his direction. But he's not getting enough from Hispanic-heavy areas, which means the big urban counties would have to shift unrealistically far left to make up the gap. The completed or nearly completed counties are also not especially encouraging for Democrats. Republicans are at 36.3% in Solano, which is almost fully reported compared to Trump's 33.7% there in 2020. In Kings, Republicans are at 59.7 compared to Trump's 54.9. That is limited data, but it suggests California may not be on track to match Biden-era Democratic margins across much of the state. It's hard to see Democrats matching Biden's number in places like Kern if they're getting closer to Harris and Kings. That said, primaries can produce weird turnout effects. Democrats really need the more white liberal parts of the state, which Solano and Kings are not, to show extremely strong late Democratic turnout. For Steyer, That means tomorrow's numbers likely need to move meaningfully left. Los Angeles above 20, Orange closer to 15, Santa Fe around 18, and similar improvements elsewhere. This is just a lot of math. This is a novel of math. Why does Steyer still have a chance? Because California late mail can be volatile, and the remaining vote in the biggest urban counties with more white liberals can still get substantially bluer. Turnout isn't certain. Steyer would love some eventual turnout in blue areas to be higher than my estimates right now, but it isn't likely. But the core issues remain. He's not doing well enough in the trail outside places like San Francisco, Alameda, Santa Clara, and Los Angeles. And we have a couple completed counties coming in where it doesn't look great for Dems. He still has a path, but it's narrow and one note on turnout estimates. Giving it a glance, VoteHub's current estimate is mix of DDHQ and the AP. We're closer to DDHQ, assuming roughly 40,000, 50,000 votes, not even Alameda ballots like AP. Or Kovic. All right. Okay, but it is now the case that Nithya is favored over Spencer Pratt.
If it was 200,000 votes, Robin is leading by 15 points over Pratt. Say just
Derp, thank you for 29 months. Biotimer,
she'd make up
15.
30,000. Doing with that. So what's been counted so far in that late arriving mail, she's been more than 10 points ahead of Pratt in that. If that continues, that many votes left. This could be we'd rather be right and be second than be wrong and be first, obviously. When do we think we'll call? Do we have any idea? Well, what we know is what they're telling us in LA County, and a surprise to the city too, is an update this hour, this hour right now, sometime. It could change while you're looking at it right here. And then there's going to be nightly updates. This time, at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific hour. Every day, they've got this out now for 2-3 weeks. They're planning to do these, so there'll be a fair amount of vote coming in tonight and the next few days, but it will still continue to come. So if this gets real close, I wouldn't expect it for days. Again, remind our viewers, this is LA, the second largest city in the country.
This is LA. Hey, it's LA. If you don't have an eating disorder, get one, bitch. We're all on drugs. MTK, thank you for another 10.
Either they're not or you're aware that you're
hey, it's LA. Get one, bitch. MTK, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's been around for a while. Why is it taking so long? Yeah, it's the late arriving vote by mail. California made that decision a while ago to go, first of all, to like a heavy vote by mail system for their state. Like 85% of all the votes now in California are cast by mail. Not many polls and stuff.
Not looking forward to Nithya falls by just 10 votes. The blaming's already as a non-American, I don't know why I thought that California is a lot more racist. Because California is one of the 3 big blue strongholds for the Democratic Party. And I think because of Los Angeles being a major metropolitan city, there's this perception, first of all, that blue state equals progressive, when it's really not. But also that
progressive.
Los Angeles equals leftist.
Enemy killing spree.
But California is the most populous state. It is very diverse geographically, culturally, industry. There's a lot of history in the state of California that has resulted in there being so much conservatism here. It is, California is the 5th largest economy in the world. It is a total capitalist state. So I think there's a lot of people who either are not American or are not Californians who are like kind of waking up to the fact that California is not as progressive as they think. We also have one of the biggest crops of billionaires here because of Silicon Valley. A lot of billionaires who have set up in California, and they spend a lot of money. A lot of millionaires, a lot of billionaires.
There's also that critical rule that the vote.
Cali's also big on agriculture. A lot of farmers are conservative. Yes, and as I explained before too, a lot of like the westward expansion and California and the frontier expansion here the agricultural industries, gold rush fuckers. It's why California is still steeped in conservatism and has a lot of red and rural areas. That's surprising to people because I think they only think San Francisco, Los Angeles.
Can continue to come in. The ballots can continue to come in if they're postmarked well after election day. And so there's
Defense
ends up at these
industry is
polling
huge in
places that they just at these election offices, I should say, they just have big piles of vote-by-mail ballots that come in. And when those ballots come in, every single one of them, you got to take it out, you got to go verify the signatures, check the ballot processing procedure here.
And like even in blue cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles, there are still a large number of voters here who are pretty moderate and are operationally conservative. Like they'll be socially liberal, right? Socially liberal, but then they are in every other regard conservative. So even though Los Angeles has a 13 or 15% Republican voting population, there's a lot more Angelinos who are on the spectrum that leans right.
It's not like when somebody goes out in person to vote, they check off the name in the box and it gets tabulated by a computer. It's a much more lengthy process than mail. When you've got that many vote-by-mail ballots, it can clog things up and slow it down. It's easier to do because you can do it from your couch, but then you have to pay, right? What can you tell us about the governor's house? Yeah, so it's really a similar story there actually we just got.
Is San Francisco more liberal? But remember, Nancy Pelosi was incredibly popular, even up until her retirement. We're talking Nancy. Like she's still popular.
Okay, we got an update there. Okay, now remember we saw 62 before, yeah. Right, so we did, as you can see.
That is Mr. San Francisco.
That flat margin now sits at 33. Yeah, it came down. Yeah, it's shrinking. See, it did come down. Right now, that's a 6-point gap between them. And again, you still have a ton of votes to come there. So again, you just saw it. We went from 62 to 66. This came down to 6 points. Came down to 33,000, and there's going to be a lot more updates like that continues that trend there of Rahman getting closer, which suggests as these continue to come in, this suggests this is going to continue to tighten. This could get close.
Steve, we're going to keep going. Our producers, my producers, are going to hate me because we're going so long with this, but I'm fascinated by this. I want to keep going on this.
Hey, explain to me.
I think what we're seeing here is that for a lot of last-minute voters, late deciders, the momentum has been that it was like people who were waiting until the last minute to decide and then have turned out for Nithya.
Why with Spencer Pratt, it seemed to be like he was surging late in this race. His sort of AI ads and social media campaigns were taking off. Why would those votes, we don't know what they're going to be, but why would the mail-in votes?
Honestly, I have to imagine that it was a lot of people who were not necessarily enthused about Nithya's candidacy, but were seeing Spencer Pratt climbing in popularity, and then also the understanding that Karen Bass would most likely be taking one of the spots in the runoff. So it was like, okay, you're basically down to Pratt versus Rahman. And the other candidates just were not, it was just not viable. And so I think people were waiting to get as full of a picture as they could and then voted.
The later votes break for Rahman. Because that is the pattern in California with this system. I mean, we've seen this now probably for about a decade out there. It's those votes that get tabulated after Election Day, they tend to be almost always are heavily Democratic. We've seen this in congressional races in California now over the last decade or so, where on election night we've had cases, a number of them, where the Republican candidate is ahead at the end of election night, and then it's a process over days, sometimes even weeks, in these key congressional races, where just with every one of the updates, like you just saw right here in LA, Democrats get closer and closer and closer and end up pulling ahead. It's that the Democratic vote, for whatever reason, use the mail more than the Republican voters do, and they tend to send them in much later than the Republican votes do. We've seen this for a long time in California, and it appears we're seeing it again here in the Bears.
So we got more voting. We were about to talk about the governor's race. Can you update us there?
Yeah, take a look. So this is going to be new to me, too, when I take...
Skip this.
Hey there, I'm Gotti Schwartz, and we are coming on the air with breaking news. The NBC News decision
Breaking
is
news!
projecting that Democrat Javier Becerra will head to the general election in the California governor's race. He will grab one of two...
Yeah, this is basically just, can corporations buy this election for a person who is not a person and who is not involved? Is only here because Air Swalwell had to drop out.
His opponent yet to be determined, and this comes as the other major race dominating the conversation is still It's the race for LA mayor. The total vote could still take a while, which is one candidate is not too happy with. Earlier today, the other frontrunner who could grab that spot in the governor's race, Republican Steve Hilton, introduced what he's calling the election count accelerator. We're saying extra ballot counties and leave them and deliver all race results by June 11th. Okay, June 11th. That still seems far away, but let's pull out the calendar for a second. In California, election officials are supposed to count most ballots by June 16th, but they have until July 2nd to certify county election results, and statewide results have until July 10th. So Hilton's proposal would slash that waiting time nearly in half. Let's bring in NBC's Liz Kreutz, who's on set with us. And just yesterday, we were talking about how long this could take, but we just got this call today. Not all calls, but
They can count so many per day. The whole idea in California is that they want people to basically ensure that people feel their votes are being thoroughly counted and that there's no rush in the process, which could potentially. So they're like, we will take if we need to.
Extremely frustrating. Yeah. House vote, it takes to count votes here in California. We saw Hilton, but are there ways to accelerate vote count?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I think that there's sort of two things happening here. You have some Republicans who are putting out really unfounded claims at this point of voter fraud, saying that Democrats were trying to cheat during this election. That's not the case. The reason it's taking so long is simply because of this vote-by-mail process here in California, where ballots can be received up to 7 days after, as long as you postmarked it in the mail by Election Day. And that is what leads to it taking so long to count the ballots. But that said, what there's still to lead to some sort of reduced process.
Jonathan is unfortunately one of the best characters in the corporate show. So their takeaway was, actually, I'm
California, I think, is the slowest state in terms of counting ballots. Again, it has to do with the fact that we make it so easy for everyone to vote. Some people are saying, should they make it where if you're going to mail it back, you have to have it arrive by Election Day, and if you're going to vote on Election Day, it either has to go in a drop box or be in person. Those are all policies and decisions that happen in Sacramento, and maybe this will force that conversation.
Meanwhile, the other race that I was watching and talking about, the race for mayor here in Los Angeles, I know we continue to get votes in and ballots counted, but what's the latest? Do we have somebody that that's emerging here other than Karen Bass?
Yeah, so just like 10, 15 minutes ago, as all of this was happening, we also got the update, the latest drop. And you can see that Spencer Pratt is still in second place here, but Nikki Rahman is inching her way up. There's now only a 3.3 difference. Spencer Pratt in this match went down a point. Nikki Rahman.
This pop-up. Hassan, 2S's Piker, has been included on the official White House government website page for left-wing lunacy. Examples of degenerate fake news figureheads spewing such disgusting rhetoric include Jimmy Kimmel. First of all, having people like Jimmy Kimmel, Rachel Maddow constitute as left-wing. Only in America. Jimmy Kimmel stating just days before Saturday's assassination attempt that First Lady Melania Trump had, quote, a glow like an expectant widow. Stephen Colbert claiming, quote, Donald Trump is a fascist. Rachel Maddow calling President Trump an, quote, authoritarian leader attempting a, quote, overthrow of the U.S. government. James Carville suggesting President Trump would institute a fascist regime. Hassan Piker, 2S's, lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking that it would be, quote, pretty funny if he died. Joe Scarborough claiming that President Trump has gone, quote, full-on Hitler. Jonathan Chait stating that President Trump is a threat to democracy and saying so is not incitement. And Don Lemon declaring that, quote, the GOP needs to burn to the ground and that President Trump is, quote, racist. One of these things is not like the others when we're talking about left wing. Also, the fact that they didn't even put Don Lemon, they just put Lemon. Just Lemon, like in the way that Alec Baldwin says Lemon on 30 Rock. Lemon. He is such a little fucking baby. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. He has the most fragile ego in the world. There is now a White House government website page for left-wing lunacy. Comrade Jimmy Kimmel and Comrade Lemon. The article Mr. Song said lamenting that President Trump is alive and remarking to be pretty funny if he died. There are links on the website. Oh my God! Look at this. Colbert's jokes, if you can even call them that. This is it's so juvenile. It's so tropical. They are trying to get digs in still on this left-wing lunacy site. If you can even call them jokes. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. Leftist influencers. Reporter David Pack, Ed Krasenstein. No, not my guy, Ed. Not my Krasenstein twin. Brian Tyler Cohen, who's on here, as a leftist influencer, words used to mean things, okay? Words used to mean things. Terms used to mean things. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen, famed leftist influencer. Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid. Where's the one on Evil never this is what they're citing. Evil never dies. Twitch star Hassan Piker laments Trump is still alive and kicking. Twitch star Hassan Piker was a bit bummed that President Donald Trump is still alive on Saturday. I mean, I've kind of been out here predicting that he's going to be dead soon, which, again, I'm saying that because he's dying. Like, you look at him and that man's skin is falling off. It is bruised. He's like the last stage of a zombie bite, okay? He's turning purple. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. He's rotting. Piker, during his live stream, said everybody was stoked that Trump was potentially dead. The president, he added, is an evil, obese, demented 80-year-old man, before saying he believes it backfires whenever Trump's haters pray for his downfall. I feel like it has the opposite effect, where you just hit the thoughts and prayers, then those thoughts and prayers end up bouncing off him, you know? It just makes him stronger. I don't know what it is. On Saturday, Piker added it would be pretty funny if Trump died before former President Joe Biden, whom Piker said was old as fuck and had a deteriorating brain. Yeah, hard-hitting shit out here. Yeah, I don't... Where are the lies? I don't know. No lies detected. Normally I'd question Pac-Man being on the list, but Trump's health decline is basically his channel sold thing. Yeah, so that's why a reminder for centrists and liberals that Donald Trump and the Trump administration considers all of us to be dangerous commie radicals. Okay, we're all Antifa murderers, and we're all commies. So if you're trying to, I don't know, make some separation here between leftists who you personally do not like and are cheering on the Trump administration going after leftists as dangerous commie radicals, do you understand that they consider that you are that as well? Okay? All right.
Shut down. Went up 1.5 points, and this is with 71% of the votes in. There's still an estimated 250,000 votes to count, but a lot of political watchers are saying that if Rahman continues on this trajectory each night, that she has a very good chance now of overtaking Pratt.
And that trajectory is what a lot of political insiders are watching. They don't expect a lot of changes there, but it does look like this is going to get very close.
Extremely close. And same with the governor's race. I mean, right now, we did just project Javier Becerra. We've sort of been saying for days that even though we hadn't formally projected it, that it was expected he would move on. But between Steyer and Hilton, who he's going to go up against, it is also going to get extremely close. There's still about 3.3 million ballots to count in the state, 66% of the vote in, and only a 5.4 difference between Steyer and Hilton. So he still has more to gain the ground, for instance, than Nikki Rahman on Pratt, but he is inching his way up as well. Both races are going to be extremely tight.
Our future.
Damn, people really just don't want a single candidature so badly that they'll vote for a Trump British guy.
Yeah, next week or so.
Difficulty getting
And a corporation in a human skin suit.
Confusing.
Yeah.
Liz,
We can be here for days, Scotty.
I can't wait. Can't wait to be here with you for days.
Yes.
Liz, thank you so much.
All right. Anywho, that's just a little bit of what's going on there. So to recap, votes are still coming in and still coming in and still coming in. So it's going to be a minute still here in California. We really like to take our time. The reputation that in Southern California in particular, everyone just moves so slowly. It's like, well, first I have to wake up, and then I had to get my daily sunshine outside, and then I had to take 40 minutes walking 2 blocks to go get my matcha latte. Actually I had to smoke a bowl first. I had to smoke another bowl. And then I had to pack another bowl to smoke later. Okay, so it's gonna take a while. Tom Steyer is looking better, but still not favored to take the second runoff spot. Nithya Raman, however, it's now looking quite good. How are gas prices in California not losing Republicans any steam whatsoever? Do not care about the economy at all. So they don't necessarily attribute gas prices to Donald Trump and to his administration. They blame Democrats in California. They really do. They blame what they perceive to be communist socialism.
That looks really high.
It is high.
Here we go. It's time to push your limits. The Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness. Adventure on the edge.
Get 1.9% APR financing on select new Subaru Crosstrek models.
Not bad. You guys see this?
Control the ball! Back to the flip!
DoorDash. Shoal's Star Wars Lego collection. Now, let me figure out what part 2 here is.
Shut down.
So we have. It's a little bit. Will someone just link? I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. That was 2 weeks ago. I got arrested as part 2. Okay. Here we go. Whoa! MTK! Thank you for another 10 rupees. Thank you so much. What is this? Oh God. Oh.
Yeah! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Suck my dick! Oh, fuck!
Why the fuck is he? Why is he like this?
You're gonna make me fucking... Oh, fuck!
Do you guys understand why sometimes this energy is too much for me? I don't know what to do with this. I also sometimes, not to this degree, but I'm like trying to sleep and he's got this kind of energy. And I'm like, I can't deal with this.
On camera. You would watch it just grip my body and I would go, oh, here comes the goo. Oh.
There are times that I wonder if this man will ever. I don't mean I want him to, but if he'll ever lose his voice, right? Where it's like, I'm gonna have to be a little bit quieter because my voice is it's not as strong right now. No, he never does. He never does. When I went into his stream room the other day, first of all, I need y'all to know how loud it was in the headphones. And he's screaming. Screaming. And yet, the intensity of his voice. His vocal cords are probably as jacked as the rest of his body. Honestly, yeah, because I'll finish a stream talking about this volume. I'll finish a stream and be like, oh, my vocal cords are, they're hurting a bit. I need to rest them, I need to have my tea, right? My voice feels strained. when it's just when it's a 5-hour stream, maybe I get a little up in volume, but no, this man just roids straight to the vocal cords. Can't tame that stallion. Yeah. Was he just playing up for camera, or is he like this by himself on the couch? He is like this. He is like this. Not all the time. It's not this energy all the time, but he said he's sick right now too. Yeah, this is Billiam Jefferson. As a viewer, if I ever venture from your stream to his, I have to turn the volume down. The only time you'll be cooked on volume here is when I play a video that blasts your eardrums. I'm like, I'm the same with my partner. I think part of it is the ADHD. Yeah, because sometimes we'll be laying down to go to sleep. I'm like, okay, good night. And then suddenly, no, it's energy like it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then sometimes he does this thing where he like touches something and pretends it's really hot. And he's like, oh! So I'll be like, good night, and he'll lean down and he'll grab my arm and be like, oh! Impulse control. And then he does this thing where he puts his teeth in. It's his night guard. He calls it his teeth. And then when he says when he puts his teeth in, he has no impulse control. So then Farley and I are we're just bait, prey. We're just, what he looks at us like, oh, you're in trouble now. We're like, oh my God. Please leave us alone. Farley will go. He'll be like, oh, come over here, Daddy. And he'll get up and slink across the bed over to my side and position himself on the on the edge of the bed on my side, where my body is a shield. And the more Will be like, Farley, come here, Daddy! And then Farley won't go to him, and he's like, why won't he come to me? I'm like, because you're insane! You're insane! Of course he's gonna come over to me. Because he wants to go to bed! He's tired, and this is too much. It's simply too much. Farley needs to keep the relaxed vibes. Men using women as a body shield against other men. Okay, I did see something recently about debate over positioning in bed as it pertains to the bedroom floor. So, some people who say, oh, no, not like that. Some people who say, oh, I have, and this is mostly, I think, the debate coming from like a heterosexual relationship. So, basically, woman is either closer to the bed or further from, closer to the door or further from the door. And arguments for either. And I sleep closer to the door, and I asked Will, I was like, is that something that's a thing, you know, have you noticed this? And he's like, oh yeah, you're closer to the door, because if someone breaks in, then you have to fight them first. I was like, I mean, okay, I get, yeah, I can. But also, yeah, no, I definitely can fight. Like, I should be the one to fight them off first. It's me. But also, take pride. That's crazy. But you believe in me. But also, hold on a second. Straight up, my girlfriend makes me sleep closest to the door, so I can kill first. That's her stated reason. Yeah, it's basically that. But the opposite. Well, no, it is that because I'm the girlfriend in this situation, and I'm sleeping closer to the door. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. You said you have to sleep close to the door. Yeah, I sleep close to the door, and Will was like, yeah, because then you have to fight him off first. And I was also like, well, wait a second. You think I can fight him off? You think think I would not? You think there's just simply no chance that I would win in fighting off somebody who would grow? Okay, no, that's fine. But if there's a fire, you get out first. Oh yeah, and I'm scooping up one thing and one thing only, and that is Farley. I'm scooping up my baby, and I am running like hell out of there. I'm like, oh, don't you wish you were in the spot that was closest to the door now, huh? Yup. My room is feng shui, but I'm always sleeping closest to the door. Well, I'm not moving to my position because I need to be the one sleeping closest to the door.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Hi, my little baby. You trust me. She would have this secret mommy power where she could up cards. Stuff like that. His dad, he's insane. He's the one that Alright. Anywho, Crying Wolf, thank you for 10 months. Maple, thank you for 23 months. Forgotten Will fell in love with Caroline when she tossed a guy out of the club. Yeah, he is, I think for him, it's also, it's like, no, you be in the position closest to the door so that you would fight off the attacker. Because I watch. because I really want to see you fight someone off. Okay, you can go. You want to go down. All right. Okay. Okay, everybody. Part 2. I got arrested because of Legos. Let me link this. Please watch with us, and you will watch on your own. Here we go.
This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world of Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000.
Yep.
And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. They reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
You're the alpha.
The video
That's
of me
right,
exposing
baby.
them was absolutely insane. Check it out if you haven't seen it yet. But we ended up taking them to court, and we actually won. When I went back to the store to collect my money, they literally shut down the entire store just to avoid paying us. So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony.
Break them.
And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back. I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still gotta get the Legos back. Yeah. I made
Why is he so shredded?
family that
You gotta be if you're infiltrating cults.
journey until we get their entire Lego collection back. Right now, the 2 owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, probably think that they're safe by closing down the store. But the reality is, I can literally just sue them all over again, but personally this time. So I started to file my lawsuit. But right after I filed this court case,
My
it
son
got
said he was
rejected.
jelly of Ben's cum gutters.
And the reason was, I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort to resolve the dispute prior to filing.
Basically, before this court case can get approved, I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of court first.
I tried calling Josh, but I'm blocked.
Oh, man.
So my only option left is to travel to his house to have this conversation in person.
Basically, if Josh wants to save the day, I got him a trophy that says, Joshua Johnson saved the day. And we'll give him this trophy, but he has to give the Legos back first.
So we started driving to Josh's house to have this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Also, Josh is a fucking asshole. So in part 1, we are introduced to Josh, who's one of the new co-owners of this Bricks and Minifigs store. And this is a Lego retail chain. So Lego's makes up these videos, and then there are retail chains that sell Lego sets, but they are chains happened here is this 83-year-old man who had a collection that's now valued at $200,000. He went to one of these stores and consigned his collection, which meant he retained ownership, and there's a percentage that's decided upon which the store gets and then what he gets upon selling sets. They're not affiliated with the Lego company, so they are simply a retail chain that buy a Lego set in. But anyway, so he consigns the set, and then over the course of 2024, sets would be sold off. Brian Mansell, who's his son, he would get a check, and then it stopped. And this was the old owner of Minifigs, Bricks and Minifigs. Now she claims then that she was ousted from the store, like literally locked, chains, kicked out, and that there were remaining sets in this collection that were still at the store. And essentially, Josh, this asshole, has confirmed over and over and over again by saying things like, I'm not going to give your sets back. Or if you want your sets back, then you have to do X, Y, and Z. So on video, he has confirmed many times that they do have the sets, and they have advertised these. They have advertised this Star Wars collection. So the whole thing is awful, and then Ben got involved and set out on this pursuit to get justice for the Mansells, to either get the sets back or to get money for it. And now he's come up against the new owners of Bricks and Minifigs, but the store just goes down at the end of part one. He's come up against Amanda, the manager of Bricks and Minifigs, who's horrible. I'm like, girl, you're just the manager. You're not even the owner. Why are you acting this way? And he's come up against the cops. And now we're going to get more into the cops' fucking fuck-ass shenanigans. But already, of course, ACAB, and in the first video, you can see how the cops are absolutely not here to ensure that justice is served, and instead are fuck-ass cops who are seemingly being used by the store, by corporation, by corporate, etc., to protect the life.
Let me set up. Josh was already outside.
Don't forget Ben has pictures of the sets. Oh yes, he does have pictures of the sets in the store with metadata.
Talking on the phone to someone.
Wait, Josh is outside on the phone. Wait, do I interrupt this phone call, or do we just like wait? No, probably not.
I thought it would be pretty rude to interrupt
Why
his phone
am I
call,
suddenly
so
getting
we parked around the corner
like
and decided to wait for him to get off this
existence?
I like how we just have this conversation outside.
Right? He doesn't want to get his wife involved. He's hiding something.
Everything's good, honey.
I'm pretty sure Josh is on the phone with corporate Bricks and
Brom gets
Minifigs.
an F.
And the reason I think that is we were actually just there right before this.
Okay, pulling up to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
The plan was to give them one more chance to do the right thing before suing them again. While we were there, one of the corporate employees answered the door and told us he would get the CEO to come talk to us.
Okay. Well.
Oh.
No, they said they're getting.
Didn't know the CEO was a cop.
We're just waiting. Really? But they told us that they were.
Had all these chat
Since
asses.
Josh only lives like 15 minutes away, they must have informed him that we're in the area. Because a few minutes later,
No
this happened.
way I have the wrong rooms, and that's why everything is so shit.
Where are the police at his house?
Oh, there's another one, dude. 2 cop cars.
Nobody wanted to point that out in any way whatsoever. They were just like, oh yeah.
We didn't even walk up to his house yet. The cops are following
Dark
us. What the heck?
Harvest of
That's
Helios.
so crazy,
That's
dude.
totally.
Oh shoot.
What's funny too is they didn't even like care to consider them Japanese.
The reason I stopped it was to stop somebody.
why weren't you there? I just understood that you would be doing damage. It's like, no, you clearly didn't understand that I was a Filio, so if you wanted to, I could have set up a route, which I did.
Because we definitely stopped at the stop sign. Yeah.
Which I did.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
I'm gonna go in and I'm going
All
to
this for goddamn Legos.
act in accordance with it. It was me catering at the start there. That's what ended up getting us those ideas.
Like it?
Okay, it's pretty obvious that the police know why we're here.
They go, who's Ben? How's Utah?
So I just explained to them the entire situation.
This old man spent his entire life collecting the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection set.
The only problem is it's a crazy story, and the police officer did not believe me.
$200,000.
/ did not care.
It sounds crazy.
Yeah. When the officer went back to his car, this is the message that he radioed in.
Hey, can you get the contact for Reckless Ben? Said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything else, so.
Since the cops don't believe my story, they trespassed me from the property.
Everybody today is being trespassed from that property.
Okay.
Yeah. We were forced to go home without having this good faith conversation the court requires us to have.
Yeah, what do we do now, dude? Like, we didn't even, get to talk to him, and we're in trespass. So, dude.
The one thing I didn't understand was how the heck did they know we were coming? I was hiding in the back seat the entire time, and the car's windows were extremely tinted.
These windows are so tinted, you can't see anything.
But as I was outside inspecting our car tint, the same police showed up to our house.
No, we're pulled over again?
Cops love to lie, and those lies are saying other people are lying.
It was weird. He wouldn't tell us why he was here.
Like I said, we've already talked about it.
Yeah, well, thanks for being so cool, man.
Yeah.
American Fork Police?
Anyways, since Josh clearly doesn't want to have this good faith conversation with me, I took his trophy and destroyed it.
Wait, guys, let's throw it off that thing.
Just like in the previous video, I tried to give Josh the benefit of the doubt, the easy way. But again, Josh does not want to do the easy way. The only option left is to go the hard way. But before going the hard way, I actually remembered that there's another owner of the store named Brandon Best. Brandon is the guy in the security camera footage that illegally kicked the first owner out of the store so he could steal all their Legos. I tried calling him, but I am also blocked.
I'm sorry.
The only option left is to show up to his house.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Huh? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Hello? Man, those AirPods are just really, really excellent noise canceling.
It kind of seems like Brandon doesn't want to have this good faith conversation to resolve this problem outside of court. And I gave him plenty of time to speak.
I guess if you don't want to talk, I'll just talk. So you guys told us to take you to court. We went to court and we won.
Basket.
We know you closed down the store to avoid paying us, so we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again, but
then the police showed up, and again, for some reason, they are really trying to protect these criminals.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody else.
No, he stole $200,000 worth of...
Inherited? Lady, come on.
3 months in the case, and I won in court.
Inherited it?
He inherited the store. He's being blamed for everything that the previous owner did, and he's trying
Well,
to...
that's a lie. So we...
shit.
I'm sorry.
I'm speaking.
He's still trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner, and now he's catching blame for it, and he's just trying to clean up the mess from the previous owner.
No, him saying that it's the previous owner, that's a lie, and we already proved this in court.
If you come back and set foot on this property, you're gonna go to jail.
The police gave me a formal
We're
trespass
gonna
notice,
kill
which
you.
I took a picture of it and sent it to the court as proof I tried to have this good...
Also, the fact that she's speaking more like his lawyer than a cop, where she's clearly one-sided here.
Twisted Fate.
her purpose being to protect Ben Best. Or what's his name? Yeah. What is it? Brian? I'm sorry, there's so many Bens and Brians. The guy. It's Joshua Johnson and then Best.
But Brandon didn't want to have it with me. And turns out this was good enough. My court case with Brandon Best got accepted.
Ben Bass seems appropriate, you know.
But my court case with Josh is still going to be rejected until I find a way to have this good faith conversation with him. So I decided to see if I could find Josh online, to see if I could look up any more information about him.
Yeah, they all look the same. No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Joshua Johnson.
Lower their tax liabilities and minimize their exposure to lawsuits. That's hella ironic. Are you kidding me, dude? That's what he's known for, is reducing people.
They look like a dozen eggs. MTK, thank you for another 5 gifted.
Exposure to lawsuits.
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me because if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're gonna go to hell. Or I guess in Mormon.
Okay. What percentage of Utahns are not Mormon? Because to me, it seems as if everyone in Utah is Mormon. Or maybe it's just because every time there's a story out of Utah, it involves Mormons. At least one person in Utah is not Mormon.
Called the Outer Darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even
Cutie talking. I know I was so bummed that Cutie has not returned yet when I went on Whine about it because we didn't get into the full story because I had not yet I had not yet seen it all. But I went, oh my God, this is a perfect thing for her to dive
to me on his Mormon God in the last video that he would give us the Legos back.
50% are not Mormon.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage. The problem right now seems to be that...
Okay, wait. As of 2020, 60.68% of Utahns are reported as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
But it doesn't mean that the people that
Latter-day
leave
Saints
aren't.
make up about 49% of the population in Salt Lake County, which makes it the 5th minority LDS county in the state. Rural areas tend to have larger proportions of LDS, but nearly all counties have seen decreasing percentages of the church since 2009. Huh. I mean, that's still, that's so much. That's so much. But good news is that since the numbers are going down, numbers have been going down since 2009, it means Utah is getting a little more progressive.
Josh is never going to listen to anything
A lot of young people are ex-Mormon. Okay, that's taking their
someone
records
from
out.
his church heard this audio, maybe he would listen to them. So after finding exactly what church these guys go to, we went to it and showed one of the Mormons there this audio clip. And the Mormon thought that the best thing to do was to have a talk with Josh to save him from going to this outer darkness.
Okay, good luck. And I guess me and Tyler are staying back because we're already trespassed. So
Yeah, we ended up just driving home, but on our way back, this happened.
What? Pull over again? For what? How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Port Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your name? Are you Ben? Hanging out.
Spooky.
Down here.
At this point, we realized what's going on. Yesterday, I told Brandon that our plan is to now sue them personally.
we could just sue you guys personally and do the whole thing again. We would obviously win again.
It seems like they're getting so desperate that they're going to resort back to the same strategy they used in the last video.
You know what's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
Not even surprising if these guys, this screenshot here looks like from Village. Not even surprising if these guys have parts of their family that work in the police department or know who the families are. It's weird. Yes, it's very small town like that, and also when they're all members of LDS, like Yeah, they're connected.
Yeah, Josh and Brandon think that if they can somehow get us arrested and thrown in jail, then we won't be able to sue them. I don't know what they told the police we did this time, but they caught us too late. The Mormon kid was already on his way to Josh's house to save him from this outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? Sit down here for me. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
There's been an argument around the group.
Okay. What's the argument you want to play?
Welcome to Summer's River.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am.
Brother Johnson.
Enemies have spawned.
Who's that?
So,
I guess
that's him.
No, I know that. I can tell that.
My fantasy team is cooked. Guess I'm out for the season.
Hey, waiting the whole year is crazy. With Prize Picks, you can pick more or less on your favorite players whenever you want.
He's right. I locked in my picks before the game last night and cashed in.
Sweet. Did you get a new kicks?
Nah, they ain't have my side. Download the Prize Picks app and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 round. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Como papá ocupado, siempre busco formas sencillas de ahorrar. Con la app de Ibarra obtengo cashback en los productos básicos para toda mi familia. Simplemente añado ofertas, compro y obtengo cashback. Lo mejor de todo es que puedo depositar mi cashback directo a mi banco, cuenta de PayPal o canjear con tarjeta de regalo. Yo uso mi cashback y le compro unos regalitos a mi familia. Descarga la app hoy y empieza a ahorrar dinero en tu contra de siempre.
Cashback en cada compra.
So, you know how we've been digging into our family history?
We found something that none of us really knew about.
I can explain. I was young. What? It was a misunderstanding. No, our whole family can join Navy Federal Credit Union because Grandpa's Marine veteran.
We'll get exclusive benefits, like award-winning member service. Grandma.
Well done, kids.
All veterans and their families can join. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then it's not.
Ira and take him for 3 months.
Also,
Yeah, Jesus, just give the fucking Legos back.
so,
I have no idea because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs, I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand my eyes.
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledge that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest. I'm willing to take any drug test you want. Call the jury. Oh, okay. You're in jail. You talk. Not worth it, right? Yeah. We play differently. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm willing to.
We play differently here, aka first of all, how is that really different from the cops? Aside from the fact that you're all Mormons. Yeah, differently here is what
There's a level.
Joseph Smith style. That's the only difference. We play differently here in that this is a very tight-knit community. We protect those in the in-group. You are not in the in-group. We have so much power here that we will soak you non-stop. That, wow.
Cooperate with you guys, do anything you want me to, because I'm not hiding anything. I can promise you that.
We weren't giving the police a false confession like they wanted, so eventually I guess they just got tired and let us go.
We'll let you guys go now. So you're walking a thin line. Just be mindful of that. Does that make sense?
At this point, I've documented everything I've been through to the court, that I've tried to have this good faith conversation with Josh. He just doesn't want to have it with me, and because of everything I went through, my court case finally got approved. And attached to this email are court papers to serve Josh. The only problem is Josh is not going to open this door for anyone. He wouldn't even talk to another Mormon. Instead, he just called the police on him. In order to get Josh to come outside,
Wouldn't even talk to another brother.
I'm really gonna have to get creative. So I made this poster.
As an ex-Mormon, on the one hand, the Mormon Mafia is 100% real, but I could also see the cops picking on them because they're a YouTuber from out of town. It's both. It's the fact that they are outsiders, and this is how the comparisons to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints being compared to that of a mob or mafia is due to how there is such overlap between all the various institutions that are members, they have members in the church. So it creates this very tight-knit, exclusionary community, and there's the power of that, right? You have business owners, you have cops, you have judges, you have politicians, you have the, so you have like all the authority that is aligned with one another because they are members of the church. Now, there's the funny thing about this is like, this is just this is a specific example because of this being now in Utah and involving the church and involving Mormons, but that is also how things work outside of Utah, outside of the Mormon church, in the way that the cops are there to protect capital, right? They are there to protect private property. So that's why that cop saying, "You're from California, we're from Utah, we do things different here." It's like, okay, you do things Mormon style. LASD has gangs, yes. So this really is not actually unique from how things work outside of Utah. It's just that this is Mormon style.
I stole a gun and savings and printed it out. Now I'm placing this poster in a public space right across the street from Josh's house. It turns out this tiny patch of land is actually free for any person of the public to use. And since we have the freedom of speech, I am breaking no laws by doing this. So when Josh walks outside to take down this sign, I have a process server to serve him his court papers.
John,
almost
thank you for the
immediately,
34 minutes.
my sign got blocked.
Oh no, he's blocking your sign.
Did you hear all the unredacted stuff that accidentally got leaked? But I'm trying not to look too much ahead.
So we are in a court case with them. Or we have to
Garden Variety, thank you for 13.
So I
Gingerbread, thank you
explained
for
to
the
the cops the
bits.
entire situation.
I'm not going on his property.
If you want change in police in Utah, vote for Taylor Payton, Senate District 13. If just one person votes or volunteers, these bits were worth it.
That's fine. That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws.
Come
They've
on,
been called here
Utahns.
for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you.
So now it's time to serve Josh these court papers. And then we got the police called on us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings, so we're just here to serve his court papers.
Again, I explained to this police officer the entire situation.
I wish we could just send an email or a phone call, but yeah, the court requires us to come in person for some reason, so.
Again, the cops realized that we were doing nothing illegal and decided to leave. Now it's time to serve Josh his court papers. But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Oh my God. Papers, please.
Yes. That's required by the court.
Again, the police agreed that we are not breaking the law. They've been called out here for a false reason. This guy told me that he can even just serve the papers for me.
Yeah, for sure. Just give me one. Okay, thank you.
Sadly, we can't see the police officer serve Josh because the police department redacted all of it. But the only thing that really matters is that Josh is getting served.
He does not want the papers. So. He does not want the papers? Here's that back for you. Okay.
Yeah, the police told me that they can't serve the papers for me because I'm lying to them, and these aren't even real court papers.
Not sure what this is. I've
He
never
said,
seen something like that.
no thanks.
To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that.
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will do that. So the judge will get involved until we're because he wants us arrested, so we didn't have to report.
Like you can't just say no. Okay, if we watch the redacted footage, is that gonna spoil what's upcoming or? Yeah. Why didn't Denims just do that? Say no thanks. No, I'm good. Watch it. Let's just watch it after.
It looks
okay.
exactly how we're supposed to do this. Yeah, well first, so their instance, because he's lying to you guys, he's making them instance. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the court before you can get a court case approved, so we did that. All the cops on us. He lied to you guys, saying heroin on us. And we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's gonna make up any lies he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go through the legal process,
Which is what we're doing, yes. She is an actual process. I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her, yeah. We have no relationship, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is, she is the exact person that you described.
I always thought that the police were supposed to remain
The officer is named Lieutenant Sumbot. You can't make this up. You cannot. L. Sumbot. Sorry. Just Sumbot. Just Sumbot. L. Sumbot.
If they were going to take a side, they definitely shouldn't take the side of the criminal. But I guess I was wrong. However, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm literally just following the instructions of the court, so the police can't stop me.
Okay, see ya.
Oh my God.
Now that the police are finally leaving, it's time to game plan how to serve Josh. But then, you guessed it, we got the police called on us again.
Oh, look at this beefcake. Big tough guy.
Yeah.
Big tough guy. Yeah, the kind of guy who will pepper spray and then beat down on like an 80-year-old woman protesting against police violence.
Case? What the heck?
Super Chud. The Omega Chud. It's literally like they just keep calling in bigger cops. They're like, okay, send in the Omega Chud.
Double kill.
Buff bot.
Has been destroyed.
We had some bot, and now we have buff bot.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all. Thank you.
I think this phone call was the breaking point for the police.
He's rubbing his chin.
The police couldn't handle the fact that I was right and they were wrong.
Oh God, here come all the bots.
Am I being arrested? Really?
Oh my God.
Ben got arrested. Like, they didn't say anything when they were putting him in handcuffs. They just said, you're being arrested.
I was confused on what I was being arrested for. I mean, the same police officers that arrested me gave me permission to do exactly what I was doing.
Fucking hogs.
I got arrested for just doing what the police told me to do. What's even more confusing is the police are supposed to be the good guys. Why are they arresting an innocent person for protecting an evil criminal?
I wonder because the police protect property. The police protect capital. The police protect police unity. And the pocket money.
Back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call. This call was from Brian, the collector's son who got all their stuff stolen. What might be going on tonight? family the money back that got stolen from them, which is a GoFundMe.
Bro wrote plan with a K, which is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Plan with a
It
K.
is a pretty anticlimactic ending, but at least I'm confident that I'm not going to get in trouble for this. Now that our GoFundMe is live, it's time to promote it, to start getting donations. We printed out the GoFundMe's picture, to hang it up so we can get a nice Instagram video to post to social media. But before the group can even hang the picture up, the police came.
What you guys up to? We're starting a GoFundMe. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all
that's
this
the
money back to the
problem,
family.
right?
You know,
It's
we're
the
not gonna
pursuit
do
of publicity
the lawsuit
as
anymore.
the
We're just going to do this
measure.
GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
No, the police are stalkers.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were
They're like, oh, it's not illegal, and it's fine because we're gonna make it up. Yeah, we just
But
decided
this
it
other
is.
police officer wasn't able to accept this reality. The police redacted all of the audio. So I called the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we feel like it or, just because something looks funny. Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code. And other than that, I can't really delve into any more
What's
detail.
great about this is eventually it gets to
Accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio. So when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
and they can just be like, yeah, it's being bad. Like, just what you want that.
I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are.
I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time, and when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was, and he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal, and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim, it wasn't any personal information, and so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that, like I'm redacting, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victim, if that makes sense. And so...
Yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen.
I don't think so.
No, I don't do that. And I will be updated, like I just said.
So yeah, just like a studio thing, that's all.
I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation.
I'm sorry,
because
your
the police are
was
actually admitting to
also
themselves
not-
that
it's rude.
none of this is
Don't say
illegal,
trash,
but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired.
Oh, it seems as if Ben has stumbled on this discovery of how cops
They're
behave
saying in
all
this
the
next
time.
clip, but I'm pretty sure they're scheming up a way to get the group arrested, because this is what happens next.
That was our first foray into being an ADC. Maybe we are just bad at ADC too. Let's find out now.
Do not do that. You understand me? Right now you're attempting to destroy evidence.
Good evening, Quan.
Okay,
Good
put your hands
evening.
behind your back.
I was just locking my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to the police officer's body cam POV so
Now we're in
we can dissect what just happened. First, the police officer asks if he can confiscate Sheldon's phone, so Sheldon says, okay, and reaches in his pocket to give it to him. But at this point, Sheldon sees that his phone is unlocked. And at this moment, he decided that before giving it to the police officer, he was going to lock his phone, which is totally legal. There's no search warrant, so Sheldon is legally allowed to lock his phone. But as the police officer saw Sheldon's thumb moving towards that lock button, he snatched it out of his hands, and now the police officer...
Also, you do not have to give your phone, okay? Your phone is protected against what would be considered an unreasonable search. So, whereas cops will demand all the time, give me your phone, let me look through your phone. You don't, and you should not, you don't have to, and you should not hand your phone over. Okay, if they do not have a warrant, they do not have a valid search warrant, not some bullshit fakery, do not hand over your phone.
Claiming that because he tried to lock his phone, he's destroying evidence.
Silence. Yeah, I was giving it to you. I was giving it to you.
Okay?
It's on my money. Look, it's on my wallet. I was turning it off.
Right now, this phone is being seized as part of this investigation, and you're being arrested. Okay? Let's put him in the back of the car.
And again, the police decided to break the law, arrest Sheldon, all to protect an evil criminal.
Oh my God.
Okay. My name's Detective Negotiable. I work with the police department.
I did willingly hand over my phone, but when I handed him my phone, my wallet popped up. So I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And I have it recorded as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context,
This guy's like, I don't know about that.
One button on my phone. Now I'm sure you have a phone as well. You hit the power button. That doesn't delete anything, does it? Yes, that's all I did.
He's like, listen, you dumbass.
Obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
Now that Sheldon is in jail.
Yeah, remember, shut the fuck up Friday.
Minions have spawned.
Shut the fuck up Friday. Do not talk to the police. They will try and get you to talk to them. Do not talk to
Just
the
for
police.
promoting our GoFundMe, we started gathering whoever you be able to get Ryan his money back for his dad's Lego collection. It's crazy that out of all the powerful organizations I've gone up against, the one company I'm not able to beat is a Lego company. I literally couldn't have imagined a worse ending for this video. But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
I am a warrior. I am given over. I take souls.
You only know one word on Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Lawyer. Dude! These...
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
Cops.
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
Oh my God, also that cat.
If we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant are Lakers.
The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos.
Let this be a radicalizing moment for people who are watching this. Not honestly, obviously anyone in here, but white people, I'll say specifically, watching this, who are seeing the way that he's being treated. Understand that the cops do this all the time. It's just not typically to white YouTubers.
I should have seen this coming. Josh did threaten me in the last video that if I go out and actually try to sue him, he's gonna come out and say that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
Okay, let's do it.
I stole
But this is a perfect example of how the police are not your friends. Even if you think the police are your friends, the police are the good guys, and because of racial privileges, you have not had racial and class privileges. You have not had run-ins with the police like a lot of other people in this country are accustomed to. When it comes to moments like this, it reveals just who the cops are and what side they are.
Legos? Yeah, you're
Bang. Okay.
MTK.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit just to give you guys some context. But I actually got a copy of this warrant.
Thank you for another time. Thank you. Mitsukuri Evans, thank you for time.
It says there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise, evidence of illegal conduct.
MTKs are Friday Night Oilers.
They're looking at we stole the Legos is why they stormed our house.
We
with
stole
no
the
evidence.
Legos!
And this is after he's been proven to make up stories about us before. And so now he's just pulling something out of his butt. Oh, they're the ones that stole the Legos. And for whatever reason, the police take him seriously, even though he's acting like a crazy person.
Anyways, the cops probably felt pretty stupid when they searched our entire house and didn't find any stolen Legos. Again, the police illegally redacted this conversation to avoid them looking stupid, but I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. But instead of doing what any rational police officer would do and let us go, they're sticking to their story that
Oh, this is just hair-ripping frustrating to watch. But also, yeah, this is how Hawks be acting.
Yes. Now the entire group, we are all on our way to jail.
Imagine if these YouTubers were
I got
black.
taken to an interrogation room so they could find some reason to lock me up for good.
Ben, I'm Detective Negotiable.
Last time, I was able to get released on bail. But this time, they're requesting that I be held in jail a month until my court date. But there's honestly nothing for me to hide, so I went through the entire story with them to show the detective that this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding.
I think I've told this story before, but I remember when my brother was younger and he was driving home from something and got confused because there were all these streets that were cordoned off by police cars, and there were all these very confusing. It was night, so there's these lights that were supposed to be direction where people were going. It was very confusing. And he ended up, I guess, crossing over some police line. And so this cop motioned for him to pull over and just started berating him and was like, you should go fucking prison and being just a jackass. And my brother was so confused. He's like, I don't understand. I didn't mean to do anything wrong if I did anything wrong. And he was telling me about this, and I was like, oh, yeah, no. ACAB. He's like, what's ACAB? It's like, all cops are bastards. I'm like, you are used to not having experiences with the police because of your privileges in life. And so you have not had the reality that other people in this country have in dealing with the cops. Now, nothing happened to you, just this cop being a bully and abusing his power in that moment to try to scare the living shit out of you, and you didn't do anything wrong, but it doesn't matter. And I think that was, being a typical cop, that was a radicalizing moment for him. He had never heard of ACAB, and he was coming to terms with this. He was coming to terms with reality, coming up against perception, against propaganda. So, yeah.
Please hold.
Even though the $400 million companies are wrong, they're gonna win, you know. I wish we could just send him an email and show up the court this name. That would be so easy for us. This is how the law works. Like, that's not my fault. Like, I don't make the law. If I make the law, send them an email.
Propaganda.
And like, here's all your papers. You just have to figure out this is the civil law. Well, if you do it civil, you have to serve. They're like, well, then just sue them. Like, that's what we're doing. You see how the circle. I am very interested on Josh's side of the story because I think he said nice big heroin in the car or something.
Is your bro share some in politics? Yeah, he's just mostly trying to find a job.
So I don't know what Josh is telling them to
Okay, remember, lawyer up, specifically request for a lawyer, to make a clear request. Yes, make a very clear request, very precise request for a lawyer. Do not talk to cops. Now, I think in this instance, because they're making a YouTube video, they, even if they are aware of what everyone should be aware of, probably bypass that because of content.
So let's do a GoFundMe.
But right after I mentioned this GoFundMe, the investigator wanted to leave the room.
His name is Reckless Ben.
I'll be back with you, okay?
Yeah.
It's true.
Something about me mentioning this GoFundMe really caught his attention.
Good. Well, I'd just like to know more.
At Wingstop, it's all about flavor. Good fresh, made to order. Every bite tastes different. And the rate? You already know. Wingstop is here. Need a hand? Ooh, splash spots? Looks like our job here is done.
For no matter what crosses your path, get coverage confidence with AAA insurance.
At Apartments.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. Neighborhood level, unit level, down to the cellular level. Hey, little guy. Apartments.com, the place, to find a place.
I got the screens, I got the games, got 2 grills going.
You win the lottery or what? Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 4 phone lines with the fastest 5G home internet. So you did win the lottery.
All pizzas at Domino's are half off this week. Yeah, that's right. All of them. So many pizzas, so many ways to get them. You can order online, go in store, or call. Get 50% off this week however you order at
Ideas to do this video with the GoFundMe and all that.
But I wasn't afraid to admit that I actually made the GoFundMe for Brian because a GoFundMe is a safe, legal way to raise money for a family if they got all their stuff stolen. I should be risking nothing by admitting this.
Basically, please told me, do not take this man to court, or else you'll get arrested. And so I was like, just thinking, let's do a GoFundMe, you know? That was their solution.
There's actually a great lecture on this by a law school professor. You actually can't say anything to help you at this moment. If you say anything exculpatory, it'll be thrown out as hearsay in court. But if you say anything incriminating, or even just mix up the timeline because you're nervous, that could be used against you. Yeah, and one example of how this is so normalized through media and why I'm not kidding you, I think a lot of people don't understand this is because of complex crime shows. For example, I watched, I was a Mentalist fan, and I was rewatching some episodes. And with the exception of like a couple episodes, and specifically the episodes being suspects who are very rich and very powerful, and they're like, every single time they have these suspects confess, there's no lawyers. There's no calling for a lawyer. There's no like, oh, I'm not going to say anything, which reinforces this idea that when the cops ask questions, you talk, and not the actual truth here, which is that you talking will only hurt you, because if you say something incriminating, they will use that. But exculpatory, that will get thrown out. So just one example of how the media portrays things in a way that genuinely, if that is your only understanding, your takeaway is potentially gonna cause you harm. Lots of crazy examples of actual fucked up situations where people talked would be a great stream vid if the docket wasn't full. And also, this is obviously this is obviously about Legos and whatnot, but it's still intense. The cops are clearly being so aggressive what was I going to say? There's a lot of times that cops will force people to confess things that are untrue, and then leads to them being in prison, leads to them being punished for something that they didn't do, that they were coerced into saying things, or coerced and intimidated.
But I was wrong.
I'm gonna put you back into the jail. Okay.
We're talking about crimes that carry very hefty sentences, and how cops force confessions out of people.
As a GoFundMe, right? We're blasting this person all over saying, hey, he's...
Like in Making a Murder, where they interviewed a child without an adult and
creating a
used it to take him off
GoFundMe is
jail.
probable cause to send me to jail. This is his response.
A lot of this stuff you may have to just get an attorney and fight it in the criminal setting court, right? Yep. Yeah, go ahead and stand up. I got an officer right here that's gonna get his cuffs for you.
We'll also be able to hear Josh's side of the story.
It'll be, and I never talked to Josh. Josh before. Thank you so much.
If the detective was lying, the police have illegally redacted every single claim Josh has made about me. And when I finally go to court, I'm going to be completely blind to what I'm even being charged for. And the worst part is that the police officers took away my bail. So now I have to wait a month in jail.
What?
However, I ended up getting extremely lucky. When a judge ended up reviewing this arrest, they thought the whole thing was so stupid and ended up releasing me on bail. So now, at least I'm a free man until my court case.
The act that I committed was mentioning that Josh stole the Legos in our GoFundMe. So if you say who the thief is, that is illegal for us to do that.
Oh.
Now, I just have to wait for court.
He actually did get lucky. He did get lucky that a judge just saw. A judge took a look at this. Actually took a look and went, what the fuck? This is absurd.
Honestly, I'm not excited. My entire life, I was taught if you steal from people, you get in trouble. And if you help people, you get rewarded. But I guess I was just taught a lie. By me trying to help and do the right thing, all I did was just screw everything up and get all of my friends in trouble. I couldn't fix anything. And now with all the charges I got in this video, I'm looking at least 5 years in jail. But I finally accept my fate. I failed. Now it's time to go home. But before I made it home, one of my roommates called me saying that a police officer just showed up to our house.
So, more about Ben, it's like, is Mr. Snyder here? I was like, why? I was like, can I deliver a message for you? He's like,
it's never over.
For a message, like that, just like that. He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest. Like, he thought he was in an action movie. And walk off. Like, insane line.
I'd say that Bricks and Minifigs has seen that I am a free man, and they can't have me actively working on my lawsuit against them, and considering how many lies Bricks and Minifigs has made about me in this video.
Your team has destroyed
I stole the Lego?
Included in the warrant are Lego.
I can only imagine of what I'm being accused of doing now, so immediately I called the Utah Police Department to see what my warrant was for.
Someone showed up at my house today saying that there was a warrant out for my arrest.
But
Those are the ones that are more serious.
The only thing the police department could tell me is that I do have a warrant, but this time the judge approved it that I will have no bail. And I'm now a physical threat to Josh, the person the police are protecting. So basically, at any moment now, I could be arrested without bail for some mystery crime. There really is only one thing that I can do now.
Well, I'm in Mexico now, and the American police have no authority here. What's going on? What the heck is that thing? Did you notice on that?
He's in Mexico.
But at this moment, I realized what I had to do. Bricks and minifigs thinks they can just bully anyone who tries to stop them in committing their crimes. And what's the only way to stop a bully? To stand up to him.
If me posting this picture online
what happened? What happened with that? When was that workshop? When was that solution and fundamental
people started wearing it.
exclusivity?
That got me arrested. I'm putting that picture on a shirt.
And you can buy this merch at WeStealFromOldPeople.com. So go right now. It's gonna be sick.
When a bully hits you, you hit him back.
That's protecting bricks and minifigs is gonna be pissed. But there's nothing they can do because I'm in Mexico.
Anyways, part 3 is now live on my Patreon at patreon.com/RecklessBet.
Also on Patreon, you'll find tons of behind-the-scenes content.
He's fully in Mexico.
This is the movie I made that all the streaming services...
This has gone from Oregon to Utah, well, California, where he is. California to Oregon to Utah to now Mexico. He fled the country.
And all of the money I make goes directly towards trying to fight bricks and minifigs so they stop doing bad things to people. Also, make sure to donate to the GoFundMe we set up for Brian. I'm not really sure how to promote this. I mean, I got arrested just for creating this thing,
right?
but
Like it can't
I'm
go
gonna do it anyways.
into
Everyone
anything
donate
branched
to this
out. Like it has to stay
GoFundMe. I'm in
focused on
Mexico
a
now.
vendetta
The
against
police can't do
bricks and
anything
minifigs
here.
for the sake of the series because it didn't open up with a larger structure.
Oh my god.
So that's as far as it's going to go, and then it relies
my
on
God.
you, the individual, to like
Okay,
relay that into
alright,
not
now
just bricks and
thank you
minifigs,
for the
not
sentiments.
just. We need to deal with the practices
MCK,
that
thank you
allow
for
for
the
them
gifted
to
Riz,
leverage it,
thank
and that's
you
what
for
she's
the
talking about.
sentiments.
I'm sorry.
As a Utah resident, this is just
I
proving
don't
to
even
me
have
how
any followers.
corrupt
I'm
the
talking to
cops
myself.
and Mormon church here is. Goes all the way to the top. It's all corrupt, girl. Okay, let's look
Good
at some
practice.
follow-ups.
Whistling.
ACLU says always shut the fuck up. Yes, yes, my favorite. Oh, hello.
Yeah,
We were just
they
talking
can
about
get
you
mad with
kids.
it.
I'm Denise Heverly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a successful firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds, call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up! That's right, everybody. Shut the fuck up. Especially when you're not a YouTuber who's making it for content, but even still. Okay, check out the latest vid about the leaked body cams.
Someone actually hacked into...
All right. Okay. Okay. And apparently they tried to get the Patreon.
Oh, right, so there's more. Yes. It was obvious that they were going to
They
even
also
attack the
tried to
Patreon.
get
They're going
Patreon
after
to
every
take
single
his
money
videos
source that
down.
there was. That's what I was thinking.
Let's just do this because it's quick.
It's just like,
My name
oh,
is Jack Conte,
oh,
and I'm the
my
CEO
ears
and
perk up at the
co-founder
mention of a
Patreon.
Patreon.
On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon now.
Wow.
Peace forever.
TLDR, my lawyers are better than your lawyers.
No la guerra
We just
loca.
have to take a moment. We just have to take a moment and recognize this went from a local Oregonian man and his son who had a Lego set. And they went to this one Lego retail store and said, hey, we have this Lego collection.
We hear you have a
We would
good
love
reputation
to-
for honorable
we would love
business
to consign it."
practices. You know,
And
because you're Mormon?
It
And
went
that
from
implies something.
there to now the CEO
Sorry,
of
yes, this is just business
Patreon.
practices. I have a personal
The
vendetta. It's
CEO
very
of
narrow and
Patreon
focusing on the Mormons.
putting out
do with
a
different
video telling Bricks and
Mormons are
Minifigs
easy
to go
focus on.
suck
They all go to
it.
the same place every Sunday.
To go
And
suck
if I want
it.
to organize them into better things, then I should just go to church on
This-
Sunday.
Just how big this has gotten because of greed. Because of greed. Because of
through it though, too.
narcissistic greed. Wow. Apparently, Reckless Ben and his new team of lawyers are going to try and make his cases federal, as well as sue the police.
I am not doing anything. You're right, I am.
Abso-fucking-lutely should the entire police department be sued. And here's what I need to. Here's something that we should also recognize. It is so much harder to challenge institutional power, to challenge corruption, abuse of power,
I only
when you do
weeded,
not
like,
have the resources.
6
And
inch
that
by
is
6
what
inch.
institutional power relies on. They know that the average person does not have the ability to pursue justice and pursue justice through legal means. So, in Denham's instance, the reason that Denham's was able to take it all the way to where we are at now, where the judge upheld her fair use in this case, and now is going to be taking it on at the police, is because Denham's was able to pay
As expected, you have
an exorbitant amount for a lawyer, for the ability to challenge fuck-ass Ethan Klein and his bullshit lawsuit. But other people who don't have that ability cannot challenge that. So they can try, but legal proceedings are so expensive, and it costs so much. It costs so much money, and it takes so much time.
Legal advice?
It costs more
What?
money and more time than you even think. So in Casey Tron's
You can
instance,
figure out how to work
Casey
with getting municipal
had to
code
make
set
the
up without
decision
having
that
to
she
learn
made
it yourself.
because of
What you need.
the amount of time and money, and also just the effect on her mental well-being. And that is what rich, powerful people and organizations depend on.
This finished before tea time.
They know that they have everything on their side, and that your average person, the majority of people, will not be able to pursue justice. The only consolation we could give Casey is that it was obvious she was forced. Absolutely. Yeah. So, similarly right now, with the Noah Sampson defamation suit, Noah's going to be able to defend himself against this yet another ridiculous suit.
I believe in you, Briar. Outmana him.
The case of sunk cost fallacy is going to be studied for generations, all for $200,000.
You're so risky, biscuits, but also you got ambushed. Oh no.
Oh, we'll see. Okay, let's watch.
To the American Fort Police Department and released all the footage, unredacted, of my interactions with them. This is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm gonna.
Right, and it's the same thing as like if you steal from poor people, no one gives a shit, right? You'll get away with it. If you try and steal from rich people, then they're coming.
Only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
I know, we're talking.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me, but the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Can you come to my house, please, and come get them?
Wow, he sounds
I'm
so.
not gonna have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note. You were saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years.
Also, just so people know, in the United States of America, if you are sued or you have to sue and you win, your legal fees are not automatically paid for by the losing party. Is class war an instrument? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you. So, in Denham's case, what she would have to do once she becomes the party in the case, she would have to petition the court, and then it is up to the court's discretion to award her legal fees. So it's not a guarantee that in winning a case like this that the legal cost you incurred would be then awarded to you.
As expected.
But if you successfully petition, then you will get damages.
She had
Yeah,
this.
the classic, you basically have to win twice. Yeah. Yeah. So that's, and sorry, I want to watch this whole thing. Obviously, the biggest thing here is to win the case for all the reasons that have been stated, but also because fuck Ethan Klein. And then the second part of that is trying to be awarded damages that would cover the costs of exorbitant legal fees that are incurred from having to defend yourself in a case like this.
Almost.
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid it.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamp pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider.
Hired a YouTuber?
They said people are saying they're going to murder our manager.
Okay. Yeah, fucking right, dude.
So we are in a court case with them, or
they're gonna murder Amanda?
She is a process server and she's trying to see if we pay.
Ain't nobody said they're gonna murder Amanda.
She's not a process server. Get the papers. They're fake papers. They're fake. Go get the papers.
You okay for me to go do that?
Absolutely. They're fake.
Can I see those papers? Yeah. Show them one? Yes. I wish you could send them an email. I wish you could send them a phone call. Or the court could send them one by, this is what we required to do from the United States court. We're just calling, you think if I just call the cops, you can get away with it, but we're showing them, like, we're not going away with it. Yeah, for sure. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just...
Yeah, if you look at the papers, I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So you know I'm not accepting service.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, you are served.
And then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them.
MTK,
But as long as you say
another
you are
5
served, that
gifted.
counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like, this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like, here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like, literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What do you want done today?
Also, the other thing is, this is a civil matter, but the cops, because of the cops, and also because of Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, are treating this like a criminal matter. The way that they are involving themselves, claiming the legal authority here, intervening, etc. It's just so absurd. It's so fucking absurd.
Besides, obviously, talk to
Yeah, it's criminal now because we're making it.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges the other time.
Yeah. Since making these court papers, like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm gonna talk to him to get this paper back, which you do not want. What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind.
It's fake.
Yeah, what do you want done?
So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him. Trespasser.
Because here's the thing, like, think about this logically. Do you think the process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. At this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, oh, I'm going to murder you to Amanda, the manager.
And now, Josh has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
That is crazy town!
Threaten the employees.
He does not want the papers. So. Does not want the papers? Is that back for you?
This is what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest, please report papers. Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride it for YouTubers. I mean, how stupid do you think they are?
Oh, you're stupid. You're definitely stupid. How stupid do you think I am?
Service papers.
It's always the dumbest motherfuckers being like, how stupid do you think I am? We're like, actually, so stupid.
The girl was like, oh no, I gotta serve them these papers. Like, they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing? Or like, do you think it's stupid?
This creep.
I don't know what to do, man.
Cops don't know about the legal process. No, they will pretend. They will like be conveniently ignorant of the legal process, but then also know everything about laws. Know everything about the process. It's just a matter of what works in their favor. Playing dumb or pretending to know everything, and therefore you should be scared because you actually don't know everything because you're not Artie, thank you so much. MTK, thank you for the 5 wishes. Sky, please admit. MTK on a roll.
Arrest these individuals for.
You know, the other thing too is that it's clear that there is a part of him that's like, this guy cannot be for real. Why does this random YouTuber from California, why has he gotten so involved to this point? Because they just expected the Mansells to lay down and die, right? Like an 83-year-old senior Mansell who's had health problems, and his son who came up against a wall when he tried to do what he could. And so it's like, who the fuck is this YouTuber from out of state who's causing problems for
communication and coordinating their stuff.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
I used to play.
It's It's all of the above. You know, but because they're continuing to use, like additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
Now we're just kind of want to know what we want to bet on this story.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
Make sound on my own down.
Have a screen for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors.
He was very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server. So, it's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be non-affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She's
not
over
hard.
18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here, and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And
I actually looked into process serving for a couple reasons. One, when I was in my early 20s, I'm like, oh my gosh, I need a fifth job. I need a fifth job. And somebody had suggested being a process server, and it can be very dangerous, mind you. It can be very dangerous because most people are running serve, so they will try and do anything possible to not be served. So I looked into it and I was like, this seems as if it's going to feed more trouble than it's worth and take up way more time. And then the other reason that I was looking into it is because I had thought about, I had thought about writing a series about kind of somebody like me who basically signs up to be a process server because they're a job. And then each episode is a different new day, but crazy shit.
One must never stop.
Lychee, thank you for the raid, darling. Lychee brought some peeps in here. Hi, everyone. We are talking about the wild Lego scandal that has struck from California to Oregon to Utah to now Mexico. We just finished part 2 of Ben's YouTube videos, which is when he gets arrested. And now this is the redacted footage from the video we watched that Ben got and put into this video. If you don't know this case, it's so crazy and getting crazier by the day. TLDR, an old man in Oregon, had collected this Star Wars Lego set for years. It was very, very valuable, valued around $200,000. His son took it to a retail store to consign the sets, and what that means is they have ownership of the sets until they're sold, and then when they're sold, they get a percentage. So this store changed ownership, and when this family when the son of this old guy tried to get the sets back, or get, I think it was initially $80,000 for the sets, that is when all of these fuck-ass shenanigans began. And essentially these sets were stolen. Sorry, what sets? Oh, also so then skip to Reckless Ben, a YouTuber who is infiltrated called Frank Style type YouTube content. He gets involved and he goes to the store. They immediately are like, you're trespassing. They get the cops involved from minute one. And through a series of events, a lot of kind of Nathan Fielder-esque schemes, he's now reached this point that he's been arrested, he's been charged, he's fled to Mexico, and he is dealing with the police force in Utah that is clearly in bed with the Mormon Church because they're all Mormons and because this is how things work out there. It's a very tight-knit community. They are they close ranks when there are outsiders causing problems. Close ranks to protect those within the community.
I do.
And it is it's a mob, right? It's a mafia. It's the Church of Latter-day Saints mafia, where you have pretty much all authority and
where they're very cushy with their
institutional
Nazis.
power and business owners who belong to the church, and it is all corrupt, girl. It is all corrupt, girl. Your dad, thank you for the tier 1.
I already explained this to the police. So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's.
Yeah,
we
I
have no
just
relationship. That's why
barely
she's here.
met her.
Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is.
Their GoFundMe is currently
At Apartments.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. On a neighborhood level, unit level, down to the cellular level. Hey, little guy. Apartments.com, the place, to find a place.
This always happens to me. Oh, you're not the only one who gets stuck in debt. The average new credit card has a 24% APR. Most of the money you're actually paying goes towards interest. But don't panic. You can pay down those cards with a SoFi personal loan.
Even for unexpected expenses?
Exactly. You'll get a fixed rate that's way lower than your credit card, which means you're on your way up. Consolidate high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. SoFi. Get your money right.
Let's get ready to DoorDash! Oh, the pie has been delivered straight to the face! Hope he likes it sunny side up. Add flour and we get a cake. Here he comes. Ooh, ice cold. That's what I call a snackdown! Oh, yeah! Here's a man who got exactly what he ordered. When the bell rings, it's time to DoorDash.
For no matter what crosses your path, get coverage confidence with AAA insurance.
In the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that, and so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like
source. I made it up, bro.
he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements.
I made it the fuck up.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries, it's pretty significant, you know, like...
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server.
Ew. He's such a freak.
Yeah, you can't. That's gotta be illegal.
And that's, like I said,
I swear to God, I know I keep mentioning Ethan Klein because of Denham's great legal victory here, which we've all celebrated, but I truly believe that this is... It's not even that I believe, this is like how he talks on his show. This is how he thinks things work. And it's just like, oh, I made it up, and yet it's true because things are true in the fictional fantasy world that I have created, and everything that I just declare to be true is true.
combining charges.
It's a class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in this video.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
so these papers that you printed up are
Fake. Yes. 1 billion, trillion, gazillion percent.
And this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
This is the CEO.
Oh, hi. So, what's happened is we had a former franchisee, Mr. Schneider, is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys, if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money?
What's funny too is what this guy is doing is what outstanding ballots get claimers are doing. You know, it's like, hey, AT&T, you got an outstanding balance there that you're going to forgive. What if we bought that off of you instead of you forgiving it and just like writing it off as a business expense? And we harass them on your behalf.
Source, I made
for
it
some
the
of that
fuck
money.
up, bro. But in their twisted minds, because
It's only
they're
okay when we
fucking
do it.
worst,
Oh,
right? Scum of the earth. Scum of the earth. It's not even that I made it up, which denotes falsehood, right? It's true because I'm saying it's true. Even though, yeah, they just made it up.
I like how they can just lie to you guys. Just straight face.
You're fucking lying, dude!
So he's doing this.
Civil case.
And the other thing is, people like this surround themselves with yes men. Sound familiar too? Surround yourself with yes men who are just like, yes, sir, you are so smart, you know everything to be correct. Yes, that is all true. Yes, yes. And it just inflates their egos. And so, whatever bullshit comes out of their mouths, they have people around them who are like, yup, absolutely.
Trying to push through, and we'll go out of town.
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify.
Yes, sir, lick your tape, sir. Tickle your balls, sir.
Just verify.
Please, sir.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this. Even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff, not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying.
Why are the cops leaving? Because he's one of theirs. Because they're in the same they're in the in group, and Ben and the others are in the out group, and so they are on one side.
But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, but we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just happened. Got it.
It's a real case. Who's it again?
Against University.
Ben Steiner.
So, it's just racking up charges that shouldn't be. We're working together.
So basically the consensus is
And then this is this type of person who everyone else is an idiot. Everyone else is like, oh, I'm the person who I'm the only one who knows what's going on here. Blah 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 blah. When they lose, which they are not accustomed to losing because they are bullies. When they do lose, it's never actually their fault. There's never any reflection there. There's, accusations of corruption, accusations of stealing, accusations of fraud. Donald Trump, yet again, use as an example here. Same personality type, same type of narcissistic, nasty ass fucking piece of shit.
An ally has been slain.
So, in the instances that they lose, they will still find a way to twist it.
we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyberstalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Ew,
I just
the
realized that
feed.
Caitlyn, bot lane is very effective.
Am I being arrested?
Perhaps.
Really?
I love you. I love you. Hello,
There we go.
I love you. Okay, I love you. I love you. Where police department?
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raided my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out the answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop wants all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
They're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees it on filming, and once he sees it on filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happens, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recorded, so I'm trying to
How many did you get? You got 5. Including Tim Schneider.
Why didn't you want him recording?
That's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me.
I'm sorry. Just talking to Josh Johnson and being like, yeah, we got him, don't worry.
Using the bathroom.
I'll be adding that to the charges.
Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks. And it legally got approved by the IRS. And Scientology Sucks worships the gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American 4th Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty sure shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy's selling $200,000. Yeah, if that was the case, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, we're gonna use Kurt.
Anyways, we're gonna fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has non-stop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is, obviously these are all fake threats.
Also, keep in mind, most people can't get unredacted footage, so this is why body cams are so that you can be safe because things would be redacted and shut off. Yeah, they're like, oops, I shut off the body cam. Oops, the footage isn't there. Oops, sorry.
Do something like that. But the police think that these are real threats, so now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago from the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about...
Also, okay, this is how fucking stupid these cops are. This is how stupid cops are. The reason he got this is because the American Fork Police Department. Yeah, that's right. They're the Fork Police. Fork the police. They accidentally published the unedited files, so the redacted footage here, in a public Dropbox. And this link was as expected. This link was shared because they were trying to attempt to address this whole situation, but did not restrict access. They did not restrict access to files. No, it was not,
enemy double kill.
It was not killed. They said that it's because they got hacked. This level of stupid truly needs to be studied. Just the smoothest of brains.
I'm back on the case.
It was incompetence. All right, don't give them that they were hacked, because being hacked takes away the incompetency, takes away the absolute astronomical levels of dumbassery.
This guy Schneider. And so it seems like when I talked to the guys and seeing the police too, and trying to get a hold of the police, it seems like Schneider's kind of all over the place. Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, and business, etc. So it seems like this guy might live in LA or his last known address is in LA. So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing? Any idea where he actually is?
I know we had asked to hold them until we had further, but I guess.
Here's some more details. A folder titled Unredacted Body and Dash Cam popped up within the Dropbox link attached to the American Fork Police Department's video. Bricks and Minifigs / Benjamin Schneider media released. Somewhere between 52 gigabytes and 88 gigabytes of footage was contained within this folder. No, I'm not even going to surmise that possibly someone someone internally leaked it on. No way. This is classic cop incompetency. Classic these dumbasses being dumbasses.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over.
Also, there were initial times of being 52 gigs and 48 gigs in some places.
So they're never gonna catch me here. Good luck finding me. You.
Woke Wilder! Thank you for the raid. What's up, everybody? We are, Lots of people are talking about. Jordan, thank you for 2 months. Mega Mom, thank you for 2 months. Fatal Felony, gifted. MTK, thank you for another gifted. Thank you again. Wake Oh, I forgot about that chatter from earlier. That chatter who was so upset about the blue-haired women and the gay men in Wake's community who were really not having it with this chatter. This chatter who was just defending. That's it. LMAO, I forgot about him. Yep. Yeah, and then this chatter, either because they are truly brain dead, or we're doing the thing where they absolutely know who I am and what my community is, comes over here and is like, hey, can you believe all this woke shit? He called us lesbians and gays, yes. Which, yeah, that's true. I said, well, unfortunately, chatter, in here, it's gay women and blue-haired men, so. Oops. You're gonna be having a doubly bad time. He kept calling me a cockroach. Yeah. You know, for people like that, for chatters like that, I'm always like, did you get lost on the way to Aspen Heights? Like, what? Did you get lost? And the other thing too is Wake. Wake, I think, is similar to Will, in that they will get chuds who expect them to be chuds in Christ. Especially Will gets that because I think he gives even maybe more of this idea for these chudders that he's one of them. He's a chudder in Christ. And then they find out that they ain't welcome. They ain't welcome anywhere here. This is not the chudum of heaven. They gotta go somewhere else. They can't comprehend Will's positive masculinity and get very confused.
You are never gonna find me, police officers.
Okay. All right, so that is the unmarked active. Can you check this? Cop literally says I think I should have said that.
Hey, come here. You remember when we were doing Hydra with the guy with the Deagle? Remember when we did Hydra with the guy with the Deagle? Yeah. This is his Airbnb. He's in my truck. That's so funny. Detectives are going to have a worm come and look at these guys to see if they have to do so we'll keep them on this and start shooting. Sounds like the other shit's rolling. They're starting to take calls.
The heart of Piltover is its people.
Yeah, it was great. And the fact that they were coming out when we were walking up. The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off. But
I was so proud of himself for that. Yeah. Oops, shouldn't have said that. Oh my fucking god.
On to the next case.
An enemy has been slain.
He's giving the thumbs up.
An
Oh
ally has
my
been
god,
slain.
this fucking piece of shit. And the thing is that he's like, oops, shouldn't have said that, but that's fine because if need be, we just redact this body cam footage.
An enemy has been slain.
So it's fine. Let's get these douchebags off his property. Oops, probably should have said that more. Crazy Legos handle body cam footage from the American Fork Police Department. I just cannot say that face to face. As one of the police officers reveal, he's friends with the Airbnb owner that Reckless Ben is staying in. Don't know how Bricks and many people ever recover from this. Do you guys think Joshua Johnson, Ammon McNeff, and Brayden Best realize how bad it is for them? Well, if they don't, then they truly are such stupendous levels of idiotic. I don't even know what to say. Ammon McNeff and Joshua Johnson on mission together, Alexandria, Louisiana, 2004. Hello, my name is Elder Johnson, Fishers of Men. Would you like to hear about the most amazing book? Oh, cool, before they were famous. Before they were famous. Oh, or one might say infamous.
An enemy has been slain.
Wouldn't be shocked to learn the post thumbs up to camera as a signal editor to hit the client button. Yeah, hit the mute button. Oops.
I'm not here to say.
Oops, because I'm an adult who can't control myself. I'm an adult who can't. I'm a baby who's actually. I'm an adult, but a baby in an adult body, and I can't control myself. Bricks and minifigs parts ways. Oh wait, okay. Hold on. Is this now?
I'll have this finished before tea time.
Okay, so he put out I got arrested because of Legos. Bricks and Minifigs CEO promises to answer all my questions, so this is like a YouTube thing. Part 3 is on Patreon. Okay. So part 3 is not out yet. It is on Patreon though. Someone earlier in chat recommended you watch Moist Critical's video also because apparently it has information Ben didn't put in his videos or something.
Target marked. Exemplary.
Did you see his response? Is it this one?
The American Fork.
This is from 4 days ago. He said part 3 coming here very soon.
An ally has been slain.
I'm on the job.
The police department has responded to the video.
Okay, Gingerbread, thank you for the bits. If you ever want the real lowdown on Mormonism, I guess I'm Shy, thank you for the 10 months. Alyssa Grenfell is given the real lowdown on Mormonism.
Why is she entering the conversation? Stop! No.
Viewership of Reckless Ben videos, Moist Criminals, the Civil Rights Lawyer Guy, Legal Eagle. We're talking millions. All of these videos have multiple millions of views.
I will not tolerate lawlessness. An ally has been slain. An ally has been
put out a
slain.
statement I think 2 days ago. Tell me.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, wait, so can I look at this? This is... Where's that?
It's
That's...
my business to know what others do
I
not.
kind of already looked at it.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Folk Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Folk and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot
Has
of
he made more than 200,000? Who, Ben or the Man's House? Man's House have a GoFundMe that's now at almost $500,000.
information on this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video is when I get spotted for stealing the Legos, when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers, and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? And they requested the body camera footage of this myself and redacted everything that they claimed was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are like...
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim in this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
So I guess somebody
The only
ends up
reason I know
using
about
like
it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking that for 3 months why I got swatted, I finally came up with an answer, which is Airbnb news told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added
What is this like? My soft and serious.
request in the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like to give the benefit of the doubt. I will take the police officer's word on this. But something fishy is going on here, and everything can be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police...
God, it's just so fucking stupid because you have Josh Johnson saying multiple times, we're not giving the Legos back. We're not giving the Legos back. We're not giving the Legos back. So just how asinine it is that then he tried to go, oh, actually, you know what? You stole the Legos. You stole the Legos. And now this claim, it was the Airbnb owner who said that Ben stole the Legos.
Unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody listen to.
When we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick moves inside. The police officer claims I did, so the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm.
The police,
However,
both of them
he
saying
lunges it
both,
extremely
and
fast before
one
he
is
even
nothing.
touches me.
They're saying
So how
two
can he
truths
know
and a
I was
lie,
touching the
or
arm
two lies
before he
and a
even grabs
truth,
me?
and it's always very
That doesn't make any
inconvenient.
sense. There's only one solution.
Yeah, I mean, look, cops shoot unarmed people and then claim that their lives were being threatened, so.
This police officer
You know.
has psychic
Yeah,
power.
they love to say stop resisting when you are not. How many videos do we have of protests where cops are like making shit up in the moment on camera? Stop resisting. You're resisting. Oh, they're being violent.
And you could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers,
There's so
he
much
would know
meat they
that
throw
we were
away,
not
by the way,
thieves.
instead of
Josh
like
and Brandon
reselling
were
it
thieves.
to the state-sponsored dispensary
Poise
to,
Ultra
but
with
this is
Gush
criminal
Protect,
drugs, we can't
designed to
verify the
absorb
veracity
violence
of it. It's
instantly
like,
without the
yeah,
block, so you feel dry, comfortable,
I'll take
and
that
confident.
risk.
Poise,
I don't
the
think
fastest
anybody
absorbing
dealing
poison.
in drugs is going to be, poisoning their supply unless that's business practice, and maybe we shouldn't be giving that. So that definitely. Oh, but it's not the businesses that are doing it; it's the people. It's the bad apple in the bunch.
Nice.
What happens to the bad apples in the bunch? It spoils the bunch. And
I'm good.
Looks like our job here is done.
sorry, I'm talking. It might as well be speaking over. Speaking over.
For no matter what crosses your path, get coverage confidence with AAA insurance.
At Apartments.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. Neighborhood level, unit level, down to the cellular level. Hey, little guy. Apartments.com, the place, to find a place.
I got the screen.
Hey, friend. Oh, stop. No, go away.
Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 4 phone lines with the fastest 5G home internet. So you did brilliant.
Assaulting police officer while they were blocking soaking and accusing cop never even made physical contact. And they'll still fucking try regardless. You see vids out of Delaney Hall? Yeah.
Now I realize that there's another person in the audience.
I mean, one of the unfortunate realities with the Keith Porter Jr. case, Keith Porter Jr. who was killed by an off-duty ICE agent, is that he's not human. So we know law enforcement lies because we see them lie even when there is the clearest video evidence showing that they are lying. And so in Keith Porter Jr.'s case, it's based on the word of this ICE agent who I would pay all the money that I have. I would bet all the money that he's fucking lying.
American Fort Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that the American Fort Police Department is watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackline, dislocating my shoulder is almost unthinkable for me.
Yeah, also, cops are trained and permitted to use deception. Like, they are trained and told to lie. And they are allowed to lie. Of course they fucking lie!
I had a really bad ski accident. I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me.
Makeup and more makeup, they get a
normal
crime.
person, so it would be fine. But for me in particular, this was not good. It was still unjustified, and the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I found shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle, failing to stop before the stoplight at a stop
voice
sign,
is creeping
and
me
failing to
out.
stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, "We ran a stop sign." And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. Police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So, we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Wait, hold on. Josh Johnson, the asshole Bricks and Minifigs co-owner, said, "I am being so harassed." I'm sorry. I must have missed this part before. I'm sorry. I must have missed this part before because there's just so much. And
let's investigate.
He said, "You need to come. I'm being so harassed that I might do murder, and there's nothing I can do to stop myself because it's not my fault because I'm being harassed. So I'm going to have to murder this YouTuber who's harassing me."
So scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept
And then the cops still came to help him. The cops came to help him.
Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because we know when to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. Sadly, for some reason, they arrested him instead.
Am I being arrested? Really?
All of the answers in the body cam footage. However, the redacted on the body cam footage. This is why we all come together as a community and somehow convince the American Fork Police to unredact this footage and find out why they arrested me and murder. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now.
Yeah,
now,
the cop does
the
sound
excuse
like
of,
Timu
I was the one
Bradlander.
justified being arrested.
Officer Sunbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court, Oregon, to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court.
My autistic son's special interest is Lego, and he's ordered from Bricks and Minifigs many times. The local shop he orders from used to include a personalized note. It's very special, and he's so upset about this case that he went nonverbal when I brought it up. Fuck this. Fuck that shit. And it's so sad too because going back to the Mancells, older Mancell, Father Mancell, he started to collect Legos because it was something that he and his kids enjoyed together. And he also saw that it potentially would one day be like an investment for his family. So the fact that this source of joy and also this result of years of dedication in amassing this collection so that you could one day use it to take care of your family has just then turned into this nightmare fest.
Confirmed.
Yeah, starting out so wholesome and ending so corruptsome.
The case was indeed legitimate, but the papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said even if it wasn't me, Josh,
I know, I like that you put the logo on the podium.
It was real. However, the papers have already been served. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, And that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
That it's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of?
Yeah, and look, this sucks for the other franchise stores because they are separate, right? It's like one McDonald's.
There's one here in Logan, just saying.
For example, one McDonald's in town has nothing to do with a
So it was
separately
a
owned
franchise
McDonald's
owner
across
that's
town.
doing all
Like,
of
that's how
this
franchises
instead
work.
of the
So,
owner of...
unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs,
tolerate lawlessness.
the brand, has been totally tarnished. So the rest of these franchise stores and the owners, they have been now
Who is an
brought
owner when
down
it's a
into the mud
franchise? I hate
because
that. That's
of this
Oh, yeah.
particular Bricks and Minifigs.
Where they're at with the case. Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case gets started. Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. That's all. Thank you.
Right here, the police officer admits that he
Yeah, Ben talked to the CEO. Yeah.
is March 10th.
Yes.
On March 10th, 2026.
The CEO
Here,
fucking sucks.
Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this hole. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine.
Let's crack this case.
So now, they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
Yes.
Some
I did
other
do an
stores
action
defending Josh.
targeting a
Fuck
specific
that.
individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether the
God damn it, that's true.
would cause
Yeah, like that's literally, I was
to fear
very sad that that
individual's
is
own
something that we don't
or
get.
to give another.
The second check mark is that a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action did not scare, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As you can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being
Yeah, you know, they don't do shit when people are actually stalking a break. It's so funny to see this police department care so much about stalking and have the definition of stalking and really, really hammering
I just wanted to get
how
an auto over there.
horrible stalking is, and that's why they have to pursue action. When otherwise, they don't give a shit, especially in the cases of being stalked. And the response from the police is often, well, nothing we can do about it. If it gets worse, then maybe we can do something about it.
An ally has been
Were
slain.
using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
Enemy double kill.
Yeah, and that's how they took it over. And saying they had like a pigeon in there that was wrapped up with the leg and they smelled bad.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not reasonable. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this
We
to
can't
the
get these
police
autos
officers
on
early
these
on.
towers.
What the law says is if the
playing with
average
plebs.
person would feel unsafe by our behavior. So I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had
So every accusation is a confession.
3 hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3 hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now, I'm the one that's...
Yes, my love, I'm on stream.
Okay.
Congratulations.
This by the book.
You're pregnant. No, the Knicks one.
Oh my god, the Knicks one?
Okay, I was like, no.
You think I don't know the fucking Knicks one? I'm more bagel than thin. I'm a bacon, egg, and cheese just ready to fucking blow. Oh yeah.
Yep. What he said.
Anyway, it was a very exciting game.
Not following that up with anyway, it was very fun game. It was lovely. It was wonderful.
Team fight, huh?
A very athletic, just total athletic demonstration for it.
Everything I have is great.
How was your event? Great.
I'll be heading back to the charges.
Yeah. I'm.
Do we know what happened to the bird?
Okay, hold on a second. Bird was dropped off at the rescue where a guy named Bruce is going to be working to see if he can splint the bird's legs, and then they will keep me posted.
Goodness and hope so I'll see you later.
Okay, love you.
One question. Don't you wish you came to the Knicks?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, okay. Right.
Your attack on the cave destroyed, and this time I'm taking in.
No, interpretive dance, old witch in the woods, ugly cry, confrontational, guided meditation, bonus round, last word, surfer dude. This is too much. Will, gift and subs for the Knicks, baby.
No,
we're
you know
just
that
gonna-
you shaved your bush.
On to the next
Shave your bush.
Okay, some people who missed my, honestly, Oscar-worthy performance earlier are probably confused.
Stay out of my way.
An ally has been slain.
What the fuck?
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
A professional is always aware of her surroundings.
An ally has been slain.
Your clip has already hit the timeline. Oh god. Basically, it's a TikTok trend, and it started with this, where it's the line "you shake your bush," and then you have to deliver that line in a variety of emotions. Okay. So this is fine. Supportive, disappointed, sarcastic, flirty. Oh my god, you shaved your bush!
How many iterations?
You shaped your bush.
Someone called for a sheriff.
Enemy killing spree.
Who was it that said this feels like you're on the phone with Austin?
Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Even the smallest clue can break a case. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay.
It's your business to know what others do not. Fancy a treat?
An ally has been slain. Your
The next thing outright is a private castle obsession too.
That is the I can't carry.
Delivered. There you go. Alright, let's finish this. You need more acting? I act all the time, darling.
Well, let's see.
All the
Maybe
time.
that's what separates me from being a
Hurt subject.
all the evil days. You know,
J. Cool. J. Cool.
It's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh.
Okay, sorry, that was a really
No matter the situation, investigate.
hard pivot back into Okay.
How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that
Very,
Manson
quite a tonal shift.
had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk,
Wow.
vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
When can we watch the CoffeeZilla coverage? Surprised he hasn't made videos.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Port Police Department to unredact this so we can come back? However, what police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Frogman indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage,
Oh,
this is
Coffee
what the
did
police
do a
officer
video?
said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything certain to do with Tyler that I know.
Look at the wall.
Right now, yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit. I was gonna go, although I really wasn't gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being?
It's hard to take the chief of police is saying seriously because so far everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to
wow.
Sheldon's arrest.
Wow.
The group stated they were
God,
reporting
there's so many moments in this. And in conclusion, and what have we learned?
for a dying man. One of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of the search
Every time.
in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's report, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that
Yeah, they also mentioned multiple times the one guy was recording and I got him to stop.
lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny, because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make
Yes, if the cops were to purposefully unredact the redacted parts, I would find myself back on the side of I love the cops.
fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
Bro, you know that the chuddiest chud out there is like probably listening to this ASMR cop to go to sleep.
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping, so I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep.
I like to
and
drift off.
now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors. But part
What
3
on earth is that? Oh, okay, God. Don't show that to me. Promoted to Diamond.
Crank out
Challenge.
videos in the meantime until part 3's done.
While
But
in
thanks for all the
Mexico.
support, and let's find Brian's Legos.
Yeah. So, what have we learned?
Nothing.
Well, not necessarily learned, but reinforced. ACAB. Exactly. Cops lie. All cops are bastards. Cops never lie. No cops are bastards. ACAB and shut the fuck up. That's right.
Oh, right,
ACAB
sorry.
and
Gotcha.
shut the fuck up. All right, y'all. That is where I'm gonna wrap it for tonight. Why did Ben steal the Legos?
Why would you do
Ben, YouTuber, Reckless Ben. Ben stole the Legos. The Legos were stolen by Ben. Ben stole the Legos and then committed a bunch of crimes to hide the fact that he stole the Legos. But he, in fact, is the one who stole the Legos. It is Reckless Ben who stole the Legos and committed every single crime that you've seen be
Look
committed.
at that, we are
Stole
moving
them
explicitly
recklessly.
into the voids.
Okay. I'm gonna be at TBD on tomorrow. Normally I don't stream on Saturdays, but next week is gonna be funky since we are going to New York. And I'd like to get as many desktops as I can before then, but I have to see if I can squeeze something in with my sketch tomorrow. So, TBD. Join the Discord if you've not joined the Discord, and you want to get information on stuff like
Is
whether
this
or not
going
I'm
to
going
be
to stream.
helpful? Welcome
Caroline,
to
you are
Middle of
beautiful. Oh my
Roku
gosh, thank you.
North.
Thank you very much.
So
Yes, that's what we got, and then for sure we will have a stream on Sunday, and then yeah. Oh, I'm also not doing that Netflix Korean project because unfortunately I could not. I had to miss a couple of recording days, so they were like, we have to go with somebody else. It's like, so Monday night I will definitely be live because that was a tentative Monday night stream if I had to go record this stuff, but it's fine. It's all good. You know what was great about it is I didn't even have to audition. They just offered it to me because I've done so much dubbing at this point. So I'm sure I will have my K-drama life. I'm sure I will have another opportunity to dub a Korean show. When do you go to New York? We're taking a late flight Monday, so excuse me. I will stream Monday night and then fly to New York, and this is what you're walking into. Yo. We are actually going to be in New York at quite possibly the craziest time to be in New York. Holy shit. Oh my God. Mumdanistan. How about them Knicks? Wow. Wow. It's definitely not making me. It's definitely not making me feel jealous at all. I mean, I am going to be there next week, but
jealous as far as
hopefully we get some good things here in Los Angeles. That would be great.
Okay, so
That would be awesome.
that is it.
Meanwhile, poor Maya.
We
Poor
need
sweet
to
Maya.
around here.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna send you to, nope, that's not, spell it,
And we have
okay, not type. I cannot type. There we go. I'm gonna send you to Riverboat Jack. Have a fabulous rest of your evening and your day, wherever you are. And I will see you soon. Yay. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining me. Bye-bye.
Alright, not bad.
So, you know how we've been digging into our family history?
Yeah, so we found something that none of us really knew about.
I can explain. I was young.
What?
It was a misunderstanding.
No, our whole family can join Navy Federal Credit Union because Grandpa's a Marine veteran.
And we'll get exclusive benefits, like award-winning member service. Grandma.
Well done, kids.
All veterans and their families can join. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
At Apartments.com, we go above and beyond to make renting easier on every single level. There we go. Giving renters detailed guides on a neighborhood level, apartment community level, and unit level, allowing you to see the exact unit that you're going to be living in. But we didn't stop there. We've got renting down to the cellular level. Closer, closer. Wow. Hey, little guy. Apartments.com, the place, to find a place.
I want to skateboard.
Not bad.
DoorDash.
We love Google Fiber.
I love
So
my G Fiber.
funny
And I love the
if-
speed.
The download speed is amazing. It's super fast. It's affordable.
We've never had any outages.
With a service like this, the way it should be.
By far my favorite one I ever had.
Like crutches and everything. It's like, what, you can't walk on your own 2 feet? It's like, nah, I'm gonna just fucking use this. Get it out of here. It takes more energy to use a skateboard. It's not something easy to do. Fair. I wouldn't know though. I don't use a skateboard. Maybe I'm over perceiving. Well.
Hello! The Bricks and Minifigs investigation is coming. It's 51 minutes at this point. I've talked to everyone involved, the McNeffs, Reckless Ben, the Gormans, everybody. And honestly, I found out a lot of new stuff. Pictures no one has ever seen before. Inventories of what was there that night. But while I was doing some digging, I was leaked some footage which kind of disturbed me. And I'm not going to be able to have the chance to address it in my main video, so I want to address it here while we're editing that mammoth of an investigation. But I wanted to start by saying I am heavily involved in this whole thing. I don't want to give you the perspective that I'm saying, oh, nobody's allowed to be interested in this case. No one's allowed to ask questions. That's not what this is. I was leaked videos from inside Bricks and Minifigs stores, other locations that have nothing to do with like the Reckless Bin missing Lego collection. People are going into them trying to be vigilantes and trying to get justice, you know, by going up and harassing store employees. And in one case, I'll show you, they actually get in a physical fight with not someone from the store, not someone involved, but just a random guy who's trying to ask them to leave. it just devolves into a huge fight. And so I just wanted to talk about this. Please don't go into your local Lego store and get in a fight over this. It's not worth it, okay? Again, I am as interested in this case as anyone else. I barely slept the last few nights talking to all these people. But the kind of behavior we're about to see, I mean, guys, you're not reckless Ben, right? Let's just admit it. A lot of these people, you can just see they're trying to channel that energy, but you're not that guy. You're at the wrong store. Okay, let's start there. You're talking to the wrong people. You're fighting, physically fighting with the wrong people. These people are having a UFC match on the floor of a Lego store over another guy's Lego collection that has nothing to do with any of what you're about to see. So, anyways, I just wanted to go over a bit of this footage. There's 2 clips that I want to address. Here's the first video that I saw. I'm going to be blurring out some of this just for privacy reasons and also because there are children in some of these videos, and I just want to make sure they don't get caught up in this.
You cannot talk to children. You cannot talk to children. Not in my store. Look it up. Not in my store. You cannot talk to children. Call security. We're calling security. Call. Sir, if you are harassing our customers, they steal from people. Look at Reckless Ben's video. You are harassing.
Okay, so a guy with sunglasses and a sleeveless shirt walks into a random Bricks and Minifigs, from what it looks like, and decides to tell one of the store employees, hey, go look at Reckless Ben's YouTube channel. Go, as if he probably hasn't seen it already. And as if he has anything to do with it. I mean, I don't know, what's this guy supposed to do? Oh, gee, I saw the video, and now I'm gonna make everything right. And I'm gonna give back the collection. How does this guy know? This guy doesn't know anything. What are you doing? This looks ridiculous.
Again, if you can't, like, start requiring that franchise can speak
I swear people are using the fact that, you know, the cops have behaved awfully. A lot of people have behaved awfully in this situation to pretend it's like the day of the purge and they can live out their fantasy, going up to random store employees and saying, you work for Trump, bro.
You're working for Trump, bro. You're working for Trump.
Like, no, they literally don't. They work for a Lego reseller. I mean, let's be honest about what this is. This is crazy. But that's really not what made me make this video. The reason I wanted to make this video is the second leak I got from another store location. In it, you'll see 3 people. One, in green, he came in to confront the manager. Up here is the store manager in blue, and over here we got our white knight. So he's gonna be getting in a fight over Lego, but he didn't even work there. Like, he's gonna get in a fight trying to defend the good name of Bricks and Minifigs, which, should be clear, I think is also stupid. You should not be getting in physical fights, no matter how ridiculous someone else is being at a store, or they're trying to bring up YouTube videos. Don't get in fights. That's just kind of very silly. And you'll see that the White Knight actually is the first one to put hands on the instigator in this case. But regardless, everyone just comes out looking horrible in this.
Yeah, so these are just 2 customers having an altercation, right? Is that what this is?
Cool. Here in public, yeah. You guys are liars. Get out my store. No trespass. Hey, you call them one. Yeah, do it.
So you can hear a little bit. He starts talking about something, and then you guys are liars. And then the guy responds, look, I'm going to trespass you. The other guy laughs and goes, yeah, do it.
Get out my store. No trespass. Hey, you call them one. Yeah, do it. Let's make it it's very heavy in this fight. Why are you in my store? You're going to leave next year. Get out of here. Get up. You're going to have a serious attack.
All right, so you can see the walk up, the hero's walk up. You know, people like this always fantasize, you know, intervening. He was kind of biding his time over by the Lego section. He overhears what's going on, and he decides he's going to stroll over and make it right.
You're going to have a serious attack. You're going to have to say one, leave. Who are you? You work here? No, I don't. Who the fuck are you? I'm sure. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I do. You know what I'm talking about. Now get out. You're going to arrest something? You don't work here. I don't work here. You don't either. Yeah.
So our altercation really is one guy going, you don't work here, and the other guy says, well, neither do you. This ain't gonna find the Legos. Brian Mansell's collection ain't in the store, guys, okay? So I know we're all excited on getting to the bottom of it. But going about it this way just makes everyone in the situation look like fools. And if you're harassing people at their place of work, or you're trying to be the superhero and save your local, Lego store. It's just ridiculous.
Ow! You! Who are you? Okay. Come on.
I don't know if you could hear it. The guy's like, okay.
Okay. Come on. What do you want people to do? Okay. No. Because it's not their issue. It's not state altogether.
So I don't know if you just heard that, but he's like, oh, it's not their issue. It's the state. And the guy's like, oh, it's corporate. Again, right. Why are we doing this at a random Bricks and Minifigs franchise location? It's like being mad at the CEO of McDonald's and you go into your local McDonald's and throw over the tables. It's like, who do you think you're hurting here?
McDonald's. I'm sorry, friend.
I just wanted to speak with you. Then you leave. Who are you? You have no authority. Why don't you tell me what action? But why are you not listening? Why are you not listening to someone listening?
Jeez, everyone, stop. Wow.
I know I'm going to have to blur a lot of this. They're getting in some serious, brain damage in some of these hits here. A little CTE over a Lego store, guys. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And actually, you can kind of hear a kid at one point talking in the background, like, why are they fighting her? I mean, can you imagine getting in some giant fight, two adults, in a Lego store, mostly for kids, right? Like, that's what Lego mostly are enjoyed by. Kids, over a YouTube video about a completely different store.
No. Sorry, bitch. Fucking God.
And he's still...
Retribution's coming. Oh, justice, God, just glory.
But hear me out, though. So, like...
Get off me, fuck you.
This was given to him by Bricks and Minifigs. Not, like, leaked in any way by a concerned customer. I guess the employees can't be concerned about all of this stuff.
Okay, so pretty much from here you can see what starts to be drips of blood falling from the guy in black's face. I mean, his face is jacked up from this fight. And now the employee's just getting him some paper towels. The top of his face is bleeding up there. And yeah, because I was sent this, I wanted to address it. It really has, again, nothing to do with Brian Mansell's collection. It has not going to solve anything. So it really doesn't fit in a main channel investigation, like what, some random store footage. I just wanted to talk about it though, because again, we're working on it. It takes time, gathering all the facts, talking to everyone involved. But I wanted to call this stuff what it is. It's embarrassing. You're just another bad person in this situation if you behave like this. And even the guy who's like playing, superhero in the store, going up to the other guy and engaging and trying to put hands on the other guy, that also is just escalating things. I feel like this entire situation has been a series of unnecessary escalations. So, that's very unfortunate. Obviously, people have been wronged in this situation. I've been working behind the scenes to try to make it right. I'm going to be working on an investigation to try to lay out some of the facts. But going in like this, you're not going to find what you're looking for. At most, you're going to find maybe a little bit of brain damage, or we might all get brain damage watching you try to confront a local store employee about some drama on YouTube that you're not involved in.
Teach their own, huh? What do I want to finish saying here? If we don't want to expect franchise owners to hold their owners to account on things, let's stop calling anyone but the brand any kind of owner. This obfuscation is... There we go. Let's focus the workers. Okay, but here's the question. What about X, Twitter? Elon Musk is the CEO, right? I'm using it. Although it was also the intent to just be like, hey, this is an intent of things. Don't complain to the franchises about what the CEO is doing. Yes, this is all totally separate affairs, right? Right? What's the line of focus here? Is there any line of focus? Just, again, this is Lego stuff. This threw me off. Singular, too? Like he's saying this in plural. The fuck up, huh? Whatever.
Hi, in today's episode, we talk about the California election and rampant right-wing allegations of fraud, Scott Pelley's ousting from 60 Minutes, the tale of Bill Pulte, and Donald Trump comparing the sizes of pools to buildings.
We'll dedicate ourselves to bot lane with support and legacy.
Hi, hello, and welcome back to Even More News, the first and only news podcast. I'm Katie Stoll.
Yeah, you are. Damn it. And that's how you say it, and that's how you've always said it. Don't let anybody tell you different. Hi, I'm Cody. I'm in focus now, and I might not be really suddenly, so apologies to everybody watching at home.
Cody Johnston, who is in focus now but might not be suddenly. Apologies to everyone at home.
That's what they call me.
That's what they call you. And Jonathan is also here.
Hi. I'm in focus, but gauzy.
I'm gonna do something a little crazy, a little out of left field, a little wild. Like and subscribe, folks. I'm saying it at the top.
Yeah.
I say it at the end a lot.
Say it at the end a lot.
Those of you that make it to the end will recognize that I say it, but I'm gonna say it up top. I'm gonna say it up top. Because when you, if you like the video, more people see the video. End of story.
Those of you not making it to the end and are about to click away because you don't like it, still like and subscribe. Come on, help us out.
Just give it a like. Yeah, help us out. This is National Like and Subscribe to Some More News, Even More News Day, and
like every day.
That's how you should celebrate it. I'm going to be watching.
Thanks, Wellcat, for including
to see
us
if people
in your
like
holidays.
Okay.
Real throwback there.
Jonathan, Johnny, what are we getting into today?
We're going to talk about election rules and how votes are counted and such. So
I mean, yay.
The California primaries were on Tuesday, and now we're in the counting phase where all of the votes are counted. All of the in-person votes have been counted already, and now they're going through the ballots that were left in drop boxes and put in mailboxes, because everyone in California gets one of those. And
That's
those,
how I voted.
Yes, and those ballots take a little bit longer because those ballots have to have the signatures match to the signatures on file, and if those don't match, then the voters get 10 days to cure those ballots, and provisional ballots take longer, and there are extra points of verification, which I am told everyone really wants, because we've got to make sure our elections are secure.
We don't want any fraud.
We don't want that, no.
So
as of right now, it's a tight race in the governor's race with Republican Steve Hilton still leading with about 27%, Democrat Javier Becerra, who is the establishment Democratic pick, with 26%, and progressive billionaire Tom Steyer with 20%. And it is a similar situation for the LA mayor's race, where Karen Bass, the current mayor, is in the lead. Spencer Pratt is at 30%, a few percentage points behind her, and then Nithya Raman, who is the most progressive person in that top three, at 23%. And each vote dump is more blue than the previous vote dump, because Democrats were hanging onto their ballots until the last minute to make strategic decisions, and Republicans kind of only had one choice, really.
I have some questions.
Yes.
That you might be able to answer, you might not.
Probably, John. I don't know if folks at home, Jonathan's been answering a lot of questions online.
Oh.
People who are pretending to not know anything.
I'm at my wit's end.
I hope to not exacerbate that. If you've dropped your ballot off at a drop box, let's say 10 days prior to Election Day, do those get tallied on the day, or is that the next batch? Like everything that gets
that
put?
has been tallied already. So I dropped off my ballot a couple weeks ago. I got an email 2 days later. Your ballot has been counted. Oh, you didn't? You can contact the Secretary of State's office or the county registrar and find that out. If there was an issue, they'll contact you about curing your ballot. But yes, those ballots were counted already, but there
And
was...
if you dropped it off, let's say the day before Election Day, that might not be counted yet.
I think it depends on how many they were getting in, because the drop boxes were grabbed every single day. But if it was postmarked the day before Election Day, it might not have arrived until the day after Election Day, and then would be counted in a later batch, but would still count. What all this is adding up to is that the progressives are slowly gaining on the Steve Hiltons and the Spencer Pratts, leading people to believe that there is massive fraud going on in California elections. And as previous, we do this every 2 years.
So we do, but we don't. Like, this is the process that we go through, and we have been. But like, this happened like when it was Bassett Caruso. Like, there wasn't this whole like, oh my God, she's gaining on him, and like this is fraud. Like, there wasn't this conversation going on because people understood, and Donald Trump trickle-down fraud stuff.
Donald Trump trickle down, and the amount of bots that are paid for by campaigns to be participating in the discourse leading up to, during, and after. And I believe we're going to be learning more about the extent of that. It seems that more and more candidates keep getting accused of it. There doesn't seem to be any sort of penalizing or penalties in place for that. It's hard to know what the actual effect is, but it is about generating sentiment and the discourse, and that seems to be very, 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 very important these days, whatever people are saying on Twitter. But it's frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating that the way this is playing out is the way it always plays out in California, or
since 2020.
Since 2020. And it's frustrating when you can just point to the last several elections and see that this is what's happened. We can also note that California primary, and I'm not
difficult for me.
saying that there isn't room for improvement. It does delay the election results. I do believe in having it be accurate. I want the point of California's election rules is to allow people as much time and the possibility of voting. We want to engage voters and to incentivize them to show up and vote, to make it as easy as possible, and I fully believe in that. And it does take a while to certify things. It just does. On a personal level, we didn't mention this, I'm not going to give specifics, but I am very heavily invested in a local race where I live, between an incumbent that is MAGA and a new person that's progressive, and it is within 40 votes. So that's a real nail biter for me, and we just have to be patient. We
have to go stop the steal.
And that would suck.
You have to go.
I'm ready to stop the steal. I just I don't know what that looks like or how they would be stealing.
We could, and I can understand it's frustrating because we've become used to the media calling races right away. No one certifies their elections the night of. Everyone does it weeks and weeks later. But if it's, if the winner has enough of distance, then the AP can say, well, they're clearly going to be the winner. Decision desk can make an educated assessment. But there does seem to be an understanding among people on the internet that those are like official calls. That's like the state or the city saying this is the winner. And the way people are formulating their theories, which we can get into, which don't make a ton of sense. I really tried to just in good faith ask people, what do you think happened? You think that the Democratic Party wanted it to look like the Republican was winning for a while to tease them and then is going to dump a bunch of votes? Because if you're cheating, you just dump them at the beginning. Just dump them in earlier. That's not even to mention the fact that the Democratic Party would not want to boost the progressives in this race. They want Karen Bass to go up against Spencer Pratt, and they want Javier Becerra to go up against Steve Hilton, because those people are Republicans, which means they'll be easier to beat. Who's manipulating things here?
Right, is it the progressives that are doing the cheating?
It's the all-powerful Nikki Raman doing
no
it.
Power. The progressives are feeling pretty depressed.
These people are so incompetent and they're so terrible and they can't do anything right, but they can rig elections really efficiently? Is that
only sometimes, though, because we're going to pivot if Steyer doesn't come back and overtake Hilton, if Raman doesn't come back and overtake Pratt, I will ask all the people I've been arguing with why'd they stop cheating, and they'll say, well, we were calling them out too hard and they knew that we were going to get them, so they had to stop cheating after cheating for a week. There's no convincing people. There's no getting people to just understand the basics of how any of this works, and you can tell I'm just I'm almost upset that I've been so keyed up for 24 hours.
I mean, it's frustrating, right?
It's frustrating because also we're processing our own frustrations with the results. I feel very frustrated by the way the Democratic Party operates, especially everywhere, but in California, it's like, woof, we should be leading the way. We should be right there with New York City, especially Los Angeles. We should be, but we're not. And it is frustrating the way that this has played out. It is frustrating to understand how the Democratic Party and all the different private interest groups have lobbied behind Becerra. And I get it, Tom Steyer's a billionaire. Woof. But he's a billionaire calling out billionaires and saying the things that we want a candidate to say. And
so here's the thing. I thought that when
you don't want to vote for a billionaire, you said you're going to vote for the guy that's backed by all the billionaires.
By all the other billionaires.
That is not an original Katie thought. I've probably retweeted someone else saying it, but it is just blowing my mind. And so this has been a depressing week. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself because we're waiting for these responses, but still, just across the board, I had some amount of hope that it was breaking through, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of people here in California that are liberal in certain ways, but ultimately
they just hate homeless people. They want to grind up the homeless people and pave the roads with them. That's reductive, but there is a lot of that. It's
what do you
the
think Spencer Pratt's going to do?
round up
What do you
the.
think Spencer-
They think he's going to let them not see homeless people anymore. They don't care what happens to them. That like they just don't want to see them anymore.
Unless you're creating a concentration camp of some sort.
And he's going to make sure all the fire hydrants are fully stocked. That's what Spencer Pratt's going to do. There's going to be so much water. The fires never would have happened.
But he also really
Salt Lake,
cares
the data
about these
center,
homeless
and
people,
the
and he really wants to get them help.
concentration
But also,
camp.
they're
And
mindless, disgusting
there was a
zombies
different
that we need to
level
round up
of
and
anti-violence
kick out. But also, we care about them so much. But like, I've seen a lot of people be like, man, California, LA, like, what are you doing? Yeah, there are a lot of like rich people, like rich liberals, don't like that stuff. Like that, there's disconnect there. But it makes sense if you think about like their interests and what they want to see. It's disappointing.
Liberal
it's not
in
like
certain
surprising.
social
Yeah.
ways. Liberal in certain social ways, but at
Mhm.
the end of the day, rich want to protect your wealth, your property values. I agree. We should address the housing crisis and the horrific reality of our unhoused population and what they're living through. But to pretend that, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but to pretend that the homelessness epidemic is simply the most visible element where people are struggling with an extreme distress and having extreme mental health crises.
Instead of an injury.
It's just the tip of the iceberg.
This is something
and
that's
unless you address all of the systemic reasons why this is happening, it will continue to be a problem. There will be more people on the street that end up in dire circumstances that maybe turn to drugs, don't have the resources. And you know what? To be honest, Los Angeles, yes, it is an issue. And you know what has been happening over the last few years that has had success? Not saying it's perfect, but the outreach teams. I see them in downtown Los Angeles all the time. People that know the names of the people that are struggling, to be able to say like, hey Bill, did you take your medication today? Hey Bill, can I get you anything? Calm you down. Let me give you the resources you need. That's the only way to really address this at this point, is to have more money invested into not dehumanizing, but humanizing these people. Okay, I can stop.
And housing and because the one thing that like I don't want to make this about like Spencer Pratt or LA too much, but like hearing him talk about like, yeah, we're gonna get like, they don't need housing, they don't need this, they just need like treatment, they need to get off the drugs, and his whole thing is like, just like I want someone to ask him like, okay, if you are like addicted, if you're addicted to drugs and you're homeless, and then like, okay, we did your treatment for the day, enjoy the night on the street.
I wanted to make one more point before we move on from the election stuff, which is that a lot of MAGA people, Republicans in general, think that it's just inherently suspicious that it looks like the Republicans doing well at first, and then a blue shift starts to happen late. We already talked about how it wouldn't make sense for Democrats to plan it that way if they were cheating, whatever. But also, blue mirages happen in other states, and then there are red shifts. In Ohio, in 2020, they were counting all of the mail-in ballots first. They changed the laws because of all the mail-in ballots during the pandemic. We can count all these ballots first, and right at the beginning, it looked like Joe Biden was doing very well in Ohio before Trump started taking over, as one would expect in a red state, Ohio, and no one complained about that. No one said that was fishy. That was completely expected because Ohio's a red state. Of course Donald Trump is going to win it. And yet, in California, they can't believe that no more than 30% of people would vote for the MAGA reality TV star in Los Angeles. This is like a D plus 50 city.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of disappointment in LA and California and with a lot of the results, but also in like a week it might be like, oh, actually it's okay. We're rejecting this, but the idea that just like it's not going your way or you think it's going a certain way and then it changes and is evidence of anything is silly. Most of them know it. A lot of them are just sort of getting paid to do it. I can't count the number of quote tweets of a Kalshi or Poly Market just fucking, I don't want to say poll because that's not what it is, with like quote tweets like, oh my God, what's going on? paid sponsorship, paid partnership, all of it. It's just
no one's happier right now. Who is it? Van Swol, Matt Van Swol is doing that.
Van Swol's doing it. I saw some of the conservative political anonymous accounts I've seen.
They're not even. They don't do these guys even have? Do they even have a podcast? There's no contribution to the discourse in any way. It's just empty. They're just making money off it.
If Jonathan is on X.com replying to people, you know it's bad.
It's
really bad.
Because I feel like it's so obvious and simple, logically. So I bet if I just explained it to them simply and coherently.
They don't want an answer. They're not there for an answer.
Yeah.
They do not care. They could easily look up all of this. But I just wanted to. I appreciate
Thank you.
your frustration and your effort.
I'm a modern woman on the go. Between work, aerobics class, and fighting the corporation trying to close our community center, I barely have enough time to catch my breath before rushing downtown to watch the brand new film that just came out, Private Benjamin, starring Goldie Hawn. So, I need proven fast hydration from Drip Drop. They use science-based formulas for rapid hydration, so you feel results fast while getting 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. It works so well that it's no wonder over 90% of top college and pro sports teams use it, including, I assume, the Pittsburgh Steelers, who just won Super Bowl 14 a mere 9 months ago. That Terry Bradshaw is a real looker. Drip Drop also just released Zero Sugar Plus, a breakthrough formula with an advanced blend of 6 key electrolytes, 15 essential vitamins and nutrients, and no sugar or artificial sweeteners. There are 16 original flavors and 8 Zero Sugar Plus options, including my favorite flavor, strawberry kiwi. It's not just for workouts either. As long as you're living an active lifestyle, it's so gloriously hydrating that I bring Drip Drop with me everywhere I go in my brand new Isuzu Piazza. Right now, Drip Drop is offering podcast listeners 20% off your first order. Go to dripdrop.com and use promo code MORENEWS. That's dripdrop.com, promo code MORENEWS for 20% off. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code MORENEWS.
You catch her eye from across the art gallery. She gives you a furtive look and wanders over to a painting by some young, new abstract artist. But then she stops, puts down her Champagne glass, and turns back because she's just recognized that you're potentially saving hundreds of dollars a month on your wireless bill after switching to Mint Mobile. It's just $15 a month, you say as she approaches. Plus unlimited talk, text, and data. Fast, reliable coverage on the nation's largest 5G network. And you get to keep your same phone and number. It's all yours. Don't let anyone take it away from you. You link arms and leave together. Isn't your husband the artist we're here celebrating? You ask. But then she replies, almost at a whisper, "The wireless plan! The wireless plan! Tell me more!" You step out into the rain and give the lady what she wants, which is you saying, to get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month, go to mintmobile.com/morenews. That's mintmobile.com/morenews. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/morenews. That's it. There's no catch. And then you remember the disclaimer and say, $45 upfront payment required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on first 3-month plan only. Speed slower above 40 GB on unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for details. At this point, you're in a taxi, really giving it to this married broad. Giving information about Mint Mobile to her, respectfully. Then you go to, Chili's. And you say, thanks for the advice. I mean, you're welcome for the advice about the phone plan stuff.
Shall we talk about Scott Pelley for 60 minutes?
Scott Pelley, the reporter, worked for CBS News for nearly 4 decades. Has been there a long, long time. Very, very senior guy there. When they introduced the new executive producer, showrunner of 60 Minutes, Nick Bilton, Scott Pelley reportedly gave him a whole dressing down in front of everyone, saying he was unqualified for the position, that it was disrespectful the way they fired other reporters for, wanting to report about CCOT and what have you, and that Barry Weiss was trying to destroy 60 Minutes. So they fired him, so he's gone. They say they tried to offer him a way forward and that he didn't take it. He said there was no such offer and that, he was upset because they actively tried to inject falsehoods and bias into his stories. He's come right out and said that.
Letting politicians pick who interviews them, also, he said that they were doing.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted because I checked Twitter as we're setting this up.
Oh, don't do that. Just general.
The summary is CBS denies rumor of Joe Rogan replacing Anderson Cooper on 60 Minutes. It's Polymarket saying new Joe Rogan is reportedly being considered as a possible 60 Minutes replacement for Anderson Cooper. Bullshit.
What? I mean, it was the Austin Statesman. It was like a real report. I am sure. Here's what happened.
It was floated in some capacity.
I bet Barry Weiss said, "What about Joe Rogan?" And then any adult still in the room was like, "That's probably not a good idea." And then they moved on. But one person's like, "Well, I'm leaking this. That the moron is ruining everything."
I didn't believe it's true, but I just could not help but mention what I was seeing in front of me.
It would make complete sense that they would want him to. And
it would make sense if they want him to.
It wouldn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't make sense that he would agree to it. There's no reason he would do that. It's absurd.
But that's the kind of journalism that they want.
Oh yeah, that's why
interesting.
The ask
Jamie,
makes
can
sense.
you check that?
Yeah.
He hasn't been on a top 10 broadcast TV show in 20-some years. One did Fear Factor. And, I mean, he's used to being in there. 60 Minutes is still one of the 10 most popular shows on television, as long as primetime football isn't around. I think it shifts a lot and it becomes all football at a certain point. But 60 Minutes is still like number 6 or number 5 or number 6 every week. And they're just destroying it for seemingly no reason.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, why are they messing with it? It's very popular. It must be they want to, inject certain ideas.
Either they want to destroy it, so we just make things worse, or they want to, have their own little ideological projects.
Now Pelley's out. Maybe people will keep watching 60 Minutes. It's not just about 60 Minutes, by the way, right? I don't.
No, it's the project
tune in every week, but it is a very iconic brand in broadcast news. Obviously, indicative of what's happening to media around the country. And you still, we're going to have plenty of independent media. There's going to be really good reporters doing really good work. But you want a few of the big boys that are still around, the people with the money to do the real big investigations. You still want a few of those to be filled with real reporters, right? It feels better to know that really good reporters are still digging up stuff at the Washington Post, even though they've changed the op-ed section. But it's just okay, that's one domino that falls. That 60 Minutes is going to be gibberish now.
And if you really wanted to give the impression that you're pursuing real journalism and that there's not one viewpoint being shoved down viewers' throats, you wouldn't be firing the seasoned professionals. You would maybe add in some other voices or whatever, but you wouldn't be doing that. But we know that that's not their goal because they're literally trying to change their journalistic standards by, the things that have been mentioned by him, by people that have already been fired, is just, they want us, yes, politicians get to pick their interviewers, including counterpoints that are unverified, baseless claims. That's not journalism, that's not real reporting. We all know that. they're hoping to fool
Notice.
the general population into thinking we're still a trusted, respectable organization.
Which one's the real
We
one?
just don't fact check
For
things.
you.
It's depressing.
Let's get into a little more national news, some domestic, some appointees, some shifting around.
So,
We need to find
Donald
out.
Trump, the
Internet
president,
connected
named as his new
communication.
acting director of national intelligence following the departure of Tulsi Gabbard, Bill Pulte, who is currently his Federal Housing Finance Agency chief.
And he'll be keeping that job?
Yeah, he still has
Yes,
that
he's going to
job,
keep that job.
which is like managing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and all he's done in that position so far is dig up like fake mortgage fraud concerns about, interestingly enough, only Trump's political enemies, Adam Schiff, Letitia James, and Lisa Cook, recommending them for mortgage fraud investigations at the Justice Department that obviously go nowhere.
Oh, they went nowhere?
And so yeah, he's an interesting guy. His grandfather started the Pulte Group, one of the biggest real estate development companies in the United States. His father, Mark Pulte, builds luxury mansions in Florida and was in the bidding for a huge estate in 2004 against Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Lost that one to Trump. This is
the one.
The event.
So funny.
This is the thing that broke
supposedly broke
and Trump.
Not the lies that they say were
So
the
he's
reason.
been a long time cohorted.
Well, he was the kid of this guy.
The Florida guys. Bunch of Florida guys. You know?
He's one of these guys that is much younger than you think he is. I mean, Google. He just had a birthday, and look at how old he is.
38 years old.
He is also a huge meme stock guy and was part of like pumping GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond. Even after Bed Bath & Beyond went bankrupt, his company got involved in like riling up these people to keep buying like BBBYQ or something, like some other connected stock, to probably take advantage of them and steal their money. And there is video of him that we can show from 2 years ago where he was at a dildo slapping event where he receives a trophy. Should we watch the clip?
Yeah. Because I'm going to need a lot more information.
Yeah, I feel like I should have just not even said the setup because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, we're going to watch.
A dildo slapping event.
Well, I don't know if the event was there specific. It was for Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know if it was specifically for dildo slapping.
Do they sell
but
dildos?
no, that just happened here. So the first half of this clip, you're going to see a guy with a microphone and another guy do some slapping, and then they'll give Bill Pulte a trophy that has an interesting inscription on it.
It's a rubber duck.
Here's the first ever, man, live fucking dildo slap on the PP Live. Pulte, look at this fucking thing. All right. Come on. Harder, daddy. All right, bye. There you fucking have it. The first dildo slap in history live. So, Bill, this says Bill Pulte fucks. All right? Yeah. And then if you notice it's got a tramp stamp with a butterfly on the back.
Only the young.
One ass cheek set. Yes, it does say only the young on the back here. Only the young, December 14th.
That looks pretty badass.
We have a mushroom stamp on the head of it, and Bed Bath on one cheek, and GME. Oh fuck. GME on the other.
I got too excited there.
What is this event?
It was for all the Bed Bath & Beyond meme stock people.
Are these?
Why are you? There's dildos. There's only
there was
for
one
the young.
that we know of.
What?
Are these guys
swearing?
pathetic losers?
Yeah.
Put in front of Brian.
And he was the king. Did you notice the guy's microphone had Pulte written on it?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It's just these kinds of guys and like meme guys doing their little like, yeah, bro, isn't this like, oh my god, it's just, I don't know, 20-year-old Reddit humor. And again, I don't think that was the first ever dildo slap live. Not true.
The trophy.
That's not true.
The trophy's concerning.
Yeah.
Why would
the fact that he said it
also.
He's like, I want to make sure everyone here knows what this says.
I thought he was saying that's pretty bad, but he said that's pretty badass.
Pretty badass. Fuck some like 'em young.
Only
young. Maybe he's got a birthday card from the president as well with a nice little drawing and a poem. It's just all these guys. But I want to pull back. So like, okay, this memes guy. This is Bed Beyond Fannie Mae. Okay, so step back. And he's being appointed as what?
The Director of National Intelligence. So he is overseeing the CIA, the NSA, the FBI count in there.
Okay, so I don't know that they gave Tulsi much actual work to do during this administration. I don't know. But what? This is just so wild.
Makes perfect sense.
I mean, it makes perfect sense for this administration, but it does underscore that loyalty to Donald Trump is far more important than experience, intelligence,
basic decency.
Basic
knowledge of the.
Again, he does love to just pile up the job titles on one person. You're like, hey, you can do 5 different jobs.
But only for 210 days, right? He's only got because it's like interim. It's like a temporary position because otherwise you would have to get him confirmed by the Senate.
He would not get confirmed. Many Senate Republicans think this is a joke. He's completely unqualified for the job, even if he's just like a super loyal Trump guy who's trying to go after the enemies. So he gets, but interim, you get like 210 days before you need Senate confirmation.
I'm sorry, that is too long. That's way too long for an interim position.
Trump is going to appoint Todd Blanche to be full-time Attorney General. He's only been in that job interim for 2 months. But he must just think he's doing such a bang-up job with the, like, yelling at people on TV or whatever it is.
That's all he wants.
I would like to bring up one more thing about Bill Pulte, if I may.
Please.
You have permission.
This went under the radar last November. But Reuters reported that he hired a Detroit restaurateur named Mark Zarkin to act as a consultant for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, despite not having any experience in the housing sector. And that guy Zarkin was a registered sex offender until his felony conviction was mysteriously vacated at some point in the past. Reuters doesn't know.
How do they not know?
It's completely unclear what this guy did for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He denied to Reuters having ever been employed by them. This guy's also been accused of trying to bribe Trump to pardon someone he knew in New York. So
the restaurateur.
The restaurateur. So Pulte is not just trying to go after Trump's political enemies. He is doing the same garden variety corruption, just trying to funnel money to his buddies, as Kristi Noem was doing and all these other folks.
As all of them do.
Just a pure criminal.
The method, that's the thing that they do.
How fun for all of us.
This is so stupid. But you know what's stupider?
So much. I can't even get
so much. But specifically some of the things the president said recently.
Yes.
Okay,
if we'd like to have a little fun, I can't. The list of things that this guy has been involved in and where he comes from and how many jobs he already has and him being appointed to this position is just too. I don't want to talk about real news anymore.
Here's Trump on a podcast.
We have 325 to 350 million people, and you would think that we would have some great ones. We do have great ones, but they don't seem to be chosen by the Democrats. And of course, the Republicans has one of the finest intellects in the history of our country. It's the cream to the top.
Okay, so he's dying. He's dying soon, then, right?
Oh shit! I didn't realize it was that bad.
He's not doing so great.
Good.
Doesn't sound very.
He doesn't sound good. No, he doesn't.
I mean, he came back because he was gone almost a week because of whatever treatment he gets.
Oh, no, because he likes taking the tests. Dr. Oz said he takes all the tests because he likes getting the results, which are good.
When you're a president, you got tons of time, so you're like, hey, give me the cognitive test they use to see if people have dementia. I'd like to take it again.
These days, that's the only place he can go to relax. Just like put his feet up for a minute.
Did he just remember the number that comes at the end of the 99 multiplied by 12 subtract 30? Did he remember that and just give that answer in subsequent?
Oh, so he just knows. I mean, he just like writes it on his hand.
I got it. Yeah, he's going in there. It's an elephant.
Oh, that's why his hand looks like that. It's just ink. It's just ink just spilled over his hand so much.
He's smudging the drawing of the llamas that he's like, there's 3 llamas, it's got 2 humps. No one knows exactly. There's a lot of speculation about what's wrong with him. I guess his he used to take Propecia for hair loss, and that was like lowering his levels of some prostate hormone. I don't know the details on this, so I'm sorry. And now those levels are elevated, and so
he's no longer taking
everyone's like, is he not taking Propecia anymore, or is he still taking it and he has prostate cancer? Which wouldn't be odd. Most men, if they live long enough, get prostate cancer. So it wouldn't be something to be ashamed of, certainly. He's getting some treatment done once a month. That's making it real messed up.
Something.
Oh, boy.
But he is, I mean, as he said, he is one of the most outstanding intellectuals in U.S. history. Do we have a little bit of recent evidence for that we can watch?
We talked about that clip for several minutes, and I forgot that he had said that because I was just so focused
on how he said it. Yeah.
All right, let's see this one.
All right, this was not the pre-tape. This was not the Pod Force 1. This is him in the Oval Office at his like I'm alive press conference.
his regular, semi-regular I'm alive still meeting.
They just had this done. You're getting a first glimpse, but that's your size compared. So those are among the tallest buildings in the world, including the Empire State Building, World Trade Center, Sears Tower, Chicago. So if you lay it on its side, you take 2 or 3 of them to fill it in, because the width is almost 200 feet wide.
I can't. This is... Okay.
This is staggering.
This is staggering, and not for what people think. So people online getting passed around, and a lot of the responses like, you guys are idiots. He obviously knows that it's a pool, not a building. Why is it on a chart? This is like somebody made it for their 5th grade presentation in social studies kind of situation, just big old font. It is so laughable. There should be some clown music playing underneath it.
I thought it was AI when I first saw it. I thought it was fake.
It seems fake. It is shocking. It could be in a comedy TV show, except that things are beyond parody. But I'm sorry, I know you don't think that this is standing straight up, but what is the point of this chart? To find out that the pool that you didn't build or design.
Compare it to runways. Just like put like roads. We've got highways that go so far.
What's the metric by which we compare the length of a hole dug in the ground to a skyscraper? Also, I looked it up. The Empire State Building there includes the antenna up top, but the Sears Tower doesn't. So there's a lack of consistency in this graph, and the Sears Tower should be ahead of the Empire State Building.
He just had it done. John. Let's not be,
Who did they pay to make it? What was their salary?
I'm sure Stephen Chung was told, I need a poster board, go down to Staples, make me a thing that says our pool is bigger than skyscrapers, which I said sounds like a Modest Mouse song. And we're going to show it. We're going to show it to everyone
Blue Sky tweet?
on TV. Yeah, it's one of my. That's why I say them again to you.
Yeah, awesome.
Everything I say on this show is just something I've tweeted on Blue Sky that I am now saying to you.
It's funny. It's so stupid. I don't again. What's the point? We all know it's stupid. The pool is more than 100 fucking years old. It was built more than 100 years ago. What is your point, sir?
Our pool is bigger than skyscrapers. Okay, right? There's more acreage in the rose garden than there are jelly beans in the jar. Okay.
The White House has a greater square footage than those buildings have.
Top-wise.
Top-wise, yeah, just the one. So think about that.
The White House greater square footage than these buildings have.
We don't have to watch a clip, but he's just been full of bangers this week.
Yeah, he's really going for it.
Also
It's really
floating
doing it.
the idea of maybe leaving the cage match setup indefinitely. I do think he was joking.
I know, and we have to assume he's joking, but also we can't. But like, the way he said it wasn't the way he says some of his jokes. Like, he said it in a very, like, thinking about it kind of way. I've seen him joke about those kinds of things, and this didn't seem like that. But also, it just seems like a metaphor for him. He's just moving in. He's moving in, and he's never leaving. And that is what he's communicating by all of this stuff. Look, our pool is so long. Look at how tall it could be if we moved it that way, and then the water fell out. It's just so...
Someone should ask him. But if it was a skyscraper, wouldn't all the water fall out? Just to see what he said. I feel like I don't.
Oh yeah, I never thought about that. That's a really good point, actually. Like,
I can get our guys on that.
He would think it's a good point.
Oh, hi there. I saw you come in, and that's why I'm talking to you. I have to tell you about this game-changing product I use before a night out with drinks. It's called pre-alcohol. I know what you're thinking. Something that comes before alcohol? Sounds tough, but actually, if I'm going out with friends to enjoy this new drink they're calling a pina colada, because it's in the past, or it's in the present, but it's pina coladas are new in my world. I can have a pre-alcohol probiotic drink by Z-Biotics to leave myself feeling fresh and jubilant the next morning. As the new official Z-Biotics jingle based on the verbatim required ad text goes, Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink alcohol, it gets converted into a toxic byproduct. In the gut, it's a buildup of this byproduct. Not dehydration that's to blame for rough days after drinking. 'Cause pre-alcohol produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Just remember to make pre-alcohol your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly. Tomorrow you'll be fine. That's, we all know that jingle. Since I started using pre-alcohol, I don't wake up feeling like a floppy disk anymore. Instead, I feel like a floppy disk is the only kind of disk that exists now in my world. So I'll need something firmer and more alert and focused. Go to zbiotics.com/more news to learn more and get 15% off your first order when you use more news at checkout. Z-Biotics is back with a 100% money-back guarantee. So if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. So remember to head to zbiotics.com/more news and use the code more news at checkout for 15% off. You don't know the jingle? I did it how it goes. This isn't a piano!
There are so many other things that we could talk about that we're not going to. I mean, Todd Blanche says that the slush fund is officially over.
Trump wasn't saying that, though.
Trump wasn't saying that, but Trump and his companies and his children seem to still have immunity from future tax audits, which is making me so angry. We'll see if that stands. So wild, because obviously that's the real gift for them. moving forward. That's what they really want. But also, Todd Blanche says that the slush fund is officially over, but apparently won't commit that to writing in any capacity. And so now the Senate is moving forward to try to do something to prevent him from reopening that or trying that again, I guess.
Yeah, they blocked it earlier today because it also they want to stop it because a bunch of Senate Republicans do too, but it included the ICE funding in that same package, so they're trying to, all that stuff.
So at least they're on it, and I trust them to be on it. The House voted 215 to 208 to take away Trump's war powers in Iran.
Very good. Even if it's symbolic and it won't work, it's going to have to go to the Senate and back and forth, and who knows how that'll go, or if they'll even pass it on. He'll veto it. It'll be a whole thing. But good that they're at least performing the idea of their fucking job and doing this. So, thanks to those, four Republican congresspeople.
Yeah, 4 Republicans.
But you know what the American people do want and are waiting for? The Kushner-Ivanka Island.
So I've got a question for you guys. Is it the same island?
Epstein Island, yes.
Epstein Island. I don't know.
What? No, I don't know.
So now there's 3 islands. Okay. There is first this island that Ivanka and Jared are coming to build out, or what have you. But then there was this other story that I wasn't sure if it was the same or not. The Albanian coastline where he wants to develop the resort. Are these separate or same?
The AP says the venture spans an abandoned island, which I think is that, and a nearby stretch of seafront on Albania's southern coast. So it is all one big
It is one thing.
but there's two different
pieces of land, basically.
I'm working on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no
very-
power on this island. You're building everything from scratch, correct?
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since. And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it.
There's so much to be said about this. Apparently, this is an abandoned Russian satellite Cold War installation. There's tons of underground tunnels, like 3,600 individual bunkers, like an underground movie theater, hospital, all this stuff. But it has been uninhabited because it's also part of a conservation, an environmental conservation. So the Albanians are protesting because all of a sudden the Kushners are involved and all sorts of regulations get thrown out. And it's just wild. It was a protected space that now it's not for these people to come and develop into a luxury resort.
It's absurd. They should. It's so stupid. And I mean, I feel like 3 weeks ago there's this tough piece, sort of like publicity tour of her talking about like mindfulness and like spiritual awakening and like really focusing on like family and mindfulness and presentness and this sort of thing. And her version of mindfulness and like stripping down yourself is a $1 billion private island for her and her family. Like, what are you talking about?
What else are they going to do with that money, Cody?
Oh, no, you're right. I couldn't think of another thing. No, you're right. You're right.
But it doesn't mean she's not spiritual. She did explore that island barefoot.
That's true.
That doesn't get much more
Feeling the
spiritual
water
than
breathing
that.
shows, yeah. That's right.
They discovered it themselves.
They discovered it with their bare feet.
Like the family discovering the Lost World in the Lost World Jurassic Park.
Or the beach that makes you old.
Or the beach. Oh my goodness. If only they had discovered.
Oh, I wish they found the beach that makes you old.
If they were just to go live in those underground bunkers, I'd be like...
I don't know. I feel like in the last week and a half, Trump found that beach. He was on it for a while. Came back. Now he's like, well, I think everyone picks stupid people as president, except for you. He might die in an Aaron Parkway. Like, he fell asleep today again at one of their things. Like,
he might die during his Freedom 250 speech.
We'll all be watching.
You know what? I got a new thought. I don't think we're respecting the president's sleep schedule here. We need to start having press conferences and doing interviews at like 2 a.m. When he's fired up and tweeting. And let the man rest at 11 a.m.
It's true.
He needs to sleep sometime, and you guys keep pestering him with your little piggy questions during nap time.
With your 9 to 5, you guys are all like buttoned up, you automatons, walking through the world, clickety-clack.
Cosmopolitan lib commies with your normal schedules.
Schedule some 2 a.m.ers for him, and maybe we get some different flavor. Get him off of the internet.
I want him to be wearing like a nightgown, a little cap.
With his little candle.
It's the guy he thought he was going to end up as in COVID. Who visits him? What's that guy's name?
Chera.
Oh, Stan Chera, yes. Instead of Jacob Marley, it's Stan Chera.
Oh, Stan Chera, no! Yeah.
I thought about bringing up the screw worms.
We'll talk about the
in the
screw worms
United
in the
States.
future.
We're going to talk about it another time.
We'll talk about the screw worms.
I can't, but...
I know.
The worst.
It's bad. It's cutting. Doge has doomed us all.
So this is doomed us all. There's too much. But we had some fun here today. And guess what?
What?
I already asked you to like and subscribe.
That's right. So
I
don't
have
do it
to
again.
Do it again. But I will remind you that I am watching. My Erica Curry.
It's pretty good. Erica
This is
Kirk at
my
the end of Sunset Boulevard.
Hey, listeners, viewers, we love you very much, okay?
I'm here today with Haley Rawl of the Girls Camp podcast, and we are talking about Mormons and ex-Mormons in California. You all might have seen that Hulu recently announced a new spin-off of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, and this will be in the OC. And I think all of us were very perplexed to realize that not all the women in the show even are Mormon or have even ever lived in Utah. Then on a more personal level, Haley here recently moved to Los Angeles, so we're here in her home. And so we're going to talk about the OC, the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives OC, but we'll also talk about Haley's recent move to California and what that's meant for her deconstruction and leaving the Mormon church. So Haley, thank you for coming on.
I'm so excited. I have so many thoughts on all of this, so I can't wait to get into it.
I wanted to hear just your initial gut reaction when you saw the cast lineup of the new show.
Yeah, I was very much like watching as, you know, things like slowly were getting leaked, and I was seeing some names that I was like, could that even be real? That has to be a rumor, because why? For example, Bobby Althoff seems like the most random to me to be in this particular lineup. And so when it was officially announced, and a lot of the things I had seen, like things that had been leaked were true, I understand, I think, why they've gone this way, like the producers. And yet, I do think that I was trying to check myself because I'm curious how you have felt about it. I didn't want to be like gatekeeping Mormonism, right? Because we know how that feels on the other side of it. As an ex-Mormon who talks about Mormonism and people are like, well, you know, you left the church, why can't you just leave it alone? That feels very gatekeepy to me of like the Mormon experience. However, I do think there is something to be said about having a show called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, Orange County in this case, and have multiple kind of starring members of the cast not be Mormon or Mormon adjacent at all. And I think the reason it bothers me personally, or the reason I see like any sort of even reason to talk about it, is because I think that it kind of dilutes the maybe even like the problematic element of Mormonism. It makes Mormonism like an aesthetic as opposed to what I think Mormonism actually is, which is like a really big force and has a really big impact in people's lives. And so just to kind of be like, well, we're just going to call like young moms Mormon, it feels like we're missing like a really key point to what Mormonism like actually does to people.
Yeah, I completely agree. I remember I saw it in a Reddit thread and it was like a carousel of all their faces, and I thought it was like a shitpost basically, because I just thought it was not real. And then I started Googling, like, is Bobby Mormon? Like, I'm kind of like, how could I have missed that? And she's obviously not. And Avery Woods is not and has never been Mormon. I've also seen people talking about the original lineup of the show, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, and trying to cast. There's another woman who is Mormon and she's an influencer, but she's not a mom and she's never been married. She's a single woman, and they were like, well, she's not. It's Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And same with like the Real Housewives franchise. They've had people who are like very powerful business women. It's not like they're housewives. So I do feel like it's kind of franchising the show and turning it into like young hot women who have kids, I guess. Maybe not even married or have kids, just young hot influencers who are women. It's almost so bizarre to the point that it feels like they're just making Mormon of just a vibe. I get a Mormon energy from you.
Yes.
And I think that does pull back the accountability from what the church actually is and how it does impact real women in their lives versus just like a Mormon is anyone who's married with children, or maybe even just divorced with children.
Yes. I feel like the only thing that I'm like, maybe they're wanting to play into the Mormonism in the sense of let's get some really Mormon members of the cast, which they do have, and then let's get some people who are like not associated with it and make Mormonism somehow this plot point, right? Of like, how is Avery Woods going to interact with Macy's sister, you know? I don't think they will, though. This is kind of one of my beefs with the original franchise, which they dabble a little bit here and there. And, like, obviously there are many plot points that are, like, Mormon adjacent because these women are so steeped in Mormonism, whether they've left or not. But I feel like they're not just, like, pulling the Mormonism into the light. And I wonder why, and I wonder if there's, like, considerations of, you know, we know the Mormon Church is now suing John DeLynn of Mormon Stories for copyright infringement or trademark or whatever. And I wonder if they're like trying to play some sort of like polite game with the church. I don't know. But I think it actually could be interesting to have a group of women, a group of friends who are in a somewhat similar phase of life, have some of them be very devout Mormon and some of them be not Mormon at all, if that is like explored.
Yeah.
But
or yeah, maybe if it's like the non-Mormons are helping the Mormons like learn about being in the outside world or something.
Yes.
Or like, let's go to a coffee shop together. Or maybe the Mormons are trying to like introduce like, this is what it is to be like a traditional wife or something. Like, yeah, I do think that play would be really interesting. But I do feel like because the most prominent cast members are not Mormon, and then the low, like some of the women who were cast only have like 5,000 followers on Instagram, which is kind of almost not even, you're not even an influencer at that point, whereas some of them have whatever 4 or 5 million. It just means I think that the show is going to focus on the non-Mormon women much more than the Mormon women,
Yes.
because they're going to go with kind of like Taylor Frankie Paul, like they're showing who has the audience the most.
Exactly.
The most famous person in the show.
And then they like had to kind of find active Mormons who were willing, and that's who they could find is a little bit what it feels like. And that's not even to disrespect I don't know the women that are Mormon at all, but it does seem strange that the like really big name people, it's almost like, yeah, the bigger name people are the ones who have like the least amount of Mormon adjacency. Although I will say, I've interviewed Aspen Ovard on Girls Camp, and she was baptized, actually, kind of like randomly. Like, she doesn't even really consider herself like that she was Mormon or ex-Mormon, but she did grow up in St. George, Utah, and she did marry an ex-Mormon, or like he was Mormon and left the church. So I think she has maybe more Mormon like adjacency than people realize. And I will defend people who like didn't necessarily, like, didn't grow up Mormon, but grew up in a very heavily Mormon population or pocket, which St. George, Utah absolutely is. I'm like, she counts to me. But yeah, again, I doubt, I mean, maybe I'll be wrong, I doubt we're going to be delving that much into, like, Aspen Ovard's Mormon unpacking.
Yeah, well, and that's what I feel like the first season of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives by far was the most Mormon, like Mormon forward. There were whole scenes that were about baby blessings and garments, and I feel like that is probably why the show had such viral success at the beginning, was that they did lean more heavily into Mormon-specific issues. And then I feel like with each season, Mormonism is like the punchline of the joke. It's like, oh, I have my swig because we can't have coffee, LOL. And it's like, that's the extent of the investigation we get into what this religion is. When I watched the first season, I actually really enjoyed seeing them kind of discuss and dissect what it is to be Mormon. And I feel like almost, maybe it's because Hulu's trying to be polite. Maybe it's because the girls started being like, I don't want to go there. I'll renew for a second season, but only if we're not going to talk about XYZ or something. But whatever it is, it's slowly but surely become further, like, more and more removed. And to find the Mormon elements, you do have to have, like, someone like us who can pick up on it and say, the reason they're at that location is because of this, or the reason that product exists is because of this. But it's not like a non-native audience could pick up on those things.
Yes, and I feel like it's particularly unfortunate because I feel like these women, when the show first aired, I mean, they were influencers, yes, but they were like mommy influencers. And I feel like many of them have had significant shifts in their faith as their lives have blown up. And that is such an interesting thing to me. I would love to hear more about what it's like to all of a sudden be exposed to so much more. We've had little glimpses. Whitney, who is no longer going to be on the show, Whitney Levitt, she did an interview somewhat recently where she was like, she didn't address it head on, but she was kind of like, things are changing for me. She lives in New York now. That would be, I think, a fascinating journey to follow. And it just seems like they just don't want to do it. I always wonder, like, maybe I'm the only one who gives a fuck because I'm ex-Mormon. Like, I don't know if people even care about that in the way that I care about that, or people who have, like, some sort of adjacency care about it. Maybe they were like, they played into the weird cultural quirkiness, and then just like, now people just want to watch it like a reality show. I don't know. But to me, their Mormonism is so rich that I just feel like there's so much on the table that would be interesting to dig into.
I feel like the biggest criticism I saw about the OC version of the show is that they didn't cast Mormons. It's like, most of the comments were, the reason we found this so compelling is because we got to have like a little bird's eye view into what this culture is. And now they're not even in Utah, which is the heart of the Mormon church, and they're also just like not Mormon. And some of them, because I do feel like if you've lived in Utah, if you've grown up around Mormons, maybe you married into a Mormon or ex-Mormon family,
Utah.
you probably do have
She's in Colorado.
Interesting things or angles that you could talk about with your connections. And the Aspen interview was very interesting. I'll link it below. But I feel like by comparison, it does start to feel like when Mormon is like a brand of reality TV, it is stepping away from what I feel like made the show interesting to begin with.
What
And
made the show
it makes it feel like,
to begin with?
unless Bobby is gonna get baptized on camera.
So you want to see people getting converted into
maybe
a
they're gonna
cult
convert.
unironically?
I highly doubt it. Then why?
Fucking Bloodsport.
Then what is the
Then why?
Yeah.
Like, get Bobby at like a family home evening at one of the Mormon girls' houses. Like, I would watch that. That's interesting. I want to see that. But I think it's mostly going to be like Bobby's life and Avery Wood's life, and that's fine. But it isn't Mormon.
Yeah.
I've seen people even say like it's not even OC. I think Avery might live in LA, which
are not OC.
Yeah, which some of that I'm like, okay, you guys, like the relative idea is there, but I do think, again, like, I'm trying not to be that way with the Mormonism, but I think to your point, it almost feels like I've kind of had this feeling more and more lately, I think, as Mormonism has gained such traction in like media and pop culture, where I'm almost like, okay, but the voices who should be speaking on these things and representing these things, like, should be people who, like, at least know what they're talking about, you know? Like, and again, that's maybe my own, like, gatekeeper-y feeling as an ex-Mormon of being like, no, I experienced these things, so it feels a bit bizarre, to have someone just kind of be like, oh, Mormonism is trending, so let's just, like, ride that out as far as we can.
Yeah, and to know Mormonism is trending, but to not even find Mormons. Like, there's a lot of Mormons, so it's not like there's a shortage, and there's not even a shortage of, like, influencers.
That's why I would be very interested in, like, a behind the scenes of the original idea for the show. I just wonder if it's maybe really hard to get really active Mormons, like, willing to be active Mormon on the internet, because I think we've even seen with Mormon influencers, now it seems like more and more influencers who are Mormon are not talking about the Mormonism. There's a lot of Mormon influencers who, like, they're influencing Mormonism, but a lot of influencers who used to talk much more, I think, about Mormonism, they don't anymore because it's not good for the brand.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because we see Bobby embracing Mormon, but we see Ballerina Farm who, like, never talks about it. And it's so confusing because we know behind the scenes, like, from whether it's the article that was written that was kind of like a little bit of an expose. I'll also link that below. Like, that showed at least one angle of how Mormon they are. And we know they obviously go to church all the time, and it's like so strange to see the devout Mormons want to conceal it, and that now these, like, famous women who have had big guests on their podcast and have large followings are like, now I want to be associated with them.
You're so right. That is a really interesting flip, because I have been noticing that more and more, especially Mormon influencers who then start businesses, and it's almost like the capitalistic desire, like, starts to outweigh the, like, missionary desire, where I think they really realize, like, Mormonism is somewhat controversial, at least somewhat controversial, and so it's like, you know, if we want to sell our protein powder, Ballerina Farm, then we're gonna, like, kind of rein in on the Mormonism, or they're trying to appear like just more Christian or religious generally, and it's like, are they Mormon or are they not? But you're right, then you have, like, an Avery Woods character who's like, sure, I'll be on a show called Mormon Wives and be, like, very explicitly connected to Mormonism. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think watching the show and realizing too, like, I've had, you know, conversations with reporters and stuff about the show, and they're like, oh, do you think it's making Mormonism look cool, and that, oh, these women live these, like, privileged, happy lives with all these babies, and they're so beautiful. And I was like, I think what's interesting about that point is that we see almost every woman on the show now having gained more success and money, like, trying to exit. Like, Whitney, it's not like Whitney is living her best life and doubling down on Mormonism and staying in Utah and having another child. Rather, instead of choosing to do that route, she is moving to New York. She's, like, stepping back from the church. Same with Taylor, making her post and stepping back from the church. Jesse was already, like, kind of trying to leave the church.
Jen has done the same thing.
Jen is moving to California. Like, I feel like when all of them are getting success, they are also trying to do the thing where they start stepping back. And so as much as someone might say, like, oh, it's making Mormonism look sexy, like, they are taking their ticket and trying to get out. They're not trying to double down. And so I think that that's another little piece of proof in my mind that as much as other people might look at the show and be like, oh, they're making Mormonism look glamorous, and, like, the women who are in it are trying to leave.
Yes, and I think I go back and forth on this too, because there is part of me that's like, okay, is this, like, normalizing is the best word that I can think of Mormonism, in the sense of, like, okay, we're seeing these, like, women live their lives and they have their kids and their marriages, but, like, are people understanding, like, the underpinnings of the Mormon church and the problematic elements of the Mormon church? And is it maybe, like, putting a face to Mormonism, where now people are going to associate Mormonism with, like, hot women and swig, as opposed to Joseph Smith and polygamy, you know? And at the same time, I actually think the show, especially for those who have, like, continued to watch through the seasons, it's dark. And a lot of the dark themes that have ended up being explored in the show I think, and again, maybe this takes someone like who knows it to kind of like point it out, but I think are very rooted in Mormonism and Mormon culture. We're seeing divorces happening because these people got married so young and had kids so young, and now all of a sudden they're having to navigate divorces and their kids are having to navigate that. So there is part of me too, which is like, I'm sad that that's happening in these people's lives, of course, but I'm like, oh, maybe we're seeing on such a big stage like the repercussions of things like having pressure to get married young, having pressure to have kids young.
Toxic men.
Yes. Exactly what Mormonism does to men. I mean, dad talk is like the most hated group of men ever to grace reality television. And I'm like, yeah, this is like somewhat typical for men who were raised Mormon or in Utah or Utah Mormon. And so to me, I'm like, I think that's kind of a good thing that people are seeing that. And there's also this other thing where maybe, depending how in depth you've gotten into that whole universe, people might just be like, oh, Mormonism is just dirty sodas, when obviously there's much more than that.
Sweet, it'll kill you. Yeah.
Sweet but toxic.
I feel like especially Michaela's storyline, not that it's a storyline, like it's her real life. Like Michaela's life story, where she is abused as a child, then when she's still a minor, her husband, her boyfriend, who is much older than her, impregnates her, and now she has all these children, and she's going to therapy to work through all of this, and she doesn't want to be intimate with her husband. I'm like, this is a very Mormon story. And I don't know that everybody would like see it. They might just see her story and say like, that's a hard life she's lived, and maybe not connect it back to like what parts of the church are contributing to the story for her. Now, before we continue the interview with Haley, I just have a few questions for you all, because maybe you have an annual checkup that you've been putting off for years, or maybe it's a biannual dental cleaning that's been 9 months in the making. You can get that appointment booked today, and you can do it right now while I'm talking entirely online with today's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc lets you book appointments 24 hours a day and complete a booking in just minutes. Their free app and website lets you search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors across 200-plus specialties. You can filter providers easily by specialty, distance, accepted insurance, patient ratings, and more. Once you find the right doctor, you can see their available appointment openings, pick a time slot that works for you, and click to instantly book a visit. With ZocDoc, you can also get appointments fast, often within 24 to 72 hours, and you can even get same-day appointments. ZocDoc is a huge time saver that makes it possible to care for your health on your schedule. That's why the next time I need a doctor's appointment, I'm picking ZocDoc. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and scan this QR code, or go to ZocDoc.com/Grenfell to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Grenfell, ZocDoc.com/Grenfell. This message is sponsored by ZocDoc. One of my questions was, if you were like the producer of the show, and you were making something like this, what would be your dream version of the show?
I would love for them to
The backlash
make
to this
Mormonism
show is so
the core of the
valid.
drama,
Can you imagine
honestly. And this is as someone, when I left,
wives
well,
to
actually,
Orange County,
when I stayed in the Mormon
California,
church,
of
I
all
had a whole
places?
friendship breakup over Mormonism, specifically. So many people have friendship breakups. They have family breakups over some person feels differently about Mormonism than the other person, whether that's entirely leaving or just relating to it differently. And I know that these women have thoughts and feelings about it, because you do, you're going to. And to me, that would be such like authentic, real, I mean, I'm using the word drama within this genre, but I'm like, let's have these women talk about it. Let's have Macy, she seems the most conservative, like, let's press her on it. Like, how do you actually feel about gay people getting married? You say you feel okay about that. Okay, well then why do you have a temple recommend? And have one of the women ask her that, because that's a question that people who are in mixed faith relationships with Mormons, that they wonder, and that people end up having to talk about. And I think, we've talked about Secret Lives of Mormon Wives OC. I actually am surprised. I always caveat this, like, I'm not pitching myself for this because it maybe will sound like I am. I'm surprised that they haven't considered a more vocal ex-Mormon as someone who would kind of like press people a little bit of like, okay, like, you're taking your kids to church, like, are you worried about this or that? Because to me, that's going to create really interesting conversations and bring up a lot of emotions.
Yeah, to my knowledge, and I feel like we would know that they don't have like a consult that's like a Mormon.
I don't think they do.
Which, I mean, in the first season, they're showing all that stained glass. It's like you can already tell they don't have someone. And I know that other shows, like Under the Banner of Heaven, Lindsay Hansen-Park was one of the consults, like telling, like explaining things. And she told me when she helped with the temple scene where they are showing the endowment, and she said that whenever they had everybody set up and she entered, that they had planned on it being, they thought that the rows were like a "Here Comes the Bride," and that she was gonna walk down the aisle, because that's like what the normal non-Mormon mind goes to when they see like these rows and this thing at the front, and there's like a big what is it called?
The altar.
Yeah, there's the altar at the front. So, and she had to explain to them, and she gives them the whole like, this is how it works, and knowing that other shows do that, knowing that other shows have someone, whether it's a Mormon or an ex-Mormon who is the consult, who's explaining like, this is how people talk, this is how people like, you know, we should press them here because this is a big part of the culture. Like, I feel like we would know if someone was doing that, and maybe they're just saying the girls are. I guess the girls got a producer credit, so maybe they're saying that the girls.
But then the girls were all like, "Well, we couldn't control anything." It seems like that was their reaction when everyone was like, "Get dad talk off." They're like, "Yeah," and everyone was like, "Well, can't you say something to them?" Yeah, it is interesting, and I don't know on like production. It doesn't seem like there's someone doing that job, and again, that just goes back to it seems like that's not what they think the point of the show is.
Yeah,
which is fine.
Which can feel, which is why coming from a very devout Mormon upbringing, which is why it feels so almost insulting to be like. If you're going to do it, please do it well.
Yes. Insulting at worst and like just missed opportunity at best.
So true.
I genuinely think that is a really big part of Mormonism. This genre feels so correct for exploring what Mormonism does to interpersonal dynamics. And even the original iteration of the show, we do see Mormonism's impact on their life stories. The closest to it was the baby blessing in season 1, when I think Jessie got uninvited because she wasn't Mormon.
Yeah, it was the Saints and Sinners.
Yes,
thing.
that thing. So they tried. And maybe it just didn't pan out with, who knows how they pull strings behind the scenes, and it didn't feel
Or
worth
even
it.
like Jessie brought the flask to the hot tub.
Yeah, you're right. There was.
Zach's mom.
There was.
It's pissed off. Yeah, I feel like we know that they can do that, and maybe it's just that the girls were like, hey, this was too... Like, there's a scene where they start talking about the temple in one of the, I think, season 2 or 3, and Macy just, like, starts, like, looking at her phone, and she's, like, texting. You get all this context that you know behind the scenes they're discussing contracts. How much is everyone getting paid? How many episodes? How much do you know, like... So you know that behind the scenes... that maybe there was such a massive cultural blowback over this that for season 2 they were like, look, we can talk about Swig,
but we're not going to get into Temple.
And maybe if something happens, like I feel like maybe if something happens organically, they like let it. They're like, all right, talk if you want to talk, but maybe it's just less contrived than it was the first season.
Yeah, and that's interesting to think about with the Utah versus California renditions of this show. And I'm very excited for when we can compare and contrast those, because Utah is such a small, tight-knit, overlapping community of people. And one of the things that's been really fascinating to witness as someone who lived in Utah up until a couple of weeks ago is like these women are so massive now in their fame and their opportunities, and yet they're at the same like brand events that like they're around town. I'm connected to these women because we're all in Utah. Like everyone's connected to these women in Utah, and that's a really interesting tension. And I was thinking about that when you were talking about perhaps that was their request. They're still living and operating in Utah, in small places in Utah as well, like small cities in Utah.
Which is like almost dangerous.
Yes.
Like, for some, I mean, I don't want to live in Utah for a reason, for many reasons, but the danger aspect is one of them, because I do feel like Mormonism has a very long history of extremism.
So you
obviously,
just
I don't
want
to speak this into existence because I hope that they are obviously always very safe and very happy and very comfortable. But I like with how much hate, like the vitriol towards these women on the internet is insane. And Utah is a small place. Like this is like you said, a lot of small towns. everybody knows everybody. The grapevine is like the thickest grapevine on earth. It's wrapped around everyone, and
it's not.
I could just see them
Because
being like,
you have more
"Hey, I'm
people
getting
that are-
uncomfortable with the level. Like, I don't feel like I can live here." At least that's what I would like. If I was them, that's what I might be saying. Because
Yeah.
living next door to all these people who you are actively like exacerbating this anger, I'm sure it's a little intimidating.
Yes, and I think that's.
I mean, you've lived there, and so you probably
Yeah.
experienced it.
I kind of got to that point. It's a big reason why we moved. I also think it's further exacerbated by the fact that there are wards and ward boundaries, and people know. I know someone who's like, oh yeah, Macy lives in such and such neighborhood because she's in so and so's ward. She's in my stake. Like the connect.
It's easy to tell where people live.
It's very easy to tell where people live, and there's an even greater sense of connectivity. And the family members live there, so if they don't know, Layla, they might know where Layla's mom lives or whatever it may be. It's a very. I think people underestimate how small and claustrophobic that community is, and how those women, I mean, some of them have moved, but a lot of them are still just like living there and like going out in public there. And yeah, I haven't even considered how that might play into how they want to show up publicly in how they talk about the church.
Well, yeah, I mean, my dream of the show would be for them to show a lot of these things that we talk about in our content from day to day. The temple, the rules. We just did a great rules deep dive on girls camp, so I'll link that below too. I'd love for them to dig into this. It is scary to dig into it. Because people have very deep-seated beliefs, and when you question people's deep-seated beliefs, they get really angry. And they show their houses on the show. I'm like, I hope they're renting. I've seen people say that they probably rented.
I've heard they will rent
protection and privacy.
Yeah, to like then. Jessie actually just moved, but I don't think hers was like.
It's just when you're prominent, when you're doing something that's controversial and people get upset about. Maybe they were just like, hey, let's scale it back. We can still do the show, but we don't need to like kick the hornet's nest.
Yes,
basically.
Yes, and that's why this California backdrop is going to be obviously so different. And OC is an interesting place to set a spinoff because there are a lot of Mormons, but it's obviously not Utah. It's not primarily Mormon. And I think that would be another interesting thing to explore. What's it like being a devout Mormon in Orange County on a day-to-day basis? How are you interacting with Mormonism? How are you interacting with the outside world? Is there tension there? How is that raising a family Mormon in a, and I feel like the Utah section of that whole world has some particularly like interesting and specific things that it could get into, and I think contrasting that with California will be interesting from that perspective.
Yeah, and if anyone from Hulu is watching this, Haley is available for hire, and she's in the neighborhood.
If you want me to sit down and like throw be like, who's read the CES letter?
She has deep Mormon roots.
Just go to dinner with the girls and be like, so.
Just give Bobby some pointers.
What do y'all? I mean, Bobby, I don't even know that much about her.
Yeah, I've just seen her like in TikTok clips.
I just can't imagine her like being entertaining Mormonism, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm also very interested to see. I'm obviously gonna watch it. Probably will react to it, and maybe who knows? Because I feel like I had a lot of skepticism going into Secret Lives of Mormon Wives season 1, and then I was like, oh, this is actually highlighting a lot of really interesting things that I grew up with. So, maybe we can trust them.
Yes, I was thinking, because I do feel like the reception to the cast being announced, at least from what I've seen, has been kind of, controversial is maybe the best way to put it. And most people are like, these are not Mormons and these are not wives type of thing is kind of like the bulk of the reaction I've seen. Yeah. And I was thinking about this and I was like, I remember the reaction when the original Secret Lives was announced was not good from all camps. People were like, this looks embarrassing, this looks cringe, like this is trashy, they don't have a budget to promote because they're just doing TikToks. And look what happened with that. So I
beat the Kardashians.
Yeah, so. I think people will be watching. I think a spinoff is actually smart, personally, especially with, it seems like it was well in the works before the Taylor Frankie Paul implosion, but I feel like a spin-off is smart, and I think more people will be watching, even the people who are like, oh, this is dumb. I think they will be watching.
Well, so will we.
Yes, absolutely.
I thought now we can transition to Haley. Before we do, though, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Haley has an amazing podcast called Girls Camp. She has some really fantastic interview guests. I love to listen to it, so I'll link that below too. You have an Instagram, TikTok, anywhere else you are?
Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
I've been thinking about Snapchat, but
yeah, I'm
just
not
don't
on
have the time for that.
Snapchat. I know. I'm like, there are probably other platforms, but I think I'm maxed out.
Okay.
But thank you.
I
Yes,
will
I appreciate that.
link all of that below. And like I said, we did a great conversation. We had a great conversation about Mormon rules and how closely we follow them. But yeah, so I wanted to ask you about your move. I saw you announce it, maybe a month or so ago, and I think a few years ago you had posted about like, I'm thinking about leaving Utah. I don't know, back and forth. So I'd love to hear your thought process and your initial thoughts now that you're here.
Yeah, it's crazy to be here because even when I announced it, I like wanted to. It kind of feels like one of those things. I knew we were going to do it, but I'm like, once I say publicly I'm going to do this, then like I really need to do this. And it was just kind of that, you always maybe want a little bit of a like safety backup. But it's crazy because it all happened much more quickly than we thought it would. Once the ball got rolling, it all of a sudden was just like, oh, once you're looking at places, it just kind of has to happen quickly. So it feels like kind of a crazy life shift in such a short amount of time. But yeah, it's been a very, very existential move. And I would say a lot of that is connected to Mormonism stuff because I was living in Utah. And we already have kind of talked about this a bit in the conversation, but I was kind of realizing more and more how many of my interactions were being colored by a Mormonism aspect. I would go take my daughters. I have daughters, and I would take them to like their public class, and I'd be talking to the moms. And for me, it often comes up because I do talk about this professionally on the podcast. It came up what I do, and they are active Mormons. And they were so lovely, and like it was fine. But it just kind of sucks to have to do that, It just kind of sucks to have to do that all the time and to have to wonder, like, not that I have some massive platform, but I have a niche platform, and the bulk of my niche is there in Utah, just to wonder, like, does my dentist know who I am? And does he hate me?
Yeah, because the hate is strong.
It's strong, and it's real. Yeah. And, I actually never had any, like, in-person scary things happen.
Worried
on
about
the
any
internet.
of the
Not necessarily scary, but, a lot of, like, vitriol. But I was realizing how much that was weighing on me and how much that was a very location-specific issue.
Yeah, very location-specific problem. And we have some crossover there because when I left the church, I moved to New York, and I feel like I had the same... I wasn't obviously like talking about the church online yet, but I feel like it's almost like you realize how small that world is.
Yes.
And maybe even more so for you because I didn't grow up in Utah. I grew up kind of around, Texas, Kentucky, Montana. So I'm sure for you coming out of a life of the Mormon church in Utah in the highest concentration possible, it's probably very strange.
Yeah, it's very, very significant. The funny thing is, right out of college, so I did a mission, which is like such a weird exposure to the outside world because it's like, was such an extreme exposure. I went to Berlin, Germany, but it was also the most Mormon exposure you can possibly have because I was on a mission. And so it kind of did like this dual thing where there was part of like, oh my gosh, the world is so big, nobody's Mormon, nobody's even heard of Mormons. And at the same time, I was like getting extra conditioned into Mormonism. But actually out of college, Bentley, my husband, and I, we lived in San Francisco for about a year and a half. But San Francisco's an interesting pocket, maybe similar to some places in like OC, where there were we kind of called it like Little Provo. We basically hung out with couples our age who were either like just starting their families or hadn't started their families yet, who had gone to BYU and gotten jobs in San Francisco.
And so you find each other.
You just find each other. And there was enough of them there. I'm sure LA is the same. If I was still in the church, like there's probably enough Mormons here where if that community exists, it's so easy just to step into that community, especially because in San Francisco at the time, we were in our early 20s and we were married, so we were already very different from the main working professionals of our age. And so you just naturally end up with the Mormons. And my husband, he was working in an office, I was working from home. So I feel like that was a little bit more exposure for him, and it was exposure to like living somewhere else. But I don't feel like, as far as the Mormonism goes, it almost just felt like going from one Mormon pocket to another Mormon pocket, which is interesting to think about, like how strong that Mormon thing is and how different it feels to be moving here at such a different time of life with such different beliefs, but now also talking about Mormonism publicly. It's still like a big part of me and who I am, but now on the complete like opposite end of things. But yeah, to your point, I think it has felt, living in Utah, it's like I understand that it's a bubble to a degree, but when you're living there, it's just like the water you're swimming in. And then when you physically remove yourself from that place, you're like, oh yeah, it is maybe even more so than I realized, is kind of how I've been feeling since being here.
Yeah, I feel like when I moved to New York, what was so helpful about that, because first, like similarly, nobody even knew what Mormons were, is like realizing in your conversations with people how strange it actually is. Because when you're in Utah, even if you're talking to an ex-Mormon in Utah, they'll be like, oh yeah, garments, like whatever. But when you go to a place where people have no familiarity with it, and you start talking about like secret handshakes and garments and no coffee and this
and
is the
so
third
the
beer
show
I've ever
goes
had,
out,
and they're looking at you with their mouth
and
agape,
then normalizes
like,
the behavior.
oh, maybe I have gone through something.
Yes.
When
Maybe I
the
have
people that are
experienced something
ex-Mormons
pretty
come out
singular,
and are just like,
and
oh,
it's okay for
I'm
me
so
to start
actually excited to see this kind
naming
of
that it was.
representation
Yes,
and
it's very
everything like that,
validating.
especially as an
Yeah,
ex-Mormon.
to
I like
how
seeing current Mormons.
strange it all is, you know, to put it mildly. Because you realize, oh, to other people, this is like quite shocking. I actually was having a conversation with, long story, but she grew up Mormon up until she was like 8 or 9, and then her family moved to LA. So she like had, you know, Mormon experience up until that point, has some memories, but then grew up in LA. And just talking to her about basically growing up as like a secular person in LA, and she doesn't have even enough to compare and contrast to like what her life could have been had her parents not left the church, and just realizing like, oh my gosh, the way that the trajectory of your life is so affected by the place that you live has been very heavily weighing on my mind, of course, as someone who has young children and is kind of trying to figure out like, where do we want to raise them? What kind of school system do we want to raise them in? What kind of neighborhood do we want to raise them in? Realizing that with Mormonism, and I do like always hesitate to make blanket statements because there's so many people who live in Utah who are ex-Mormon or never been Mormon, and there are like pockets of there are ways that you can do it. And for me, as someone who, with all the factors of my life, having grown up there and things like that, it just feels like we realize what we ultimately want for our family, at least for now, is probably not feasible or would be much harder earned in Utah.
Yeah, so harder earned is a great way to put it. Like, I feel like I have 2 kids as well, and I feel like knowing and even talking to people who grew up in Utah as non-members and knowing like the pressure they're going to face, and that maybe mommy and daddy figured it out, but mommy and daddy don't have to go to school. Every kid is going to the slumber party, and our kids are the only ones who aren't invited because they're from an evil family. You never know. Like, well, now especially evil.
Yes.
Given everything. And so I just felt like if I raise kids here, I may very well
rules do you follow?
back to the church, and they're going to be getting married, and I'm going to be outside. There's 6 people in my family, 5 of them, and that breaks my heart because they get to spend all this time together. Their children are all friends, and I have that's my nieces and nephews. Like, it is very upsetting to me personally knowing like I can't have that, But I chose not to have that long before I ever had a single YouTube video. Like, I chose not to have that because of the foundational principle of not having my child grow up in Utah.
Yeah. It's such a strong force there still. And I do think, like, there's maybe even a little bit more of a force for, like, there's, like, a very strong counterculture, too, which I think is very helpful, obviously, because you can, like, find pockets in those countercultures, too. But even in those countercultures, there is oftentimes in the counterculture, it's reactionary.
A trauma bond.
Yes, to the main culture.
Yeah.
And it is, like,
America.
I've been thinking a
Go
lot
Cavs,
about
go Cavs,
values
go small business.
and how what's so
thought about
complicated about a move like this is I highly value living close to family. My family does live in Utah, and I have such close friends in Utah. And it was such a difficult decision because we do have a high value to be around family and to be around friends as well. And ultimately, some values started outweighing that, you know? And that's a hard thing to hold when you're like, both of these things really matter to me, but I can't have both in this situation. And I think it's probably a relatable experience. I mean, whether it's like, you know, ex-Mormons who grew up in Utah or have family connections in Utah. I know people, I've connected with people from like smaller towns who have the same feeling of like, I would love to be by my family, but I don't want to live in this like small town type of because it affects your lifestyle so massively.
Yeah. I mean, every time I go to Utah and I have to go to the state liquor store to get a bottle of wine, I'm like, this is added to the list. Reason 400.
No, it's actually crazy. Like, we can walk to the liquor store. There's a dispensary I can walk to.
Guys have more
which is
legalization.
which is crazy. Like. And that's not like the primary motivation for moving, but it's flowing really nice. It's really nice. It's a bonus for sure. And again, I like don't think that this is not possible in Utah, but I can't even remember how this conversation got initiated. But I was like telling Bentley, like, now that we live here, I don't think I'll ever, and maybe I will, and you know, maybe it's developmentally appropriate too anyway, but I'm like, I don't think I'll have to really explain to the girls, like, you can date or marry whoever you want, whether that's a woman or a man or someone who's non-binary. They will just see it. And it will just be like so, it just is. And I was thinking about like, oh my gosh, think about not having to like, particularly, I don't know their sexuality yet, like particularly if they are queer, like they won't have to, hopefully, and I mean not to diminish, they still will to some degree, I'm sure, but like just not giving them as much to unpack as I feel like my upbringing and my culture gave me to unpack feels like such a gift to offer them. And again, like the hard-earned thing, it just feels easier here than it would be, especially where we were living in Utah.
Yeah, Lehigh is huge, super high density. Yeah, and I think people, you know, I think outsiders, like people who are not members of the church, I don't know if it's even like comprehensible to explain what Utah is to a non-member, like the depths of what it is to like how Mormon Utah is, like whether it's the way the streets are laid on the ground it's because of Mormonism. The reason there are mountains in Utah is because the Mormons had to flee so far and cross mountain ranges to be alone to practice polygamy. That's why there's mountains. Not that Mormons invented the mountains, but the reason
that's why they ended up there.
They tried to find a place with mountains that was remote is because of the Mormon church. Yep. I was driving in Utah and I drove past an entire neighborhood where all the street signs were named after Book of Mormon characters. And it's like Zarahemla Way and Nephi Avenue.
Yeah, and there's a city called Nephi, like a whole city called Nephi after a Book of Mormon prophet. Yeah.
There's, I mean, whether it's, or the liquor laws, the way that there's seminary in the buildings of the schools, it's just like, it is very much the air you breathe. And I feel like that's why I wanted to leave, was like, I, having been Mormon, cannot be in Utah and not just see it. It's in my line of sight.
Yeah, always.
No, but you wanted it to be in your line of sight.
I was actually talking to someone just yesterday who I've connected with since moving here, and she grew up in Sandy, Utah. Not like we had no idea. Her dad just like got a job. They were like Wyoming or Utah. It ended up being Utah. And so imagine, you just like don't know. And she just like, and it was just her and her brother like little family plopped down in Sandy, Utah, and this was in like late 90s, so I do hope things have like improved from this time, but she was like, it was kind of a nightmare. Like,
So
we
why
were
do I
just
not have
treated
this
like
level of
a
anxiety?
conversion project, number one. We were excluded, number two, because we weren't Mormon. Kids said things to her on the playground, said things to her brother, which to me, I'm like, yeah, that's Utah, but I was realizing, it's like, how would we have known? Like, you know, people associate Utah and Mormonism, but I don't think, to your point, they realize how deeply embedded it is into the politics, into like, just the way people even talk to each other. It's like still pretty normal to be like, what ward are you in when you meet someone, and just assume that that person is Mormon and is in a ward.
And it happens in the outside world too. Like I've had multiple experiences where I'm talking to someone and suddenly I'll be like, oh, where did you and your husband meet? Utah. And they look at me like, so Mormon or ex-Mormon? Like, and usually I've already picked up on the fact that they're Mormon. Because it's pretty easy to tell.
Yeah.
But they can't tell I'm an ex-Mormon because I just look like a alternative girl from Austin.
They're like, could they
Can't place me anymore, per se. But as soon as they hear Utah, where'd you go to college? BYU. Oh, my husband went to Sweden for 2 years. 2 years, you say. And then they, as soon as they pick up on it, it is very much like, so what's the situation?
Yeah.
What ward are you in?
Yep.
Or you're not? I've had people who I met at the park and our kids were playing and they pick up on the fact that we're less active. That's their interpretation. And this was before I was making videos. But she texted me like, we have a thing at the church. Let me come. Like that was the first thing she texted. She didn't text like, great to meet you at the park.
Yep. It was church related.
It was immediately like, we're the less active project. And yeah, I feel like I can handle that in small doses in Texas or other places if we ever move. But like, you were experiencing that every day when you walk in your door.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing too. I mean, somewhat related, I guess, but my husband and I were just talking about this because we are, I'm about to turn 31, he's 32, we have 4-year-old daughters. And it's interesting being in a place where, you know, we're walking around in a new place, like observing more than we normally would be and realizing like, oh, we're so happy there's a lot of families here. And the people who are like our peers in that way, who like have kids our same age, are like at least 5 years older, but probably 10. And that's been really interesting too, because I'm just thinking about, you know, being in Texas. It's like oftentimes if I saw a mom my age with kids my age, I would assume she was Mormon or ex-Mormon, because like not very many people are doing that now, you know?
Or at least at our age, the ages.
Exactly,
I mean,
age thing.
When I was 25 with my first child, so it's so atypical. And if I do meet someone in Texas that is my age and has kids, they're an anti-vaxxer. Like they're like a crazy Christian.
Yes,
they are.
exactly.
It's still religion. It's just a different one.
Yep, 100%.
This is why leaving the church is so hard for so many reasons. But it's almost like you feel like almost like a refugee if you have to leave Utah, because it's like you're never going to have the same level of cultural understanding. You're never going to find your in-group anymore because you're raised in such a high-demand specific in-group. And you can go other places, but you're being embedded in that new community is going to have to skip a generation. Yeah, like my boys will be where they're from, and they'll identify with that geography. Yep. But I'll be a transplant for the rest of my life. And the only way I can not be a transplant is if I return to Utah and like get embedded back in with what that was.
Yeah, it is a weird thing, and I feel like honestly, I kind of was speaking to this with the OC thing too, but I do feel like there's enough Mormon influence in Southern California broadly that there is a lot of like ex-Mormon influence as well. Like I was making a joke about this with my friend, because my friend told me he's lived here for like 10 years, and he was like, just wait, like everyone's one connection away from Mormonism or ex-Mormonism. And because it does come up so often for me because of what I do, I've met like probably 5 people already. We've been here for like a week and a half, where I'll tell them I have a podcast, what do you talk about? I tell them, and they're usually one connection away from ex-Mormonism. Okay. So it's like, oh I met someone in the neighborhood, her parents grew up Mormon, and they left the church before she was born. Someone was canvassing for the mayor, because the election for mayor is happening right now, and I told her what I do, and she was like, oh, my partner's ex-Mormon. I'm like, what? Like, And again, not to negate your point, because there's definitely
So it sounds like all the
I mean, that's the thing with like
recommendations sent you to a very
ex-Mormonism,
open
right?
place.
As like it doesn't really
I'm just
exist as
saying,
like a
sounds
community,
like
except
you're still
for in
following
Utah, where they
somebody's
actually have
trend and you're being
enough people to like have community events surrounding ex-Mormonism. So it's not like that here, but it is interesting how there is more like Mormon ex-Mormon influence, which I also think I just probably attract that in a way at this point, like magnetize it. But it depending on where you live too, because I was talking to that same daughter who was like baptized at 8 and then her parents left the church. She's at school in New York, and she's like in New York, like no, like it's fascinating to people.
Yeah.
Whereas in Southern California, it's like usually people have a little bit more
That's
of an
fair.
understanding.
That makes sense.
Which it's interesting to think about that geographically too, because Utah and California are much closer, and there's a lot of crossover.
New York is where the Book of Mormon was found.
The gold place. I actually think Bentley made that joke to her. He's like, well, that's where Joseph Smith had his first vision. Like, why don't people know about that?
So funny. Yeah, whenever my first day here visiting, I was talking to the server, and I was like, yeah, what are you in town for? I explained, and he was like, Mormons? I've never heard of that. And I was like, so you all still exist then?
Yeah.
People who haven't heard of Mormons.
Wow. Probably less and less of those people.
Yeah, because at this point, I feel like almost like Mormonism is like in everyone's face at this point.
I
It's
know.
like the Mormon moment.
I know.
But, you know, I'm like, you know what? Good for you for not
Oh my
knowing.
gosh.
I would
Blissfully
prefer
unaware.
to live in that world.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous.
So I guess, what would you say has been, I know you've shared some of them, but what would you say has been your biggest realization? Or maybe like a moment where you were like, I'm not in Kansas anymore, except
Yes.
like I'm not in Utah anymore?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I was like trying to describe to another friend. I'm like, I kind of feel like the best comparison I can make is like a country bumpkin sometimes, where I'm like, oh, I'm like not from here. I don't know. I think I have been surprised by the like relief that I feel, which is maybe not like a direct answer to the question, but I think that's kind of been the biggest surprise for me because I've lived in Utah for so long. I mean, when the home we moved from, we had been there for 6 years. That's where I brought my daughters home, you know? And so there's so much connection there, and there's so many people there and places there that I really do love, and I think I always will. And so I was anticipating a harder adjustment because moving is also just hard anyway. And I just have felt like very aligned and very relieved. And I think for me, again, I will caveat, I think that for my own journey, moving kind of feels like the final step of religious Mormon deconstruction. And I even, you can tell I'm like trying to be so careful. I hesitate to say that because I don't want anyone to feel like,
all but
oh, I
one
have,
person in
you know,
the barren
not that
belt,
anyone's
which
taking
stays
my
after
word for
you're
it necessarily,
dead
but I'm
in
not
this
saying that's
game
the case
mode.
for everyone. I think I
Like,
have
I
like
quit.
particular elements that make it that case for me, but I feel like, oh, I feel like I can exist here in a way that I couldn't just exist in Utah. I hoped that that would be the case, and it has been even more the case than I imagined for so many reasons. And I think just living in a place where it does feel like my world has expanded, which I was hoping for, and just kind of like all the things that I was really hoping for, that I was like, you know, you kind of build something up in your mind to be this thing. Like, it can't be everything I'm hoping for. It has been.
Yay.
It really has been.
That's really good. And yeah, I mean, it's very true. Not everybody has the means to move. Not everybody it makes sense for. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people who leave the church and stay in Utah, and they make it work, and even they love it. Like, they love the ex-Mormon community. They love the counterculture, and everybody has to figure out, like, when you leave, it's like, now what?
Yeah.
But I'm happy to hear that you've been able to feel like it was the right thing, because it'd be a lot to be like, oh my gosh, turn it around.
No, as we were moving, I'm like, I am not moving again, because this whole process is just such a nightmare, and we
I'm
like
not
sold so
moving
much,
again.
and it's not
So,
permanent. That's the thing.
listen,
Like, who knows?
listen.
It's funny.
What
I
happened
had someone ask. I did
when
like
the
an
Mormons show
anonymous
up on
submission
your
box, and they're like, what if you hate LA? Like, will you move back? I'm like, why are people like that? Like, I don't know. Yeah, and also, like, who am I to say what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years? Like, I don't know. I'm not interested in being like, yes or no, never, always. Like, I'm really not, because that's just not how life works. But it, you know, as you're moving, you're like, oh my gosh, this is such a lift that, like, it starts to feel kind of permanent just by virtue of, like, I don't want to do this ever again. Yeah.
Especially with children.
Especially with children. Yes. And I feel like that's so much of it too. Like, back to the values thing, is it's been such a good exercise in not only getting clear about what I really value, but what my husband and I value together, what we value for our family. And I think something that can happen, just, you know, Utah Mormonism aside, is like sometimes you just end up living because you're just living, you know, you're just kind of continuing on.
Yeah.
And this felt like such a significant pivot and disruption, and we didn't have to move here. You know, it wasn't like we got a job offer, so we had to come here. There are, like, career things that line up really well, and a lot of things line up really well, but it felt like we have to, like, shift the entire momentum of our lives, and that felt very difficult to do, but doing that brought a lot of things into clarity for us that I'm really grateful for.
Yay. Well, I'm happy to hear it. I feel like, yeah, moving, I mean, we obviously moved from New York and then we moved to Texas, and it takes some time to find your footing, and you have to face the reality that, like, nothing's ever going to be, like, completely perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad you felt like it was the right thing. I was going to ask if you feel like this is going to end up changing your podcast at all, because I mean, one of the reasons I do so few interviews is because there's, like, fewer.
Yeah.
There's, like, not as many Mormons
Yeah.
where I am, and I know you obviously interview a lot of Mormons and ex-Mormons, and I'm curious if you are, what's your plan for that?
Yeah, I actually feel like I made this announcement, which I learned my lesson on, like, a little bit ago, where I was like, I'm moving away from, not like never talking about Mormonism, but I was wanting, I explain it as like an expansion, like moving beyond. And I have in some ways, and I haven't in other ways, but I think this will be kind of a step in that process. And I feel like there are so many people to interview here in LA that aren't, some actually that are ex-Mormon, but more so just like people that are experts in or have experiences in topics I'm really excited to explore. There's just so many like experts and artists and just so many people here, which is exciting because it feels like that will be kind of just a natural expansion. I always say, like, I think I'll always have this like religious faith deconstruction lens or like piece of the puzzle, but I'm actually really excited to be in a place where I think it's going to push me kind of even further out of that box in a way that really excites me.
Yeah, that's great. I feel like I have the same thought all the time. I mean, I have people saying, like, when are you gonna move on? And I'm like, I don't know. You know, it's one of those things where, like, it is something that I'm very passionate about and interested in and have a deep history in, and so I think making the pivot is very complicated.
Yes, and I also think part of the pivot, like part of what I realized in my attempt to make the pivot is like, it might be less so for me, and maybe you relate to this, like less so that I'm not talking about Mormonism and more so that like I'm relating to Mormonism so differently that the way that I talk about it changes and just my own relationship to it changes, if that makes sense. Like when I first started the podcast, it's funny, I actually listened to my very first episode recently, and I'm like through the heavy deconstruction, and that's why I'm ready to like talk about this. And then I feel like starting my podcast was actually like when my heavy deconstruction really began. And you know how it is, like when you're hearing stories and like really getting into it, it's like there is so much to unpack. There's so much to deconstruct. There is so much to be angry about. There's so much to be sad about. There still is, for sure. But I feel like I went through so much of that now when I talk about Mormonism, I almost feel like it's just less personal in a way. So I think people are like, how could you talk about this for so long? And I'm like, you wouldn't ask, like, this is a silly comparison, but like a marine biologist studying orca whales, like, well, are you going to talk about orca whales forever? It's like, yeah, that's my interest. That's my expertise, you know? And so I feel like people sometimes have a hard time separating those things.
Saying that are Mormon. The people who say are like, move on. It's like, I found the Mormon.
Yes, or ex-Mormon, but like the type who's like, I'm ex-Mormon, but I would never say that thing.
Yeah,
and like
I've moved on. And
Mormons
then
are
the Mormons
so
all
nice.
go like,
I love my upbringing as a Mormon. I'm like, good for you. Hope you got that. Yeah, all the Mormon likes that you were looking for in that comment section.
I don't have to talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, talk about it however you like. Talk about it if you want to. Don't talk about it if you don't. But like, I don't know. It does. Sometimes some of those comments can come across as a little condescending. I mean, I've also seen people who. There's a guy that I follow on TikTok, and his entire platform is selling air from a jar.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny. He's basically a comedian, but he gets hundreds of thousands of views, and people love his content. And it's like, it's not like people are like, when are you going to stop selling air from jars?
100%. It is weird. It is weird that comes up as much as it does. And I actually, like, when I wanted to make that pivot, I was like, I'm not doing this because I feel like there's a certain timeline that you need to or whatever. Like, I just kind of found like my interests maybe expanding in a different way, or my relationship to it expanding in a different way. But I do think it's very weird that people are like, so what, you're going to just talk about this forever? It's like, so what if I do?
Yeah, there's like channels, people just build like Legos. There's like Lego channels, there's like travel channels.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people just are like, they reno a house, and then they're like, I rent out this house, I have to buy a new house.
And then they rent out that house.
Yeah, I love those channels. And it's like, you're doing this over and over again because you're very good at it, and it's very interesting to watch you. And yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I feel like I'm not still talking about this because I'm like a cold-hearted bitch who just like can't get over it.
Yes. That's, I think, part of it. I think people interpret anything ex-Mormon as like inherently negative.
Hyperfixation of like, you're so miserable that you can't get over it.
And why are you so into something?
What are
that
we
you're no
trying to
longer a
get
part of?
over,
It
by the
just
way?
starts to
What are
feel
the things that...
There's just so much even to learn about Mormonism. Like, there's always something to learn and talk about. And of course, my personal experiences come into play, but it doesn't feel like, what's the worst thing about Mormonism I can discover and like unveil? It's just like, oh, that's crazy. Like, I forgot about that, or I didn't know that. So like, let's talk about it.
It makes me wonder if they go to church on Sunday and then they're like, today's lesson is about Jesus, and they're like, again?
When are you going to stop making Jesus your whole personality?
Why would they...
Done Jesus?
Speaking of making things your whole personality.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like, that's why I feel like it must be members who are making these comments, who are like criticizing that level, that element of it, because it feels very like, I think you just actually just want me to stop talking.
Yes, because it's making you uncomfortable. Yes, 100%, 100%.
Better up my posting rate to twice a day, just to bother you a little more.
No, honestly, and anytime I get one of those comments, I'm like, sweet. It's probably hit that side of the algorithm, and it's probably just going to boost it.
Thanks for the comment and engagement. Well, I'm so excited for you living here, and I'm curious how things progress, because obviously you're still very much at the beginning, and kind of what you notice as time goes on. I feel like the more years I live out of Utah and the more years I'm out of the church, that when I go back, because now I go back to Utah maybe 2 or 3 times a year, it's like every time I go back, it's like a little bit more of like a disparate experience where I'm like, I feel like I've grown and this has kind of stayed the same, or just that the things I notice. And that's what I have loved so much about living outside of Utah, and maybe why I think my content has an angle that is potentially interesting, is that most of my adult life has been as an ex-Mormon outside of Utah. And most of my Mormon upbringing was being hyper devout, and much of that was in Utah. So it's almost like I have like the complete opposite experience, which maybe you'll have some very interesting insights, I'm sure, living in California, where there is more of a Mormon presence versus Texas or New York. I mean, I guess there's more Mormons here than New York. Texas, I'd have to look it up.
I bet probably than Texas, maybe more similar. I do think that's like maybe something I haven't spoken to as straightforwardly, but I was kind of saying this with like the, Utah cast versus the OC cast. Like, I didn't realize how much I think I still had in the back of my mind, like even commentating on Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Like, I guess now I can run into some of them here, but it's a much bigger place. Like, oh, I might run into this person, like literally at any time.
You have friends who are influencers, who are friends with them.
That's how it is in the real
Yeah, for
world.
me,
You're
if
just
I'm
talking
like,
about how
this
you're
thing
talking
we
to
did on the
somebody
show
that went
was,
from
like,
Utah to
bad
New
or
York to
something,
Texas
then it's
to
not like
Colorado,
I'm
and you
gonna
went
be like, now I have to
from Utah
go
to Colorado
Yes.
and
found
face the
same
social
person.
repercussions of
Exactly.
saying that.
Or for an
That's
example,
a small
there's
world,
a
right?
member of,
But this is
and
the
actually she
positive
was
side
on
of
Dancing with the
things.
Stars, and she made a video, and I like didn't directly stitch her video. I went to high school with her, but I ended up being
This
like,
was like someone from a previous.
yes.
Okay.
And this was a while ago. It was actually when the Secret Lives connection first came out, the first Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, and she was like, they're saying that women are told that they should be in the home, and like that's not true because in my home that wasn't the case. So I made a video where I was like, good for you, and let's read the family proclamation to the world. And then I literally ran into her at like a farmer's market, like a couple weeks later, which was fine, and like credit to her, like she's a lovely person, and it's fine, but it's like I was still very much in that world where like things that I'm saying people are seeing, and then I might see those people, and I like know some of those people who are like the people I'm talking about anyway. It all is very much intertwined, and I think that's part of the relief I feel is like, I'm not gonna have to like, I mean, maybe, but I highly doubt that there's gonna be like some Mormon who's like, oh, that's that one girl who has videos about whatever. It's like, that is just so not a concern here. I'm not in that circle at all anymore, in that sphere. Yeah, I guess I feel freer to like, which is funny, because I don't think, I was saying this to a friend, I'm like, I think people probably think I feel pretty free to like critique the Mormon church, which I do, but like y'all don't know what's coming, I guess. I don't know. Like it feels even more like I can just like speak my mind without fear of social repercussions ultimately, which I felt like I was doing.
Yeah, I was talking to Jackson about how I'm not really like friends with influencers, like, and I feel like a content creator, a YouTuber is kind of almost different than like the lifestyle influencers, and he was like, it's probably because you're their natural predator. Like online, you're like commentating on them.
Exactly. Yep.
And so, you know, it's just like a totally
They're a
different
business.
ecosystem.
You're not doing shit to them.
Which is not to say I still wouldn't like be friends or like be like, I'm sure a lot of these women they're lovely. I'm sure they would be very kind to me.
Yes.
But
no, I know what you're saying. I live in a very interesting like gray area of that.
yeah, because you interview influencers, but you are not yourself like a lifestyle influencer.
Yes. And it is a weird, because I mean, a lot of things too with like the Mormonism influencer stuff, like a lot of influencer, and I'm close friends with many influencers who are very, very much not this way. It's not even a concern, but a lot of just, for example, like the child exploitation stuff. Like I talk about that because I feel very passionate about that, as do my influencer friends, but it's like,
But a lot of them are still definitely...
Yeah, and then you might run into someone where you're like, I just made a whole video about like how awful it is that people exploit kids, and like, I know you do that, and now we're here at this brand event, like hi,
your
how are you?
basis of your content is like family, putting your kids online and showing them. That is another element that I don't show my kids online, and I feel very strongly
You
about
just
it. But I
showed
feel like
your
I know
kids
people who do,
online
and
going to a mega
it does make you feel like, do I need to just like,
You
be like,
just
I need to
talked
confront you
about
about
the
this. Like,
detail, and
I don't think you should do that anymore. But it is very complicated, and I think a lot of people, even in the last 5 years, have started doing like put the hearts over the faces of the kids and stuff, which I think is very positive.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe a lot of that is because they've gotten so much hate for putting their kids on the internet, putting like, not even just like, I can even understand like a family photo once a year, but like some of this is like, let's take a bath type content, and it is like
even the family photo
horrifying to see, and they're still doing it, and you gotta wonder like,
Christmas
I guess. Like, I don't know what's going on in these people's minds to continue to double down and show like some of the most like I can't imagine like having my child doing something with my kid and just being like, YouTube wants to see this.
I mean, speaking of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives too, like, and Mormonism, I mean, you think of the Ruby Frankie stuff, like Mormon moms kind of pioneered like using your children for content, I think, in so many ways. And I do think that, in certain pockets like that maybe just still feels like they find justifications amongst themselves that they can still like convince themselves it's fine.
They love filming. They love taking.
We're setting up a college fund. You don't have to show. I'm setting up a college fund. Do it without exploiting them. I don't know. Like you're actually also not, because you're actually just using their labor. They're paying for their own college fund at that point.
I love mom content. I love when content is about moms.
Yeah,
I love when a mom is talking to a camera and telling you about her motherhood experience. Like, you don't have to show your kids to make mom content.
Yeah.
You don't even have to put a heart over their face. Like, the internet will believe you if you say you have children.
Show me.
I've shown them like pictures of me being pregnant. Like, nobody's ever been like, but she's lying. And so much about the experience of being a mom has nothing to do with your children. They are what made you a mom. But like, experiencing postpartum, like, so much of that is like, that's your body. That's your, breastfeeding, healing, even like what it's like to be a mom who works, or what it's like to clean up after children, or like, you can tell a story about your kids without showing them. Like,
absolutely.
It's like, so much of this could be covered without ever having to like pull the child into the camera and have the child say something.
Yes, I actually will say, I was just talking about some of the Secret Lives moms, but I don't know if this is credit to production or who, and some of the kids are shown sometimes, but I do feel like they mostly keep the kids out of it. Mostly. There are weird times when the kids are in it that I'm like, why? And then the women will go on Instagram and just post their kids, and I'm like, literally, why? You're so famous from this show where your kids are not part of it. You just don't need to. And I'm not even perfect at it. It took me a long time to like come to this. And anyway, I'm not trying to come from a high horse by any means, but I do feel like that's one of the things that whenever someone's like, what's happening in real time, that we'll look back on and be like, how was that ever allowed? That's, I think, the number one thing is like anything kid internet related, like kids access to the internet, but particularly Sherry Frankie is a good example. Like we're starting to see the kids who have lived it and are now old enough to talk about it. None of them liked
they're
it.
talking about this basically abuse.
Yeah, none of them
unpaid
have good things to say.
Child labor.
Yep.
And exploitation.
Yep.
I mean, I forget her name, but I'm going to put the video on the screen to credit her, but it's a child YouTuber who's now an adult talking about like what the horrors of, and it's very similar to Sherry Frankie, where it's like 12-hour recording days. And I believe she said that they decided to homeschool her so that she could do content all day. Oh my gosh. She's not even getting an education. Yeah, I think, so many people are just like, oh, I'm sure they're happy, the kids are smiling in the videos. It's like, yeah, kids smile if you tell them you're going to give them candy.
Exactly.
And there's no regulation around it. I mean, there's more regulation around child acting than there is around influencing, and it's your parents, and they're with you all the time.
And it's in your home.
In your home, in your most intimate moments. And yeah, I think this is a bit of a tangent, but I think we both feel
I'm always down to
very similarly about it. The ethics around it are so, even like there was a book recently where they talked about how a woman decided to get pregnant again for better engagement.
Oh, 100%.
So you're literally making a human
100%
for your engagement.
Yeah, 100%. Did you read Yesteryear?
Yeah, I've started reading.
Okay.
Yeah,
and we've kind of been circling around some of those themes, and yeah, I mean, it's I think it is a conversation that fits within some of these things we've been talking about, because a lot of this, I mean, Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, like so much of it is about how they became moms young. I think a lot of the things that they're circling a lot of times are about that. And you see, like I said, like you can still talk about that, of course. Please talk about it. We just don't need to see your kid's face while you do so.
We don't need prank videos. We don't need get changed for my day with me videos. No. We don't need a dancing video.
None of it.
You can tell me your birth story, and it can just be you talking, and I'll listen. And I'll still be quite interested.
Yep, 100%.
I feel like for the Mormon family bloggers in particular, it always makes me so upset, because I feel like there is so much of the Mormon church that's so secretive, like garments and the temple, and it's like, I know you guys know what's sacred. I know you know what should be
You can grasp that concept.
Like you have a very firm grasp on secrecy and like privacy, and like you're letting the church be private, but you're not letting your own children.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, speaking of those connections, like I see it, and I can say this, I think, because I've seen this in myself, as like an enmeshment, an identity enmeshment as a mom with children, and as like an insecurity, I think, of like, well, what do I have to say or show that's interesting? I'm a mom and I'll show my kids.
Yeah, that is my
identity, that is my value add, is my children, like physically, tangibly. And it's so sad to me, because especially, like I said, with the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, I'm like, you really, not that anyone needs to, or anyone should if they needed to for engagement. But it's like, it feels particularly bizarre to me because sometimes I see people do it and I'm like, you just want the engagement that comes with it. But I'm like, you don't need to do that. Like, you have so much going for you. Just don't show your kids' faces. I don't know.
It bothers me so much that for so many women online, the most engagement they will ever get is on their wedding or on childbirth.
Yeah.
And like
pregnancy announcements.
That's the most. And like I
the most engagement they get because that's the one that's not
moments in people's lives. But like for most men online, that's not the most engagement they get.
Yeah, not even close.
And it feels very gendered that like the most interesting thing you can do as a woman is to get married or get pregnant. Yeah. And I objectively refute that with my own presence.
Oh my gosh. When I was going through infertility, I would like see pregnancy announcements and just so many of those layers, like so much of like, it is really crazy. I feel like my perspective on that, which was like, of course you want to, it is such a lovely, beautiful thing and you want to celebrate. Two people made a choice to have a child. That's so exciting and bringing new life into the world, whatever. I'm not a child hater. I have children. And it's like, oh my gosh, like,
I have children as child abuse cases happen by people
that
who
should
have
be
children.
Celebrated and like
100% of the
and it just is like the number one thing still.
And even her identity within that, like, that's why I love, there's like the bridesmaids videos where all the bridesmaids get together. Like, I feel like there is that type of content that I do objectively love. Like, I love hearing like a birth story. I love hearing what a woman, the first year after giving birth or healing from postpartum or wedding planning. Like, I love hearing that type of stuff.
Same.
But I feel like it doesn't have to all revolve around either the child or the husband. I want to hear about what it was like for that person.
Yes.
And that's, I think, sometimes what's missing from that style of content is like it does end up revolving. It's like the woman's identity is tied into the other human.
It's not centering herself.
Yeah. So, thank you for the tangent.
Yeah, such a fun one.
Well, thank you for having me in your beautiful new home and for letting me use your awesome equipment.
Of course. I'm so glad this worked out.
I know, it was perfect. And like I said, we have another video over on Girls Camp, linked below. Anywhere else or anything else to share with any content?
No, thank you so much for having me on. Yeah, Girls Camp Podcast on all platforms except for Haley Roll on TikTok randomly. But I just admire you so much. You inspire me, and I'm just always so grateful when we have a chance to sit down and chat.
Yeah, I feel like there's always, we were just texting about video topics and I was like, literally anything we can talk about.
We should have like pulled something out of the hat. We'll do that next time. We'll just pull something out of the hat.
24-hour live stream, 7-day, something or other. Like,
honestly, careful. I'm down.
And definitely talk about these things. But thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I will see you all next week.
Bye.
If you travel deep into the new right, what you find at the moment is a constant yearning for something very old. Not just a time when America was great, but a time when men were great, when men were men. You hear it in Kostin Vlad Almaru, who's better known as the Bronze Age pervert. You hear it in his longing for the Bronze Age.
I am here just to spread the political views of the ancient Hittite Empire or the ancient Mitanni Empire.
You hear it when the pastor Doug Wilson yearns for the time for the 19th Amendment.
The net effect of women's suffrage was not an advance in women's rights, but rather part of a push to replace covenanted entities, like families, with raw individualism.
You hear it in the increasingly constant idealization of 1950s America.
Why wouldn't you design a system consistent with nature?
What would that look like to you?
It would look like what we had before Betty Friedan wrote The Feminine Mystique, before lifestyle feminism dominated every institution in the West.
There's a time when all this could be dismissed as a fringe movement on the fever swamps of the internet. But Bronze Age pervert is a favorite of young Trump staffers. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invited Doug Wilson to preach at the Pentagon. Tucker Carlson is, well, he's Tucker Carlson.
Should we try again?
These are not all fringe figures. And it's not just them. It's a much broader thing on the new right, which increasingly wants a return, is theorizing for how to create a return to very old ideas of how men should be, to very old policies that centralize the power they wield and the way society is ordered. Helen Lewis is a staff writer at The Atlantic and the author of Difficult Women, A History of Feminism in 11 Fights, and the genius myth. She's just written a great cover story for The Atlantic mapping this world. She calls it masculinism, talking to many of its key figures, trying to understand its core ideas. So I want to have her on the show to talk about it. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Helen Lewis, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So I want to start with a clip from Scott Yenna, a professor at Boise State University, that I think is a good place to start.
Our independent women seek their purpose in life in mid-level bureaucratic jobs like human resource management, environmental protection, and marketing. They are more medicated, meddlesome, and quarrelsome than women need to be. Without connections to eternity, delivered through their family, such medicated, quarrelsome, and meddlesome women gain their meaning through the seeming participation in the global project. They are agents of the new world, but not new life. Such women are now the backbone of every left-wing cosmopolitan party in the Western world.
I thought that was as concise a description of this masculinism that you've been reporting on as I've heard from many of its subjects. So tell me about him and the view of society you understand him to be spinning out here.
Well, as you heard, it's one that's not afraid to be offensive. But the essential thesis is that it's women's role in life to have children. Modern women have been deluded instead into pursuing careers which aren't real jobs. They're not doing anything of any merit anyway, and therefore their lives will essentially be empty and pointless. But I find I like my job, and I also feel that my job is equal social worth to Scott Yenna being in a think tank, right? Like, he's hardly a cancer surgeon. Calm down, son. I find it kind of intriguingly repellent, and I think a lot of people do as well.
One of the things I heard in that clip is an echo of the J.D. Vance Miserable Cat Ladies clip that went around in the 2024 campaign.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
Which I mentioned because I think it can be easy to look at Yenna and some of the people we'll talk about and think, oh, this is a fever swamp right-wing movement. This is when you've clicked on too many posts on X and the algorithm has found something out about you that you wish it didn't know. But one of the arguments you make in this piece is that masculinism has become a kind of unifying theory on a MAGA right that in other ways is coming apart. So defend that for me a bit.
Right, so you can see the splits of MAGA very obviously at the moment over the war in Iran, American support for Israel as a military ally, protectionism versus free trade. There are all these interesting currents that are going on. However, if you asked, do you think feminism has gone too far? How many people in the MAGA coalition are going to push back on that and say, actually, I think we should give more jobs and opportunities to women? So it is this one thing that basically everybody can agree with. Traditional gender roles are better. Equality has been a failed pursuit. It's maybe even an illegitimate pursuit. Empathy, which is feminine by nature, has been misused and is ruining our politics because women and their parties that represent them, the Democrats, feel sorry for all these underdogs who aren't really underdogs. They're kind of cancers on our society, like violent criminals or illegal immigrants. So, there is this is a very coherent ideology. And the reason that I wanted to write the piece is I think people are now quite familiar with the idea of the manosphere and the kind of Andrew Tate, these provocateurs who are creatures of the algorithm. And I wanted to say, well, hang on a minute, actually, there is a really serious ideological and political project here behind this. It has got people in think tanks, it's got people who are working in politics, and it has got its kind of intellectual outriders. But this isn't just some over-steroided guys in tight T-shirts parading around in nightclubs for the gram. These are people who want to completely restructure American life into a way that they find more agreeable, and they want to use legal instruments and political instruments to do so.
What does that vision look like?
So, the simplest way to say it is that men would be the breadwinners and women would be homemakers. I mean, the kind of reference point always tends to be the 1950s, but it's a very fake Pleasantville black and white picket fence version of the 1950s. Lots of families did not, in fact, live in that way. But, you would do that, for example, Scott Yenna, he mentioned there, one of his most controversial proposals is this idea of the family wage. The idea that you would restore discrimination back into the job market by saying it's okay to preferentially hire men, married men. It's okay to to promote them more, to pay them higher salaries. What we want to do is essentially restore a traditional way of life in which, men are the ones who go out and earn money. And women's money, if anything, is, it's back to being pin money. It's kind of secondary.
So it's worth, I think, for you to expand on that, which is to say, I think the core critique here and the core politics here is that modernity has thwarted masculinity. The arguments here, and we're going to tour through a number of them, they shift between this, as you say, 1950s nostalgia for when you had the single breadwinner family, and this, in some cases it's very Christian, in some cases it's very pagan, but this spiritual level of politics, and it seems to me to have this dimension of modernity is hollow. People are working, as you mentioned, particularly women, these bullshit jobs in human resource management and in marketing and environmental protection, and men are caged in these little offices and doing retail work that is beneath them. And Jenner in that quote says, "Agents of the new world, but not new life." There's all this emphasis on what life is, the good, the beautiful, vitality, vitalism. Can you talk about that dimension of it, the spiritual cell being made?
Yeah, I think that is part of it, because another thing that often comes up is the idea that women are on a huge amount of anxiety medication and antidepressants. So you have the situation in which women having anything that they feel is wrong in their lives is taken as proof that they've picked the wrong course in life. And if only they would pick this alternative vision of femininity, they would be happy. And this is part of the exchange that I had with Doug Wilson, the evangelical pastor, that this is not a new phenomenon. It was something that Betty Friedan was writing about in The Feminine Mystique when she was talking about specifically the unhappiness of stay-at-home housewives. She said, they're taking medication like cough drops. And the bit that I struggle with as somebody who loves reading historical novels, historical fiction, historical biographies, is that are we absolutely sure that women in 1700 were living these incredibly blissful lives? That's not what you get from the literature of the period. In my first book, which is A History of Feminism, I wrote about some of the women who wrote to Mary Stopes, who was our kind of version of Margaret Sanger, a contraceptive pioneer. And they were describing lives of despair, where they had far more children than they can afford. They didn't know how to stop having any more. They were exhausted by their late 30s from this relentless tide of childbearing. But this is the kind of, that era is now passed into memory long enough that it is susceptible to being, revitalized into this kind of tradwife vision that is, sold to people on Instagram, because no one can really remember what it was like to live in those conditions anymore.
Okay, let me try to think about how to do this, because I will say that typically when I get into a literature, I think I'm a usually generous reader, and I leave with more sympathy for it than I came in. And I read your piece, and then I read The Last Man by Charles Cornish Dale, the raw egg nationalist. I read Bronze Age Mindset. And it's one of the first times I can really remember coming out of something like this and thinking, oh, there was so much less there than I thought. I just assumed people were making some reasonable arguments. But I want to try to be generous before I get into that reaction. So let me ask it this way. As you were talking to these people, as you have immersed yourself in this literature, which parts of the critique or the diagnosis of modernity and its ills and ailments did you find recognizable or find yourself responding to?
I do find the kind of battery cage idea of humanity to be quite compelling. I know that I'm sure my life would be better if I took more exercise, got outside more, took a screen break, didn't doom scroll. I think all of those things are reasonable. I think the American diet is hideous, particularly for lower income Americans. So I don't think all of those things are ridiculous. And that's something that comes up a lot in The Last Man, the idea that elites are keeping you fat, they're keeping you low testosterone if you don't eat enough meat, that vegans are oppressing you.
Vegetarianism is a tool of social control to sap our vitality and make us easier and more obedient as subjects.
But it's very interesting because clearly that has caught on, because Arnold Schwarzenegger made a documentary about being vegetarian, except he'd rebranded it as plant-based. And it was all about how actually you could be an incredibly good weightlifter if you were on a plant-based diet. You could have incredibly strong erections on a plant-based diet. So clearly that has seeped into that discourse that there is something unmanly about not eating meat. But I think I like that book more than you did. I found it, maybe my expectations are lower, but the thing that I found that was interesting about it was that it moved from saying it is impossible to be a man fully in a liberal democracy. There's a line in there that says essentially that because of the fact that you're being kept in this, rubbish jobs and you have low testosterone, all this kind of stuff. And then you get to the end and you find out, okay, so what are we doing then? And there's a bit like, well, you should chuck out your plastic chopping board. And I was just like, oh, I was sort of expecting you to advocate fascism at the end, but you've kept it lower, you've kept it more achievable, and that's the bit that was the bit where I slightly parted company from it.
That's where you parted company. Okay, let me describe the argument of this book, because I think it actually gets at something that I want to try to do, which is it brings up some things really worth talking about and then goes in some really wild directions. You can correct me if you feel like I am being unfair in any part of this. The Last Men is an argument that begins by saying what we need is a hormonal theory of politics. And the hormonal theory of politics is this, and this part is real. There has been, over the decades, a measurable and sustained drop in testosterone in men across a number of countries, in sperm quality and count among men across a number of countries. There's also, and this is a big topic of discussion on the side, and I think an actually important one that I wish the left would take more seriously. There has been a sustained drop in fertility rates across many, many different countries, so relatively few liberal democracies are now at replacement rate or above, if any of them are. I think Israel is, although whether Israel's a liberal democracy is its own question. So he sort of starts there and says, look, the core of masculinity, thymos or thymos, I don't know how you say the Greek word, is testosterone. This thing that Francis Fukuyama is talking about in The End of History and the Last Man, this thing that Nietzsche is talking about, is just testosterone. And we are destroying testosterone. And we're destroying it with endocrine disrupting chemicals that are in all the things we buy, destroying it with bad diet, destroying it with chemicals in the water. And it is creating, and is maybe a sort of actual effort to create, and this is where things begin, in my view, to go a bit off the rails, a docile form of man who is suited for the long house of liberal democracy and not suited for the displays of dominance and hierarchy and the conquest and excellence that has driven civilization forward and defined man forever. And then, as you say, it kind of ends with a stirring call to throw out your plastic cutting boards and filter your water. But this is the argument, that there's like a sort of some stuff I actually agree with on chemicals, some stuff I'm generally worried about, and hormonal changes. And then this sense that what's really happening here is the destruction of what it means to be a man and literally the vital fluids that make men manly. That's the book.
Right, but there is an obvious overlaid political valence on this, which is that this idea that if you're high T, you're risk-taking, possibly violent, and you don't mind about inequality. It's about the strong dominating the weak. And therefore, liberal democracy is inherently feminine because it's more concerned with making sure that the weak don't suffer too much, that there are equal rights for all. So it's very easy to see how that vision of masculinity maps onto kind of MAGA rightism, definitely. The bit I find, when I start drilling down into the examples, I find it tricky. So young men, for example, have much higher testosterone than old men. So actually, really, are we talking about, if women shouldn't be in leadership positions, maybe old men shouldn't be in leadership positions? So, because they don't have the requisite thymos either. Oh, no, you're not saying that. So you're just making very large sweeping claims about men are one thing and women are another thing. That kind of stuff, sort of falls apart in your hands. But I also think that, don't you think it does speak to some people? And I think it speaks to people who have a female boss and they resent it and they find it slightly emasculating. The kind of people who, if a woman upset them, the word bitch would be pretty close to their lips, right? But that's how dare you speak to me like that? You're just a woman. And I think that's closer to the surface in men, even men who are otherwise impeccably liberal, than perhaps we sometimes like to acknowledge. So I can see why this stuff does have a relatively wide appeal.
And the person of Donald Trump, in the 2024 election became a vehicle for this feeling. This guy who stood up and pumped his fist covered in blood after an assassination attempt rather than cowering behind his Secret Service guards or a lectern or, staying on the floor. This guy who would say anything he wanted to say no matter who it offended, who did not play by the rules of feminized society. This man who kept driving forward through adversity, lawsuits and electoral losses, and made his own reality around him. That Trump, for all his sedentary lifestyle and obesity and the fact that he's, in advanced age and, I haven't measured his testosterone, but it's probably not that high anymore. But that Trump represents what masculinity in a way is supposed to be, which is an effort to dominate other people in a bid to achieve greatness for yourself, your kin, your country. And the liberal democracy had thwarted that until he came back and bust through and showed you could still do this.
But it's an incredible cherry pick, isn't it, about Donald Trump, the ultimate alpha male? In the same way that, this is what I find very difficult about all of this literature, is that it just implies that everybody is a kind of a Ken doll or a Princess Sparkle. Donald Trump is at the same time a man who wears more makeup than I do most days, a man who loves Sunset Boulevard. The man loves a musical, one of his better qualities. But you know what I mean? So those aren't the things that they're emphasizing. They aren't saying actually... Right, exactly.
Which I like about Donald Trump, right? I'm not dissing on him here, but so much of these people are engaged in a very Judith Butlerian level of gender performance. It is the most cisgender performance of heteromasculinity you could possibly imagine. And Trump, I think, in some ways what makes him appealing is he's got some of that, but he's got the other thing too, because he's actually not at his core an insecure, thwarted, little goblin.
Yeah, I personally find that much more appealing than I do the very pompous, we're all going to have a sauna together and us guys, but, it's definitely not gay. That sort of very terrified homophobia that sometimes comes out of some of those communities.
So let me take it here, because again, I want to try to run through some of these ideas. I think of one of the founding fathers of this in the New Right is this guy, Bronze Age pervert. Can you describe who that is?
He is a thinker whose real name is Costin Alamariu. He's Romanian, and he has a kind of whole persona which is about bodybuilding and eugenics and Nietzsche. Yeah, those are maybe his three favorite things. And again, it's there's a kind of almost like I Am Dracula kind of level to the hamming up the accent and that kind of stuff. So once again, this is somebody who's playing a character on the internet.
Yeah, it's very much the way I describe the book, which is aesthetically interesting, even if I think it's intellectually becomes a bit tedious. But it has this really Nietzsche for gooners quality. It's very, very romantic poetry, but filtered through 4chan lingo. Maybe it's worth it. I want to play a clip of this interview he did with Michael Malice in 2024 talking about the problems of modernity.
Why is it disgusting? It's because it privileges safety and mere life, the preservation of life, at the expense of things that are exciting and great and free, And when I wrote this book in 2018, sorry to keep talking, Mike, if I may go.
No, this is why you're here.
But when I wrote this book in 2018, some people liked it because I expressed myself directly and with humor and so on, and they said, okay, but this is very nice, but is it really true? And then what happened, people will say, now I planned it. No, I didn't plan it. The pandemic happened, which basically, I think, demonstrated the truth of what I'm saying. In the pandemic, in my view, was a mass sacrifice of the world's youth to the desires of disgusting old people, sacrifice the youth. And also to women, frankly, especially, the middle-aged, sterile woman who made the pandemic procedures her whole life, gave meaning to her life. I saw it in action.
I can't tell you how much joy it brings me to hear you with your accent say the phrase, these middle-aged sterile women. It's just, what?
So the reason I think that clip is useful, and you know, this book, Bronze Age Mindset, got written up in the Claremont Review of Books. There are reports that most young staff in the Trump administration had read it. It had become a piece of code passed back and forth, summed up. The reason I think that clip is interesting is it combines the two things the book does, which is this sense that there is something more than mere life, right? He says, the preservation of life at the expense of things that are exciting, great, and free. With the kind of campy provocateurism, like, oh, it makes me so excited to hear you say middle-aged, sterile women. What's this idea about privileging safety and mere life over things that are exciting and great and free?
Well, this is the idea that women, because of their lack of thymos and testosterone, are, you know, weak and empathetic, and they don't want to put themselves in situations of danger. So this is the idea that you know, essentially the whole world has one kind of giant HR department telling you that you're not allowed to do the things you wanted to do anymore, particularly the kind of things that young men want to do. And, I mean, I can understand why people feel like that, but I also think that, again, I find a huge amount of complacency, I think, has driven it. I don't think people would be talking like that in a time when they had lost 3 of their 8 children to a preventable disease before the age of 2. You know, I don't think they would have been talking about that when, immediately after the First World War, right, when you could quite easily have lost 4 of your sons in a completely pointless advance 2 miles across France. This is an ideology that is born out of fat modernity itself, right? The luxury that they have to play with these ever so spicy ideas are because they've never lived these lives. I don't think if you went over to somewhere that is currently in the middle of a conflict and you said to them, are you all enjoying this incredibly dangerous masculine experience that you're having? I think no. I think they'd like a stable food supply and peace. So, you know, it's ironic that they talk about Fukuyama, because this is what he predicted in The End of History. He said that you're going to end up with people who are just bored, full of ennui, and they're going to have to find things to sort of entertain themselves because they don't have the material deprivations and challenges that previous generations have. And that's what I hear when I hear that. I hear, that we're all having a go at Karens on a podcast. Isn't it so spicy? And you think, what has this got to do with the Spartans? You know, this is just fake cosplay version of masculinity that everybody is kind of indulging in. You know, these people could sign up to the army. They could go and serve in a war. And they've not chosen to do that. They've chosen to become podcasters.
I think the LARPing point of that is, I think, very important, because it is a bunch of intellectuals in elite competition with other intellectuals, a bunch of humanities academics. I mean, Bronze Age Pervert went to Yale, was it?
He's definitely spent a few terms teaching, I think at Emory, but this is, and that's the same thing with Lomez, who was an academic. Charles Cornish Dale has a PhD. You know, many of my friends are academics, but I can see how it slightly deranges people.
It's an elite overproduction problem.
Right, it does. As soon as I was thinking about this, I started thinking about Peter Turchin's idea of surplus elites. That, you know, and some of these people, perhaps they didn't fit in socially at universities and colleges, perhaps they didn't fit in politically, but they have that same kind of yearning in them to be intellectuals and to be taken seriously, and this provides an outlet for that.
One thing that I find interesting about the modern right is it can't seem to decide on when its nostalgia is for.
Yeah.
So there's a dimension of it that's for the 1950s. I think of that as more where Donald Trump has based his remembrance of politics, and he was around for that, so fair enough. But then you have people who seem to be looking back to earlier in the country's history, but it has stretched way beyond that now, all the way to sort of pre-modern, much more directly pagan view. There's a lot of primitivism in all of this, a lot of societies filled with chemicals and endocrine disruptors, right? It connects to the Maha movement in that way. But this question of when were human beings human? When were men men? When were women women? There actually isn't agreement on it.
No, you're right. Somebody like Doug Wilson, the Hegseth's congregation founder, you know, he seems like he basically sort of wants to live in Salem circa 1650, as far as I can see.
The liberation of women was a false flag operation. The true goal was the liberation of libertine men. And in our day, this was a goal that has largely been achieved. These were men who wanted the benefits for themselves that would come from easy divorce, widespread abortion, mainstream pornography, and a promiscuous dating culture. The early 20th century was characterized by the Christian wife. The early 21st century is characterized by the tattooed concubine. And these sons of Belial have the chutzpah to call it progress for women.
That's, that for him is his vision. Other people, have that vision of 1950s suburbia. Other people look to the Romans or the Greeks or the Spartans even. There's a big excitement about the Spartans. Other of them take inspiration from kind of Nietzsche, which is interesting to me, right? So Nietzsche is writing these critiques of modernity at the end of the 19th century, at which point he's making all the same criticisms about his society that they're making now. And you think, well, hang on a minute, this is a vastly less industrialized society. This is before the invention of antibiotics, all of this kind of stuff. So how can this be exactly the same criticism now? And it goes in the other direction too. So one of the things I read for the piece was this very famous essay on the Longhouse by Lomez, which is constantly referred to. And his idea is that there were these matriarchal societies, or there were these communal dining halls that were overseen by a den mother, and they were ruled by kind of petty bitching and backbiting and ostracism, while the men were going out doing manly things. And one of the things I thought was, oh, right, that's interesting. I wonder what society he's referring to then. I should go out and like read a bit more about, what these places are actually like. And he's not referring to anything. He says there's no specific historical reference. And he says, in any case, one can't really define the Longhouse, lest it should lose its force to lampoon the vast constellation of social forces it imagines. And I thought, well, that's extremely convenient, isn't it? You're invoking this terrible thing that happened in history, except it didn't happen in history in any way that you can concretely describe, and in any case you don't want to define it because it's more a vibe, really.
But this is the grammar of a lot of this constant, are we joking, are we serious? I mean, when you talk about almost any of these people, almost any of these books, it's all the ethos of the troll, where the real argument is being smuggled in, gift-wrapped in irony and imagery and jokes and, oh, I'm only kidding, and are you really offended? Such that to argue with it has a little bit of the quality of arguing with smoke. And in some ways that is its point. One of the things many of these screeds are say explicitly is that, they're a reaction to empiricized, bloodlessly technocratic modernity. There's an idea that to sort of cohere things into that fact-based form is to force yourself into a form of argumentation that by its very nature misses deeper truths about life.
This is me.
Right, that does get on my nerves, because as somebody who spent a decade writing about feminism, the thing that you constantly got assailed with was, why, you're just talking about feelings, you're not talking about facts. If you look at the facts, actually they're against you. And so it's quite odd to have pivoted into an era in which apparently, we're not that interested in facts. We're actually just interested in vibes again. But yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that I've thought a lot about what the point of the offensiveness of the language is. And clearly part of it is about a kind of signal, like we're all guys in here, you're cool with this, like a sort of initiation rite, essentially. Like, if you don't blanch at somebody using the N-word in the group chat, that's it. You're allowed in the club. And the other thing is about this idea that you trip up liberals, because essentially you say, I want to sterilize retards. And then everybody goes, how dare you say the word retards? But what you've done is you've invoked a very old idea about sterilization of the unfit for breeding. And the idea would be just as abhorrent if you used extremely clinical language about it as your deliberately offensive, firework language. But you trapped your opponents at the level of kind of going, about the exact words in which you're wrapping it.
I want to try to, because I will say I had a really quite negative reaction to a bunch of this. The part of it that I could recognize, and the part of it that I do understand why it connects to people, is it is an effort to pull up ideas of the Romantics, ideas from Nietzsche, into a modernity that often feels very hollow. I mean, you talked about this, I think, as battery cage modernity, and when he's talking about more than mere life, and probably when he's talking about it in the book, before I get into what I don't like about the book, the thing that he is often getting at and articulating in a way that is, 4chan poetic, is that there has to be something more than this. That there has to be a way that is more authentic to be a human being, more authentic to expressing the energy of life that moves within us that we don't know how to talk about, but we do feel. And that modernity has very little language for, particularly disenchanted modernity. Than this, and the place where the book has, I think, genuine moments of appeal and inspiration is in the channeling of that sense.
So people are okay
which is a
with
very
just
old
moments
sense,
of that kind of stuff?
that there
Or
is
is
some
that
form
somebody
of
that's
immediate
different?
experience that industrial society alienates us from.
I mean, I think that's probably why Nietzsche is such a reference point, because you have the sense both of an intellectual who is not appreciated or known in his own time, right? Nietzsche goes mad after seeing a horse being beaten in the street and spends the last decades of his life just sitting in a corner, his mind completely broken.
An icon of masculinity, if there ever was.
An icon of masculinity. Massive moustache, to be fair, he did have a very impressive moustache. But, but also had these delusions of grandeur, right? He's got a book that's, I believe, literally called Why I Am So Great. The idea of the Übermensch is that everybody around you is essentially cattle, and you're not. And that is every member of the kind of intellectual dark web's theory of the universe, right? Was that, they're a sheeple, and everybody else is them, but I alone have seen through it. So there is this inherent kind of narcissism to it, about the idea of kind of being an Übermensch, that I think you really, that doesn't surprise, that's a reference point to me there. The Christianity I struggle with more. Right? So I'm not religious myself, but I was raised in a very religious household. My parents are Catholic, my dad was a deacon in the Catholic Church, my mum was a religious studies teacher. And their practice of Christianity was, I think, an incredibly positive one. They would go and give the sacrament to the sick, and they'd go and visit nursing homes, people who didn't have anyone else to visit them. They would volunteer in soup kitchens, for example. Their idea of Christianity was one that was based around service to other people. And I don't really see a great deal of link between that and the version of, even in the persona of Jesus, right? So the persona of Jesus in the Gospels says, "Blessed are the meek." He is in some ways an incredibly feminine figure, a passive one. He lets things happen to him. He doesn't storm into, Pontius Pilate's front room with an AK-47 and gun everyone down. He lets himself be killed to die for our sins. And therefore there's this interesting sense that actually Jesus is kind of slightly an embarrassment to some of these people. They've had to, in this American Christianity, particularly evangelical Christianity, had to retcon him as a much more masculine figure than the biblical record suggests. I raised this with one of the pastors who I interviewed in Doug Wilson's church, and I said it's really hard to match up your idea of this masculine, patriarchal Christianity with the Bible. And he said, oh yeah, but remember when Jesus overturned the tables in the temple, the moneylenders? So, there again has been a kind of attempt to go back through the Christian tradition and find the bits you like. Often these guys are more keen on St. Paul than they are on Jesus, because St. Paul was a preacher. He was a controversialist. He was someone who had he literally had a divine revelation. And then he was also somebody who was patriarchal. There are lines from there saying, godly women should be quiet. Women shouldn't be preaching. So, the relationship with Christianity is also very tense, I think.
Well, there's a desire for the order, or the perceived order, of the Catholic or Greek Orthodox Church. Not, I think, for the social radicalism of Jesus Christ.
Well, it's also very funny because successive popes just turn out to be a terrible disappointment to them, which is just like, as somebody who was raised Catholic, just really funny. No, have we got another pope? Does he agree with? No. He also keeps saying things about the poor. Oh, gross.
This is a practical problem. But there's a split, and I think Louise Perry was the first one. I heard her talk about this, and it's actually helped me think about this, between the pagan side of the New Right and the Christian side of the New Right. And Bronze Age pervert is on the pagan side. And I want to go back to what you're saying about hierarchy and Übermensch and Nietzsche. This is a quote from his book. He writes, Nietzsche never forgot that the fundamental fact of nature is inequality. And this is something these people, the followers of Heidegger and Heidegger himself to a great degree, all forget. It is madness to ask the common prefab run of man to fashion his own way, his own religion. The many find solace in meaning only in submission. It is good that this is so, and they shouldn't be made to feel shame for it. So much of the modern idiocy is based on shaming those who would find true pleasure in submission. The long chain of being is held together by command and obedience. And this is really the core politics of this book and a lot of these, which is that we have ended up in this Christianized, liberal democracy that believes in equality, and in doing are subverting and denying the hierarchical dominance and obedience structures of nature.
Right, but when you read some of that stuff, don't you think it's a bit like how people who regress to their past lives always end up that they would have been Cleopatra? They would never have been some guy who died as a toothless peasant at the age of 12. There is a kind of belief that if they lived in these ancient hierarchical societies, they would be one of life's winners. I went back through my notes from when I was reading The Last Man, and I've written, do we want to return to a civil service run by eunuchs? Right? Is Elon Musk ready to make the ultimate sacrifice? Because actually that's much better if you have a professional eunuch class who are looking after democracy. No, there's loads of stuff from this period that they don't want to take back, and all of it is really predicated on the idea that, yeah, if you want to go back to Roman times, you're going to be a Roman citizen, not a slave, right? You're one of life's winners, so that's inevitably what you would have ended up as. And the thing I kept coming back to was this thought experiment by the philosopher John Rawls, The Veil of Ignorance. You know, you should make decisions not knowing which side of the outcome you'd end up on. And if I said to you, do you honestly want to take your chances if you could be any citizen in the Roman Empire at any time, or any citizen in America today? I think almost everybody would take their chances being born in contemporary America, rather than thinking that you were going to end up as, Caligula. Probably not. You're probably going to end up as essentially a 12-year-old girl who got raped by her master every night. You know?
Sure.
There is just this kind of... But then I think this comes back to this idea that they are special people, and therefore they don't live in a society where they're able to exercise that specialness anymore.
Sure, and this will start getting into this real discussion of masculinity. I guess the argument they would make, let me try to steal on this, is of course they don't like John Rawls, because we don't become availabilities. And acting as if we do, and ordering society as if we do, turns out to have this fundamental problem, which is that it subverts the natural way men are supposed to be, which is it is the expression of these competitive, aggressive, ambitious, even violent instincts, which, maybe we didn't realize it at the time, but we now know are a potent driver of civilizational progress, and we fall into stagnation and decadence when they are thwarted. That's what I understand them to be saying. When you talk to them, I mean, is that what you hear, or is that a misreading?
No, I think that's reasonable, and there is a kind of light side version of that, right? Which is that here in the developed world, we live in aging societies, and that has profoundly shaped how decisions are made in just ways that we're only really beginning to reckon with now. I'm not sure if that's so much about gender as it is about an aging society. If you live in a much younger society, then the young people are the kind of dominant force and they set the rules. Well, at the moment, we live by the baby boomers' their social conditions that they find most amenable to them. But the other bit that I think is worth taking away from this, and I don't want to dismiss all this stuff out of hand. I wrote in Difficult Women about the problems of boys in school, which again I think are real. I think there are lots of boys who find it really difficult to sit still for 8 hours a day, and they are not encouraged to kind of burn off their energy. And the whole school model has been framed around this idea of the kind of good girl who sits there passively and kind of just digests information in a way that doesn't suit lots of boys. The New York Times had a really interesting report a couple of months ago about ADHD diagnosis in teenagers. And one of the things I took away from that is that lots of them don't end up on medication that they start as teenagers in adulthood because they find a job that suits them better than being cooped up in school, put into this box that I think is particularly restrictive for boys. If we're going to take some of this ideology, perhaps we do say that girls and boys, on average, maybe there are some differences between them, and that we need to be more attentive to the ways in which some bits of modern society aren't set up well for boys.
I think it's worth dwelling on this for a minute. And I've had Richard Reeves on the show, who's written a lot and done a lot of work on this. One place a lot of these ideas have magnetized towards, because it acts as a genuine, true justification for the idea of something being wrong, is that there is something going wrong for men and boys. I mean, we talked a few minutes ago about falls in testosterone and sperm quality. I mean, that's measurable and strange, and it's been going on for many decades now, and we should, I think about it and worry about it. But you also have men's wages not doing great. You have girls performing much better than boys in high school, much more likely to enroll in college. Men today are 5 times likelier than in the 90s to say they don't have any close friends. They are 4 times more likely to die by suicide. Sometimes this can all get framed as a competitive race with girls, like as if it would be fine if both genders were dying by suicide at the same rate. But that's not the way I think about it. That boys are not doing great on their own terms. And the sense that, perhaps society's evolved in a way, whether that is in terms of the chemical soup and the microplastics that we're all exposed to from childhood now, all the way up to the structure of school, the structure of the workplace, the idea that it is more recently evolved in a way that is, not good for boys and men, it's not a crazy thought, and I think it's something worth, when you look at this data, taking seriously.
It's not a crazy thought. I think of it differently to that, which is I think that there are girl-specific problems and there are boy-specific problems, and then there are some problems that affect all young people, screen usage. But that you break that down and it affects boys and girls in different ways. Again, these on average with huge amounts of exceptions. We're always talking very broad brushstrokes here. But there is some evidence, I think, that things like comparing yourself to other bodies and faces on Instagram hits girls particularly harder. Social contagions of particular things hit girls harder. And then at the same time, you get boys who are funneled towards crypto, gambling, day trading.
Oh my God.
Those things are more heavily pedaled to men. We know that the majority of problem gamblers are men. But this comes out to, I think, we're still steeped in this idea that everything is a kind of neat oppressor-oppressed binary. And in the case of gender, that's, there are still things and ways in which, like sexual violence being a very obvious example, that, women are oppressed by men. But I think we can also get to this stage now where we say it's not actually a competition. A lot of time it's capitalism is doing it to both boys and girls, doing unpleasant things, right? In the service of social media companies making a profit, girls are being shown huge amounts of very filtered images of what faces can look like. And I think we just probably need to find a slightly new way of talking. I try and discourage, feminists from sort of framing everything in kind of men are doing this to us kind of way. And I think that the real downfall of a lot of this discussion is it's almost impossible to have a conversation about men on its own terms in lots of these parts of the right without it having to be at some point women's fault. And if we could just break that chain, those conversations would be a lot healthier, and I think liberals would be a lot happier in participating in them, right? If it can be, actually, maybe we got some bits of the COVID response wrong, schools should have opened earlier in California, that's a conversation people are going to be much happier to have if it's not done, some childless cow did this to you, right? Because at that point, I'm out. I'm not interested in what else you have to say at that point. Sorry, if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, then we won't have this argument.
There's this interesting dimension in a bunch of these books where it does feel to me you're watching, both in these books actually and in culture broadly, men import what has more traditionally been a huge problem for women and girls really quite rapidly, which is this obsession with unrealizable body aesthetics. Bronze Age pervert, true to the name, is known for constantly posting pictures of, tanned and muscled male bodies. Raw egg nationalist Charles Cornish Dale, weightlifter, talks a lot about that in his book. There's this whole idea of the pursuit of beauty as a way of aligning yourself to higher good. This is from the Bronze Age pervert mindset in its sort of weird internet grammar. In same way, see from all this that aesthetic physique has the most cosmic significance, and it's because of what I've said so far, that aesthetic bodies are a window to the other side because they're the pinnacle of nature. The book is full of just hatred for the obese. He keeps calling it yeasty, physiques. Ignacy Clavicular, who, is the biggest streamer of the moment, who is this looks maxer, who has I think has become deranged and is clearly in a very unhealthy spiral, appearing in court, overdosing on live streaming. As he has this crazy stack of testosterone and other things that have made him infertile. You're watching a mass social body dysmorphia emerge very rapidly, it seems to me, among men. And one thing I see in the stuff in the New Right, this is the one place, I want to talk about this more broadly, but the one place where they seem to have an idea of self-mastery or discipline for men, but it's all this homosocial weightlifting competition.
God, that's the interesting thing about it, is that it's all done for other men. And you used to find people on the men's rights internet would talk about women's intrasocial, intersexual competition and the fact that they were all kind of doing all these sort of things for each other. And I think, I just think about that a lot, is that a lot of this is done to impress other men. At the same time as having this intense anxiety about homosexuality. But it also has this deep, and that quote you bring out has this deep eugenic quality to it, right? If you go back and read Buck versus Bell, the famous eugenic judgment by the Supreme Court, this idea of the unfit, the morons, the imbeciles, and then the physically handicapped. And the degenerate, that kind of Nazi language. There is the idea that there are life's winners who are physically perfect and mentally acute, and then there are life's losers who are, you can even read in their features that they are subhuman. That's got such a long, dark history.
Subhuman?
Even in America, on the left as well as the right. Even in California, there were thousands of people sterilized for mental and physical disabilities in the 20th century. So these are ideas that were in circulation, and they could be again. These are not, we like to think that all these things just got ruled out completely after the Second World War. Why? So many other things that you would never have thought would come back have come back. This idea that there are sort of subhumans. You find them all that so often in the kind of right-wing and norm discourse on things like X.
You see it all over these books too. I mean, there's an explicit passage in Bronze Age Mindset where he talks about the problem of the Jews and their pallid, nerdy, they've made everybody want to be these intellectual, conceptual, not sort of connected to the real vital forces of being alive. And I mean, this is very old-fashioned anti-Semitism. And he, tries to soften it by saying, well, when I say the Jews, I'm not saying just the Jews or all the Jews, but it's straightforward. I mean, he uses the term directly, which is maybe to say all this is very old. This is all very old. And it expresses itself as old, right? It's Bronze Age. It's going back into Christian nationalism. It is all making this argument that modernity has taken a wrong turn. It has taken a wrong turn in all of this equality among men and women, among people of different races and ethnic backgrounds, among the idea that people in different countries have equal worth. A lot of it is framed as like a debate about gender roles or sexual facts, but a huge amount of it is just about the past versus the present, and whether or not our modern values are a betrayal of our baser and more fundamental instincts.
I mean, that's why it's appealing, because it's saying if you are alive today and unhappy, it's because of modernity. And it may be any other number of other things, but it gives, it specifically addresses itself to people who are alienated by society in whatever way it might be, and latches onto that. Who does someone like Andrew Tate appeal to go back to the kind of broader manosphere? It's actually young teenage boys, right? It's actually at that period of age where, you're getting all these messages about how men are patriarchal, toxic masculinity, and blah, blah, blah. But you are,
the broader sphere
maybe small and frightened, and you don't really know if you're going to have any friends or girls who are going to want to date you. It preys on people at the most insecure moments of their life. For a long time, the men's rights internet was specifically aimed itself to recent divorcees, who are also absolutely primed to hear some, thoughts about how women are pretty awful. And I think that is really sad. Because that's the bit where I find these people quite predatory if they're taking people who have got genuine personal problems and supplying a kind of ready-made, bad guy for them to fixate onto, which is probably not going to go anywhere. What can you do about these things? If you think that the world is rigged against you, and this is funny because they all believe very much in being, having agency. But if you feel that the world is this gynocracy, then how are you supposed to navigate that? You just keep consuming more of their content and kind of wallowing in your own stew.
We've been talking here about various essays and books written by the men of this, but one of, I think, the most influential essays in the space that is also framed as more of an actionable set of policy ideas is by Helen Andrews in her essay, The Great Feminization. So who's Helen Andrews and what was the argument of that piece?
Helen Andrews writes for Compact magazine, and the argument with that, it starts with Larry Summers being outed from president of Harvard in the 2000s, and this is the kind of first moment, really, when there were so many women in academia that they had a hysterical overreaction to his public comments that maybe there weren't so many women in STEM because, you know, they're just innate lack of aptitude or interest, essentially. And this is portrayed as this kind of warning sign of like the feminist freakouts that are about going to dominate the next 2 decades. And then Andrews goes on to make this case that you have far more female lawyers, far more female doctors, far more female academics, and they are not interested in the pursuit of truth and justice and rigor. They are driven by feelings. And so in the law, that will translate to the fact that they will just feel quite bad for criminals and kind of not want to discipline them and punish them appropriately. In academia, it means that you stop asking hard questions with uncomfortable answers and you instead end up having a kind of hippie kumbaya drum circle where everybody talks about their positionality. And there is obviously something there that spoke to a lot of people. I mean, the reason that I wrote about it is that, again, I had this sense of smoke and sound, in that I tried to go through the specific evidential claims that were being made and see whether or not they stack up. One of which being that wokeness is an epiphenomenon of demographic feminization. There's something to practice as a tongue twister. But the idea essentially that if you get too many women in an organization, it will collapse into kind of bitching and backbiting and all the things that characterized that period of whatever you want to call that peak woke of 2020. And it was an incredibly viral essay. I wrote a lot of articles taking issue with some of the things that happened in that period. I don't know if you can separate out correlation and causation in all of those times. I don't think you can ever draw a neat line, which is when women in an organisation get above 60%, then organisation collapses. And that's kind of the claim that basically Andrews makes, which is that these bureaucracies run by women become just self-perpetuating and squalid. Well, go and read the government inspector or something like that. Bureaucracies have been, Kafka was onto this when it was all men. This is just a quality of bureaucracy. It's just now that we have moved into a situation in which the majority of people in things like HR, university administration, they are female, that it's become, well, hang on a minute, this is just yet another sign of creeping evil feminization. The other one that got to me was, I looked into the Larry Summers thing. First of all, his reported comments were very much skimming the surface of what his private emails to Jeffrey Epstein revealed his views on gender to be. And I'm not entirely confident that I want to say that his colleagues who obviously knew him a lot better didn't think this is a very good chance to get rid of somebody who we think might be a liability to us. Often in cancellations that I've covered, there has been something else going on, something office politics-y going on. The other thing that I found out was 2006, the year that happened, 4/5 of Harvard's tenured faculty were men. So the claim is, there was a feminist backlash to the things he said, but it took place within an organisation that was still at that point ruled and run by men. So it's not as simple as suddenly Harvard became a citadel of women and therefore at that point it didn't tolerate anybody saying anything it disagreed with. There's much more complicated things going on.
I found that essay so strange and maddening. She was on Ross's show, which is an episode worth watching, debating that. But her argument...
Well, she was on exactly the same problem in that episode of Ross's show. She's on with Leah Labresco-Sargent, and they bring up a discrimination case, which she frames as being some women objected to a kind of slightly porny poster, and it turns out to have been a pretty explicitly pornographic poster, and the woman, in a very male-dominated workplace, experienced that as sexually aggressive. Once you get to that stage with an essayist where you go, I'm going to have to go and follow every single citation down that rabbit hole to find out if you've really represented this, or have you just, have you come to a conclusion first and just had this chain of stuff that lines up below it? That to me is fatal. So I tried, I tried to read things with an open mind. I think she captured something important that many people felt, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a reaction to it. But I became increasingly annoyed at the vibesiness of it.
Well, there's just this reality that the essay, I think, avoids confronting in any way. So her basic argument, among other things, is cancellation is an explicitly female way of meting out punishment. Cancellation is a feminine punishment, whereas getting punched in the face is a male punishment. And so this age of cancellation has just reflected the tipping point of women taking over workforces. Among other completely obvious questions about this, is cancellation an exclusively female way of doing things, or when the Trump administration went around getting people fired for saying a bad thing about Charlie Kirk after his murder, or when they went around firing anybody who had used the term diversity in a grant application, was that cancellation being done by a very male-dominated structure. It's constant to watch what she is describing as a outcome of female domination, and to say, no, this is quite obviously what social media makes possible. And that the period in which he's talking is a period of algorithmic social media taking over as the primary communications platforms. And in this period, you also have Slack coming into workplaces. And it creates this capacity for like individual instances to be raised up, to ricochet everywhere. But you can just look around. You look on the right, you look as you're noting, I mean, did the communists not cancel people? Did they handle everything by having a upfront, direct discussion about their differences, in which the men hashed it out and got to a truth outcome?
Was Senator McCarthy actually secretly a woman? This is a really big thing. But like,
they're in Russia now. Where did
even the
they
word
come
ostracism,
from?
right? The word ostracism comes from the ancient Greek practice of writing down people's names on a stone or pottery tablet, and then they are banished from outside the city walls. That is done in a society in which women were explicitly second-class citizens. You can take all the women out, and people will still decide that there are sometimes ways that you settle disputes that don't involve violence. But you're right, partly, yes, this is a correlation and causation question, right? Yes, obviously things like cancellations and indirect conflict have increased. But is that just part of a wider social shift away from violence? Someone like Steven Pinker would argue that's just true. We live in a less violent society than our equivalent countries were in 1800 when people were dueling. And is that about women's entry into the public square? Maybe it is, but maybe it's also about a bunch of other things too.
Here's the other thing that I found very strange in a bunch of these different books, and what you just said gets at it. They don't really try to argue normatively that the changes have been bad. So I think dueling was bad.
Big, strong.
I'm going to make this claim, and I think that the way we have gotten, I mean, maybe until very recent past, but over time, better and better and better at living in complex societies without falling into civil war with each other. I think that has been a human advance. That the kind of self-mastery we have developed and the virtues of liberal democracy that became taken often for granted, even if not always followed, they reflected progress. One thing I found strange about Bath, about the Last Men, which particularly I found this flaw in, he has all this thing about how if you rub testosterone gel on men and then put them in a dominance game, they're more comfortable with hierarchy. Is that good? Like, am I supposed to prefer that they don't look for more win-win outcomes when you slather? I don't want to be slathered in testosterone and become worse at cooperation. I have enough trouble limiting my own competitive instincts as it is. And it's in Helen Andrews' piece too that what she, in some ways, if I'm going to be maximally generous, is talking about the HRification of modernity. And yes, in modernity you have a lot of big institutions, and as institutions get bigger, they bureaucratize, and this can be a problem. I've written a book, Abundance, in part about the problems of institutional incentives taking over. But nevertheless, there is a dynamic here where you are trying to make complexity and scale work at a very high level, and that does require you to have rules, procedures, approaches to managing difference that are not dueling. And I bring this up both because I think it's a weakness in the pieces, but also because I think it actually gets at something that is significant here, which is the implicit vision, and sometimes the explicit vision of masculinity in these books I found deeply depressing, almost repellent. And what
it's funny you say that, because it made me think that none of these things are the things that I love about men.
Her interrupting.
I'm someone who's always had loads of male friends and been very happily married for a decade. And some of the things I love about men are, for example, their ability to become completely nerdily obsessed with very stupid things. Just that level of intensity of focus. I absolutely love my dad's terrible jokes that are passed into family lore that we all repeat back to him. You know, there are just so many different models of masculinity that are just, I think the word I would put is comfortable. You know, that idea of the great thing that you become a dad, or you follow your interests and you become comfortable with the person you are and you just radiate that. Maybe you are a bit weird, maybe you're into model trains, whatever it might be, that's all good. You know, you'd like to read a lot of books about the Second World War. All of these things are very true of many of my friends. You know, I was just having a conversation about it with somebody who said, oh yeah, no, my friend's boyfriend got really into all this stuff. And of course, they're not together anymore, right? So women don't want to be with anxious, controlling men. And as a result of the fact that they can earn their own wages and we have divorce, they don't have to be. So you have to find some way in which they have to put up with it. But, you know, I just think if you really want a successful relationship with a woman, probably looks maxing is less good than being thoughtful, sending a gift occasionally. Like, you know, I think if you asked them, I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of all women here, always a good idea. But if you said, do you want a 10 out of 10 incredibly chiseled out boyfriend, or do you want one who will have dinner ready for you when you've had a really long day out? Almost all of them, I think, would probably pick the small, thoughtful acts of kindness over stone cold hottie. I just think that's how it works. And I think that, again, is kind of, it's a big part of this political project. It's very difficult to accomplish if women don't have to put up with it. But what I find so unsettling about the visions of masculinity and lots of these books is they seem so anxious at the same time as calling women anxious. They seem so unsettled, so on their edge. They don't feel happy, they feel stressful to me. And that's me reading them as a woman. I don't know if you had the same experience as a man.
I'll go maybe further than you, as a man who loves being nerdily obsessed with issues.
And also surpassing women instead of
I think it is fair to say that a vision of masculinity has to begin at some level with recognizing that biologically men are stronger, more aggressive, just physically. And as such, masculinity in its healthy spaces and its healthy development has tended to insist upon self-mastery and discipline. It is a way of channeling strength and competitiveness and aggression, and yes, testosterone and thymos, in a direction that is pro-social, in a direction that is committed to its obligations to others, to children. I am amazed at how little there is about fatherhood in these books.
But that's why, as with many eugenicist fans, lots of these people don't have kids themselves, and also while having lots of attacks on childless cat ladies.
Yes.
Lots of these people also don't have children.
It was this one, as I read more of this, and I read some of the people you had written about, this is what I mean, that I came out less sympathetic to all this than I went into it with. I had assumed that all this talk about virtues, somewhere somebody was going to talk about what I understood to be virtues. But no, they just like the word virtues because it sounds old, and they like old things because they think it was better before. There's no virtues anywhere here, and the way you see it is in the people who are now, I think, the leading voices. You have Donald Trump, this virtueless, disinhibited, incredibly corrupt man with his multiple wives, endless amount of sexual harassment, his inability to control himself and be decent to other people. You have Nick Fuentes, it's like incel in a basement, railing against women, unmarried, no children, does not connect himself in obligations to others, to community, to any of the things that build the kind of civilization he claims to want. Doug Wilson, this Christian Nationals pastor, who, as you mentioned, is, the founder of the sect Pete Hegseth is in. Pete Hegseth has tweeted out Doug Wilson's attacks on women voting. Doug Wilson, who has severed his Christianity from all of the humility and care and compassion and radicalism that you just read on the literal words of the Bible. I mean, where is the Sermon of the Mount in any of his work? I find it appalling. I really, this was the part that I actually found myself having a more emotional reaction to. Where are any good men here? I'm not against the critique that the left did not create space for a healthy vision of masculinity. I agree with that critique. But this is so fucking warped. Where these people have ended up. This is a terrible vision of what it means. Forget to be a man, it means to be an adult.
Yeah, I don't want to live in the world that they envision. I think it's also a recipe for anxiety. This idea that you have to have a woman that you control, and actually, if she does things, if she's disobedient, that's a bad reflection on you, and it's humiliating to you. I think is a recipe for both violence in relationships, but also deep insecurity and unhappiness. You should have somebody. For me, the vision of equal partnerships is just that it's so much more relaxing. You have freely chosen each other, and every day you make that commitment to stay together. It's not like if one of you leaves, you'll be destitute, and or whatever it might be, or you're living in fear all the time. You have freely made this commitment. To me, that is a much more positive vision for a heterosexual relationship than the kind of thing that I'm seeing in this, which is about kind of capturing a woman and and holding on tight to her, and having these kids that are there because essentially they're miniature versions of you, right? That they perpetuate your empire. You see that in the kind of Elon Musk belief that he wants to use surrogates to have to make himself the modern Genghis Khan.
I mean, man, so many of friends I know have 0 or 1 kid. Yeah. That's why I'm always banging the baby drum. I'm like, man, civilization's gonna, collapse. And no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, where do you think people come from? Some magical fucking people factory?
Where's the bit in that about how joyful it is to be raising children? The idea that these are their own independent human beings. They're not really, the carriers of your glorious surname into eternity. I didn't have a particularly emotional reaction to it, and I think I've just burned out my circuits after 15 years of writing about feminism, because I just feel like misogyny is so deep a bigotry, it's so casually indulged, it's not treated seriously. If these guys were going around saying, I don't think black people should vote, I don't think Jews should vote, it wouldn't be seen as, aren't they kind of cute and they're wearing some edgy things in them. Actually, even Nick Fuentes gone that far, right? Whereas you can say it about women, because there's an assumption that it's part of a continuum that starts with kind of stand-up comics doing stuff about how their girlfriend is annoying. This is all kind of good, rumbustious battle of the sexes fun. I mean, I know that these people despise me and everything about my life, and I sort of don't care, because I like my life, and I think it's a pretty good life. There is service involved to other people, and I think that I try and think about other people more than I think about myself, and all of those things I do find a bit missing in this literature, right? I think it's also why it's so popular now, is that a lot of it is essentially self-help. And that is the dominant literary genre of the age, and the kind of dominant social media genre of the age.
This is what I want to say about it, because this is where I think I actually feel very strongly about it. I care about it because it is actually popular. Not necessarily some of the individual people we're talking here, but Andrew Tate clips, Nick Fuentes clips, right? These things are exerting real cultural pull. And it is self-help. And it is self-help that has been cleaved from any kind of genuine pro-sociality. It is self-deformation. And that, I think, is really dangerous. I see this in a weird way with Caligula, this lookmaxer. Here's somebody who is cleaved. The desire to become maximally attractive. From all the things that desire is supposed to do for you. Right? He has talked about how it has made him infertile. He has talked about how he couldn't possibly have a girlfriend because of the lifestyle he now leads. It's like we have taken the urge and severed it from the purpose. And so we have turned it pathological. I watch him and I don't think what he's doing is good for him. I don't think it's what attractiveness means, and I worry about all these young boys who are now growing up in a online environment where they're being told this is what it means to be attractive. I don't think this is what women find attractive. But it's cleaved off from all these other things that make somebody a compelling person, their warmth, their imperfections also. And I will say this, that I think that the idea that liberalism broadly had so little of value to say about what it meant to be a man or a boy for so long. And we created this sort of social media world, and often partnered with the people running it. Mark Zuckerberg, a liberal in good standing for many years, and like abandoned kids into this farm of extremism, and they just created a space where any of this could thrive, where there wasn't a better competitor to it. And there's a lot going on in society, none of it's monocausal, but I really worry about this world in which this is what is passing for self-help, because I think if you followed it, you would not help yourself. You would make yourself into someone much worse. And many people are. And that is a failure not of these trolls, but a failure of the mainstream to actually have a vision of human flourishing and self-improvement that feels vital to people.
Yeah, I think about this a lot because, it's a cliche to say at this point, but for people who have lost religion, you have lost a lot of community and regularity to your life, and a rhythm of your life too. The church in which I grew up, we had Palm Sunday and Easter, and then you have Harvest Festival, and then Advent and Christmas. There is a sense of like life's occasions being marked. There are baptisms and funerals. There is confession as a chance to kind of get offload your sins. There are kind of rituals within that are probably deeply helpful to people as anchors within their lives. And while I can't say I have personal faith anymore, I think that it is a shame to have lost those structures in life, and I don't know if there is a way to recreate them. And I don't think any of this would be happening if we weren't all essentially spending 6 hours a day staring at a tiny little portal into the madness, right? And I wish I could give it up. I feel like one of those people who goes, well, of course eating meat is terrible, and they're like, do you still like burgers? I do, and that's probably also true. But with the digital world, we have essentially hooked everybody up to a little dopamine drip. And I think that, the effect of that, particularly on young people who are still forming their opinions. If you look now at young men and women's political attitudes, you find this replication of young women are more left-wing and young men are more right-wing in lots and lots of countries now. It's a really interesting finding. And part of it, I think, has to be to do with kind of sex-segregated algorithmic feeds and people spending more time in segregated online spaces than they do in the playground or local youth centre or the pool hall or wherever it might be. And those are really unhealthy things. Alice Evans has this theory, the sociologist, about young people de-radicalising each other if they can just spend enough time together.
But instead of restoring
and so, yeah,
that,
I think you're right to continue to bring this back to an almost spiritual discussion, because these ideas wouldn't be so popular if they weren't filling a lack and a feeling of ennui and alienation. And I would like those to be filled in a better way. But the starting point for that is recognizing that those feelings exist.
One thing this whole movement takes very seriously is aesthetics. And at every level of it, from Trump himself, who is very concerned with how the people around him look, how the spaces around him look, concerned in his own way with beauty, all the way down to these people like Bab, who at least put a certain conception of beauty, the physical form, at the center of politics. One of the things that I think is interesting here is I do think they're onto at least this, which is that aesthetics has been almost an empty ground of politics for a long time.
Oh my gosh,
I do think there's a hunger for more
They're just not
beauty in our lives, for politics to have aesthetic opinions. And so I'm curious how you weigh that, the sort of constant performance and camp of this movement, but also the kind of consistent belief that one of the problems of modernity is we've abandoned having sufficient views and emphasis on the beauty of our surroundings, our spaces, of our culture.
That's so interesting. I hadn't ever really thought about it like that, but you're right. I think every political party now has to pay such attention to aesthetics. It's just that MAGA has an aesthetic. I'm not sure if someone said to you, what's the Kamala Harris aesthetic? I'm not sure you could really sum it up. Or what's the Democrat aesthetic? For a while, it was the kind of nevertheless.
That's because they don't know the term.
I'm
there
with
is
her. Again, these are very female-focused slogans. And the kind of, sort of lightweight corporate you-go girlism. But I wouldn't say that I think that the left has got a consistent aesthetic. I mean, the far left has, right? This is why you get all these kind of mean jokes about people with blue fringes and whatever it might be, and Palestine plushies and stuff like that. But the mainstream Democratic Party does not have a consistent aesthetic in the way that MAGA does. Well, like to the extent that MAGA women often look a particular way, right? And MAGA men look a particular way.
I think about this actually a lot, and I've wanted to try to figure out how to do something about it. It does seem to me that the left has done too little thinking about its own aesthetic. One thing about the Zohran Mamdani campaign is it had a real aesthetic. It had colors. He dresses in a very certain way everywhere. Obama, of course, you go back to the famous, Hope and Change posters, you go back to that movement, it had, in its own way, an aesthetic. But one reason I think you see a much more thoroughgoing one in MAGA, an aesthetic that runs through not just the candidate and their graphic design, but the things they put on Twitter about architecture, the executive orders about classical architecture and beauty, what should be in a museum, is because it's fundamentally a movement about the past. And so it gives you the capacity to choose an aesthetic from the past you prefer and say that is beauty. And I think that when you're dealing with liberalism or other forms of left ideology, or more left ideology in the American context, it's harder because you can't as naturally reach backwards. If you're so focused on critiques of the past, then endlessly you have to modernize it. So Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda has a real aesthetic, and what it does is it combines an aesthetic of the past into this multicultural update. So it's simultaneously honoring it and critiquing it. But that's actually hard to do. And so I think sometimes one of the reasons that the left has more trouble answering the question of what is beautiful is that the past is not a safe place for it to go.
And also that's related to optimism versus pessimism, because there is a version of that. Actually, Andy Burnham here in England is now running in a by-election from which he hopes as a springboard to then run for the Labour leadership and become Prime Minister. And he put out an advert. Now, the soundtrack is Oasis, so there's a 90s nostalgia. But a lot of the shots were of new skyscrapers that have gone up in Manchester. And his point there is, we are building stuff. Like, here is the place the future is being built, which I always thought would be the centerpiece of any kind of Gavin Newsom presidential run, right? Be like California, the place of the future. There's a bit of a problem with that, though, right? Which is that, and again, this maybe comes back to the aging society. How many people in America are excited about the future versus how many of them think it's a veil of joblessness, declining living standards, a heating planet, like all of these things, right? Who hates Waymos, which I think are awesome, having been to San Francisco recently. Like, I felt like I'm sitting in the future. Who hates them more than taxi drivers unions?
You're not sitting in a train, so how could
who
you
hates driverless trains more than train drivers unions? And so, yeah, if they want to reclaim the idea that they're going to have futuristic aesthetics, that could be kind of awesome. But they would have to also deal with the fact that many people do not look forward to the future with a desperation to get there.
The difficulty is for that aesthetic that the left is very skeptical of technology, and that AI in particular has widened that skepticism. And so if you can't have an aesthetic of the future that is in some ways sci-fi and a little technopunk, then you're not left with very much, because you don't like the past, you're not comfortable with the future. Donald Trump is president in the present, and I think it's hard. But I will say, I think this is one of the places where I'm most sympathetic to a thing happening in the new right, even if I don't like where they take it, which is culture is very powerful, and the aesthetics of culture are very powerful. And Trump's version of it is very specific, with UFC on the lawn for, the 250th, and and Hulk Hogan at the RNC. His aesthetics, in a funny way, are very camp, but they're at least very central to him and his vision of politics. And we're in a much more visual culture. The way the platforms has moved is much more visual. And I don't think political movements that do not have both a visual identity and a visual perspective, a perspective on what is beautiful and what is to be culturally prized, are going to compete well in this era.
But that's also about the left's tastemakers' hatred of the middle brow. I mean, just to take architecture, right? You have to show that you are a refined person by liking brutalism. And if you just preferred a nice Doric column and a nice whitewashed, whatever it might be, that's kind of basic. That's what normal people who don't know anything about architecture like. And the problem is that there are far more normal people than there are people who know a lot about architecture. And I think Trump has got that, right? Trump just has the tastes of a kind of normie person. He has the taste of a normal person who's got a lot of money rather than elite taste. I think there was a piece about this at the time of the 2016 election, right? Everything he owns is covered in gold, which is what you kind of think, I suddenly had loads of money, why wouldn't I cover everything in gold? Whereas the thing that if you're a high net worth person who flies on private jets and reads, Condé Nast Traveler magazine, everything should be in muted earth tones. So his exact lack of taste, in elite sense, is read by normal everyday people as he likes basic things that are easy to appreciate and nice. He wants presumably he wants that ballroom to look like the Roman Forum that people might have seen on their holiday in Italy. So this is a bit about the kind of the left's hatred of the middle brow and the popular and the mainstream.
The best politics are always cringe.
I mean, you mentioned Hamilton. I love Hamilton as much as a white liberal millennial could, but I went back to see it a couple of years ago and I was like, oh, this is Obama era cringe, and it's because it's so earnest and sweet, and now everything is so cynical.
Is she
and dated
saying that's
it's
like
quite
radical?
hard to put yourself back into the state to be able to appreciate someone who's just straightforwardly hopeful about the upward progress of America. So it does kind of read as cringe, but again,
she thinks that's radical leftism?
In the same way that having no shame is a very useful asset in American politics, having no sense of cringe is probably also quite good.
I wish you could tell that to all the Democratic consultants. We've been talking about what these ideas mean for men, for their formation, for their possibilities, what kinds of grievances they emerge from. But what do they mean for women? One thing in your piece is really looking at what people who are at the vanguard of this movement are saying should be done, how the world should work. What are these people proposing?
Well, I mean, there's a kind of suite of ideas. So no-fault divorce, the rollback of that, right? Take it back to the idea that divorce, someone in the couple is to blame and they therefore get penalised. And one of the reasons that the feminist movement was very against that is that was used to punish women, essentially, to say you have been adulterous and disobedient and therefore, your kids should be taken away. And I've written in support of no-fault divorce. We only got it here in Britain within the last decade, because I think that the one thing you need when you're trying to get through a relationship, if you have kids, is really this is a divorce, but this is also a co-parenting negotiation, and turning that into an adversarial fight from the very start is unlikely to end well. But that doesn't fit this kind of masculinist paradigm. The Heritage Foundation put out a report in January that said they wanted a kind of Manhattan Project to support families. They are against dating apps, daycare, single-parent benefits. There is an argument there for
supporting a certain kind of family.
Right, exactly. They want tax breaks, right? So they want the American economic system and tax system to be re-geared towards being friendlier to the types of families that they think are the best ones. It's perfectly legitimate for them to make that argument. The reason that we have a situation the way it is that people didn't like the idea that the children of a single mother were kind of starving over a principle. So I think they'll have an uphill argument on that. And then you get the kind of, the wilder fringes. So Doug Wilson, who we mentioned a couple of times, he has an aspiration in 200 years that he wants household voting.
So in the fullness of time, a single woman would still be able to vote, but once she married, then her husband would vote for her? Is that...
Yeah, well, her husband wouldn't vote instead of her. Her husband would cast the vote that she and her husband and household, he was representing the whole household.
Right. But presumably he would have the power to simply decide what the household should be voting, right? I mean,
sure.
Isn't he in the leadership position there?
Yes. He would have, if they disagreed, he would break the tie, and he might break the tie by going with her desires, or he might break the tie his way.
More pressingly, he also thinks women shouldn't serve in combat roles in the military.
So women are created by God to be life givers, nurturers. That's how they're created, that's their function, that's their form, that's their creational identity. God gave them to be life for us. And you shall not take a woman who is given for the nurturing of life and turn her into a death agent.
And now that is, if I had to put my hand on my heart, I think that is also what Pete Hegseth believes.
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated.
And he has an aesthetic demand for his army. You know, he wants an army of people without beards. It's very clear about this. And I think Donald Trump has that too, right? There was that famous reporting about Donald Trump not wanting disabled veterans, you know, in his parade. He's got a vision of what he thinks an army should look like. So there's all of that stuff is actually already happening. You've got the chair of the Equal Opportunity Commission, who has basically put out a kind of ambulance-chasing lawyers ad saying,
"Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible."
So there is also a hunger for using the instruments of the kind of pro-DEI bureaucracy in the other direction. And actually saying, well, we think it's white men's turn to get treated to some of this, you know, be treated as a protected group and get some special latitude in some of these hiring decisions. Scott Yenna wants to, for example, reinstitute male-only military colleges. He thinks that having women in military training colleges, again, affects these kind of very manly, vigorous, slightly bullying standards, and they make everything a bit of an HR bureaucratic nightmare.
There's also, I mean, obviously, the Dobbs decision a couple of years back, which is, I think, significant, worth thinking about here. Some of these things feel like they're just not on the table, right? Like repealing the 19th Amendment. Doug Wilson can talk about that all he wants, but it's, I think, not going to be a demand of the Republican Party anytime soon. On the other hand, things make their way in weird ways. One question I have really had is, does this become a real agenda? Particularly after Trump. Because Trump has this quality of... One way he's able to hold this very strange coalition together is he gives everybody a little bit, and then he'll also happily represent the opposite. And he has such individual power over the Republican Party that what he says goes. The people behind him, you know, the JD Vance.
The new right's very old vision of men. Very old? Very... God, How many people? 70,000? 70,000 views. New York Times. Crazy behavior. What a fantastic conversation. Important, funny, and wise. Thank you both for your time. Another meeting of the minds. Thank you, Ezra. What? What? Ezra? Friend. Tell the truth. Alright, I'm watching the anime. It's fine. This is going to be the vibe when things really calm down, by the way. Just chilling out watching anime, right? Wasting away. Enjoying the show. What's healthy consumption then? Is it healthy to have? A long running one is an achievement.
僕は前にもこんな場面を見たことがある気がする。
気が熟したら俺は身分を明かしてアブマドと話をつけに行く。俺はやるぜアラジン。
そっか。ねえ、もしそれでもうまくいかなかったらどうするんだい？
それは一つ戦争でも始めるけど、
怒りに任せて戦ってしまうととても悲しいことが起こる気がするんだ。
でもそんなのしょうがねえだろ。この国は今ひでえんだよ。誰かがやんなきゃダメなんだ。もちろん正しいやり方じゃないのは分かってるけど、でも俺はもうわけわかんねえよ。こんな情けねえ俺が。だから今お前たちには会いたくなかったのに、頼むよ、もう出てってくれよ。この国から出てってくれ。
落ち着いておくれよアリババ君。確かにこの国の問題は僕らにはとても難しい。でも大丈夫だよ。僕も君と一緒に考えるから。君の大切な友達のためにどうすればいいか僕にも考えさせておくれよ。ウーゴ君、モルさんもいる。みんなで考えればきっと今よりいい答えが見つかるはずさ。ね、アリババ君。
Everyone out there, take care, stay safe.
助けに来たぜ。カシム。
お前ら言う